Section 35 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Seeger in Chicago. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Cannon. Youth 3, Part 4. After Christophe's quarrel with the Vogels, it became impossible for them to stay in the house, and Louisa had to seek another lodging for herself and her son. One day Christophe's younger brother, Ernest, of whom they had not heard for a long time, suddenly turned up. He was out of work, having been dismissed in turn from all the situations he had procured. His purse was empty and his health ruined, and so he had thought it would be as well to re-establish himself in his mother's house. Ernest was not on bad terms with either of his brothers. They thought very little of him, and he knew it. But he did not bear any grudge against them, for he did not care. They had no ill feeling against him. It was not worth the trouble. Everything they said to him slipped off his back without leaving a mark. He just smiled with his sly eyes, tried to look contrite, thought of something else, agreed, thanked them, and in the end always managed to extort money from one or other of them. In spite of himself, Christophe was fond of the pleasant mortal who, like himself, and more than himself, resembled their father Melchior in feature. Tall and strong like Christophe, he had regular features, a frank expression, a straight nose, a laughing mouth, fine teeth, and endearing manners. Whenever Christophe saw him, he was disarmed and could not deliver half the reproaches that he had prepared. In his heart he had a sort of motherly indulgence for the handsome boy who was of his blood, and physically at all events did him credit. He did not believe him to be bad, and Ernest was not a fool. Without culture, he was not without brains. He was even not incapable of taking an interest in the things of the mind. He enjoyed listening to music, and without understanding his brother's compositions, he would listen to them with interest. Christophe, who did not receive too much sympathy from his family, had been glad to see him at some of his concerts. But Ernest's chief talent was the knowledge that he possessed of the character of his two brothers, and his skill in making use of his knowledge. It was no use Christophe knowing Ernest's egoism and indifference. It was no use his seeing that Ernest never thought of his mother or himself, except when he had need of them. He was always taken in by his affectionate ways, and very rarely did he refuse him anything. He much preferred him to his other brother, Rodolphe, who was orderly and correct, assiduous in his business, strictly moral, never asked for money, and never gave any either, visited his mother regularly every Sunday, stayed an hour, and only talked about himself, boasting about himself, his firm, and everything that concerned him, never asking about the others, and taking no interest in them, and going away when the hour was up, quite satisfied with having done his duty. Christophe could not bear him. He always arranged to be out when Rodolphe came. Rodolphe was jealous of him. He despised artists, and Christophe's success really hurt him, though he did not fail to turn his small fame to account in the commercial circles in which he moved. But he never said a word about it, either to his mother or to Christophe. He pretended to ignore it. On the other hand, he never ignored the least of the unpleasant things that happened to Christophe. Christophe despised such pettiness, and pretended not to notice it, but it would really have hurt him to know, though he never thought about it, that much of the unpleasant information that Rodolphe had about him came from Ernest. The young rascal fed the differences between Christophe and Rodolphe. No doubt he recognized Christophe's superiority, and perhaps even sympathized a little ironically with his candor. But he took good care to turn it to account, and while he despised Rodolphe's ill feeling, he exploited it shamefully. He flattered his vanity and jealousy, accepted his rebukes deferentially, and kept him primed with the scandalous gossip of the town, especially with everything concerning Christophe, of which he was always marvelously informed. So he attained his ends, and Rodolphe, in spite of his avarice, allowed Ernest to despoil him, just as Christophe did. So Ernest made use and a mock of them both, impartially, and so both of them loved him. In spite of his tricks, Ernest was in a pitiful condition when he turned up at his mother's house. He had come from Munich, where he had found and, as usual, almost immediately lost a situation. He had had to travel the best part of the way on foot, through storms of rain, sleeping God knows where. He was covered with mud, ragged, looking like a beggar, and coughing miserably. Louisa was upset, and Christophe ran to him in alarm when they saw him come in. Ernest, whose tears flowed easily, did not fail to make use of the effect he had produced, and there was a general reconciliation. All three wept in each other's arms. Christophe gave up his room. They warmed the bed and laid the invalid in it, who seemed to be on the point of death. Louisa and Christophe sat by his bedside and took it in turns to watch by him. They called in a doctor, procured medicines, made a good fire in the room, and gave him special food. Then they had to clothe him from head to foot. Linen, shoes, clothes, everything new. Ernest left himself in their hands. Louisa and Christophe sweated to squeeze the money from their expenditure. They were very straitened at the moment. The removal, the new lodgings, which were dearer though just as uncomfortable, fewer lessons for Christophe, and more expenses. They could just make both ends meet. They managed somehow. No doubt Christophe could have applied to Rodolphe, who was more in a position to help Ernest, but he would not. He made it a point of honor to help his brother alone. He thought himself obliged to do so as the eldest, and because he was Christophe. Hot with shame, he had to declare his willingness to accept an offer which he had indignantly rejected a fortnight before, a proposal from an agent of an unknown wealthy amateur who wanted to buy a musical composition for publication under his own name. Louisa took work out mending linen. They hid their sacrifice from each other. They lied about the money they brought home. When Ernest was convalescent and sitting huddled up by the fire, he confessed one day between his fits of coughing that he had a few debts. They were paid. No one reproached him. That would not have been kind to an invalid and a prodigal son who had repented and returned home. For Ernest seemed to have been changed by adversity and sickness. With tears in his eyes he spoke of his past misdeeds, and Louisa kissed him and told him to think no more of them. He was fond. He had always been able to get round his mother by his demonstrations of affection. Christophe had once been a little jealous of him. Now he thought it natural that the youngest and the weakest son should be the most loved. In spite of the small difference in their ages, he regarded him almost as a son rather than as a brother. Ernest showed great respect for him. Sometimes he would allude to the burdens that Christophe was taking upon himself, and to his sacrifice of money. But Christophe would not let him go on, and Ernest would content himself with showing his gratitude in his eyes, humbly and affectionately. He would argue with the advice that Christophe gave him, and he would seem disposed to change his way of living and to work seriously as soon as he was well again. He recovered, but had a long convalescence. The doctor declared that his health, which he had abused, needed to be fostered. So he stayed on in his mother's house, sharing Christophe's bed, eating heartily the bread that his brother earned, and the little dainty dishes that Louisa prepared for him. He never spoke of going. Louisa and Christophe never mentioned it either. They were too happy to have found again the son and the brother they loved. Little by little, in the long evenings that he spent with Ernest, Christophe began to talk intimately to him. He needed to confide in somebody. Ernest was clever. He had a quick mind and understood, or seemed to understand, on a hint only. There was pleasure in talking to him, and yet Christophe dared not tell him about what lay nearest to his heart, his love. He was kept back by a sort of modesty. Ernest, who knew all about it, never let it appear that he knew. One day, when Ernest was quite well again, he went in the sunny afternoon and lounged along the Rhine. As he passed a noisy inn a little way out of the town, where there were drinking and dancing on Sundays, he saw Christophe sitting with Ada and Mira, who were making a great noise. Christophe saw him, too, and blushed. Ernest was discreet and passed on without acknowledging him. Christophe was much embarrassed by the encounter. It made him more keenly conscious of the company in which he was. It hurt him that his brother should have seen him then, not only because it made him lose the right of judging Ernest's conduct, but because he had a very lofty, very naive, and rather archaic notion of his duties as an elder brother, which would have seemed absurd to many people. He thought that in failing in that duty, as he was doing, he was lowered in his own eyes. In the evening, when they were together in their room, he waited for Ernest to allude to what had happened, but Ernest prudently said nothing and waited also. Then, while they were undressing, Christophe decided to speak about his love. He was so ill at ease that he dared not look at Ernest, and in his shyness he assumed a gruff way of speaking. Ernest did not help him out. He was silent and did not look at him, though he watched him all the same, and he missed none of the humor of Christophe's awkwardness and clumsy words. Christophe hardly dared pronounce Ada's name, and the portrait that he drew of her would have done just as well for any woman who was loved. But he spoke of his love. Little by little he was carried away by the flood of tenderness that filled his heart. He said how good it was to love, how wretched he had been before he had found that light in the darkness, and that life was nothing without a dear, deep-seated love. His brother listened gravely. He replied tactfully and asked no questions, but a warm handshake showed that he was of Christophe's way of thinking. They exchanged ideas concerning love and life. Christophe was happy at being so well understood. They exchanged a brotherly embrace before they went to sleep. Christophe grew accustomed to confiding his love to Ernest, though always shyly and reservedly. Ernest's discretion reassured him. He let him know his uneasiness about Ada, but he never blamed her. He blamed himself, and with tears in his eyes he would declare that he could not live if he were to lose her. He did not forget to tell Ada about Ernest. He praised his wit and his good looks. Ernest never approached Christophe with a request to be introduced to Ada, but he would shut himself up in his room and sadly refuse to go out, saying that he did not know anybody. Christophe would think ill of himself on Sundays for going on his excursions with Ada while his brother stayed at home, and yet he hated not to be alone with his beloved. He accused himself of selfishness, and proposed that Ernest should come with them. The introduction took place at Ada's door on the landing. Ernest and Ada bowed politely. Ada came out, followed by her inseparable Mira, who, when she saw Ernest, gave a little cry of surprise. Ernest smiled, went up to Mira and kissed her. She seemed to take it as a matter of course. "What, you know each other?" asked Christophe in astonishment. "Why, yes," said Mira, laughing. "Since when?" "Oh, a long time." "And you knew?" asked Christophe, turning to Ada. "Why did you not tell me?" "Do you think I know all Mira's lovers?" said Ada, shrugging her shoulders. Mira took up the word and pretended in fun to be angry. Christophe could not find out any more about it. He was depressed. It seemed to him that Ernest and Mira and Ada had been lacking in honesty, although indeed he could not have brought any lie up against them. But it was difficult to believe that Mira, who had no secrets from Ada, had made a mystery of this, and that Ernest and Ada were not already acquainted with each other. He watched them. But they only exchanged a few trivial words, and Ernest only paid attention to Mira all the rest of the day. Ada only spoke to Christophe, and she was much more amiable to him than usual. From that time on, Ernest always joined them. Christophe could have done without him, but he dared not say so. He had no other motive for wanting to leave his brother out than his shame in having him for boon companion. He had no suspicion of him. Ernest gave him no cause for it. He seemed to be in love with Mira, and was always reserved and polite with Ada, and even affected to avoid her in a way that was a little out of place. It was as though he wished to show his brother's mistress a little of the respect he showed to himself. Ada was not surprised by it, and was none the less careful. They went on long excursions together. The two brothers would walk on in front. Ada and Mira, laughing and whispering, would follow a few yards behind. They would stop in the middle of the road and talk. Christophe and Ernest would stop and wait for them. Christophe would lose patience and go on, but soon he would turn back annoyed and irritated by hearing Ernest talking and laughing with the two young women. He would want to know what they were saying, but when they came up with him their conversation would stop. "What are you three always plotting together?" he would ask. They would reply with some joke. They had a secret understanding, like thieves at a fair. Christophe had a sharp quarrel with Ada. They had been cross with each other all day. Strange to say, Ada had not assumed her air of offended dignity, to which she usually resorted in such cases so as to avenge herself by making herself as intolerably tiresome as usual. Now she simply pretended to ignore Christophe's existence, and she was in excellent spirits with the other two. It was as though in her heart she was not put out at all by the quarrel. Christophe, on the other hand, longed to make peace. He was more in love than ever. His tenderness was now mingled with a feeling of gratitude for all the good things love had brought him, and regret for the hours he had wasted in stupid argument and angry thoughts, and the unreasoning fear, the mysterious idea that their love was nearing its end. Sadly he looked at Ada's pretty face, and she pretended not to see him while she was laughing with the others, and the sight of her woke in him so many dear memories of great love, of sincere intimacy. Her face had sometimes, it had now, so much goodness in it, a smile so pure, that Christophe asked himself why things were not better between them, why they spoiled their happiness with their whimsies, why she would insist on forgetting their bright hours, and denying and combating all that was good and honest in her. What strange satisfaction she could find in spoiling and smudging, if only in thought, the purity of their love. He was conscious of an immense need of believing in the object of his love, and he tried once more to bring back his illusions. He accused himself of injustice. He was remorseful for the thoughts that he attributed to her, and of his lack of charity. He went to her and tried to talk to her. She answered him with a few curt words. She had no desire for a reconciliation with him. He insisted. He begged her to listen to him for a moment away from the others. She followed him ungraciously. When they were a few yards away, so that neither Mira nor Ernest could see them, he took her hands and begged her pardon, and knelt at her feet in the dead leaves of the wood. He told her that he could not go on living so at loggerheads with her, that he found no pleasure in the walk or the fine day, that he could enjoy nothing and could not even breathe, knowing that she detested him. He needed her love. Yes, he was often unjust, violent, disagreeable. He begged her to forgive him. It was the fault of his love. He could not bear anything second-rate in her, nothing that was altogether unworthy of her and their memories of their dear past. He reminded her of it all, of their first meeting, their first days together. He said that he loved her just as much, that he would always love her, that she should not go away from him. She was everything to him. Ada listened to him, smiling, uneasy, almost softened. She looked at him with kind eyes, eyes that said that they loved each other, and that she was no longer angry. They kissed, and holding each other close, they went into the leafless woods. She thought Christophe good and gentle, and was grateful to him for his tender words, but she did not relinquish the naughty whims that were in her mind. But she hesitated. She did not cling to them so tightly, and yet she did not abandon what she had planned to do. Why? Who can say? Because she had vowed what she would do? Who knows? Perhaps she thought it more entertaining to deceive her lover that day, to prove to him, to prove to herself her freedom. She had no thought of losing him. She did not wish for that. She thought herself more sure of him than ever. They reached a clearing in the forest. There were two paths. Christophe took one, Ernest declared that the other led more quickly to the top of the hill whither they were going. Ada agreed with him. Christophe, who knew the way, having often been there, maintained that they were wrong. They did not yield. Then they agreed to try it, and each wagered that he would arrive first. Ada went with Ernest. Mira accompanied Christophe. She pretended that she was sure that he was right, and she added, "As usual." Christophe had taken the game seriously, and as he never liked to lose, he walked quickly, too quickly for Mira's liking, for she was in much less of a hurry than he. "Don't be in a hurry, my friend," she said in her quiet, ironic voice. "We shall get there first." He was a little sorry. "True," he said. "I am going a little too fast. There is no need." He slackened his pace. "But I know them," he went on. "I am sure they will run so as to be there before us." Mira burst out laughing. "Oh, no," she said. "Oh, no, don't you worry about that." She hung on his arm and pressed close to him. She was a little shorter than Christophe, and as they walked, she raised her soft eyes to his. She was really pretty and alluring. He hardly recognized her. The change was extraordinary. Usually her face was rather pale and puffy, but the smallest excitement, a merry thought, or the desire to please, was enough to make her worn expression vanish, and her cheeks go pink, and the little wrinkles in her eyelids round and below her eyes disappear, and her eyes flash, and her whole face takes on a youth, a life, a spiritual quality that never was in Ada's. Christophe was surprised by this metamorphosis, and turned his eyes away from hers. He was a little uneasy at being alone with her. She embarrassed him, and prevented him from dreaming as he pleased. He did not listen to what she said. He did not answer her, or if he did, it was only at random. He was thinking. He wished to think only of Ada. He thought of the kindness in her eyes, her smile, her kiss, and his heart was filled with love. Mira wanted to make him admire the beauty of the trees with their little branches against the clear sky. Yes, it was all beautiful. The clouds were gone. Ada had returned to him. He had succeeded in breaking the ice that lay between them. They loved once more. Near or far, they were one. He sighed with relief. How light the air was. Ada had come back to him. Everything brought her to mind. It was a little damp. Would she not be cold? The lovely trees were powdered with hoar-frost. What a pity she should not see them. But he remembered the wager, and hurried on. He was concerned only with not losing the way. He shouted joyfully as they reached the goal. "We are first!" He waved his hat gleefully. Mira watched him and smiled. The place where they stood was a high, steep rock in the middle of the woods. From this flat summit, with its fringe of nut trees and little stunted oaks, they could see, over the wooded slopes, the tops of the pines bathed in a purple mist, and the long ribbon of the Rhine in the blue valley. Not a bird called, not a voice, not a breath of air. A still, calm winter's day, its chilliness faintly warmed by the pale beams of a misty sun. Now and then in the distance there came the sharp whistle of a train in the valley. Christophe stood at the edge of the rock and looked down at the countryside. Mira watched Christophe. He turned to her amiably. "Well, the lazy things! I told them so. Well, we must wait for them." He lay stretched out in the sun on the cracked earth. "Yes, let us wait," said Mira, taking off her hat. In her voice there was something so quizzical that he raised his head and looked at her. "What is it?" she asked quietly. "What did you say?" "I said, let us wait. It was no use making me run so fast." True. They waited, lying on the rough ground. Mira hummed a tune. Christophe took it up for a few phrases, but he stopped every now and then to listen. "I think I can hear them." Mira went on singing. "Do stop for a moment." Mira stopped. "No, it is nothing." She went on with her song. Christophe could not stay still. "Perhaps they have lost their way." "Lost? They could not. Ernest knows all the paths." A fantastic idea passed through Christophe's mind. Perhaps they arrived first and went away before we came." Mira was lying on her back and looking at the sun. She was seized with a wild burst of laughter in the middle of her song, and all but choked. Christophe insisted. He wanted to go down to the station, saying that their friends would be there already. Mira at last made up her mind to move.
"You would be certain to lose them. There was never any talk about the station. We were to meet here."
He sat down by her side. She was amused by his eagerness. He was conscious of the irony in her gaze as she looked at him. He began to be seriously troubled, to be anxious about them. He did not suspect them. He got up once more. He spoke of going down into the woods again and looking for them, calling to them. Mira gave a little chuckle. She took from her pocket a needle, scissors, and thread, and she calmly undid and sewed in again the feathers in her hat. She seemed to have established herself for the day.
"No, no, silly,"
she said.
"If they wanted to come, do you think they would not come of their own accord?"
There was a catch at his heart. He turned towards her. She did not look at him. She was busy with her work. He went up to her. "Mira," he said. "Eh?" she replied without stopping. He knelt now to look more nearly at her. "Mira," he repeated.
"Well?"
she asked, raising her eyes from her work and looking at him with a smile.
"What is it?"
She had a mocking expression as she saw his downcast face. "Mira," he asked, choking, "tell me what you think." She shrugged her shoulders, smiled, and went on working. He caught her hands and took away the hat at which she was sewing. Leave off, and tell me—" She looked squarely at him and waited. She saw that Christophe's lips were trembling. "You think," he said in a low voice, "that Ernest and Ada—" She smiled.
"Oh, well—"
He started back angrily. "No, no, it is impossible. You don't think that. No, no." She put her hands on his shoulders and rocked with laughter.
"How dense you are! How dense, my dear!"
He shook her violently. "Don't laugh. Why do you laugh? You would not laugh if it were true.
You love Ernest."
She went on laughing and drew him to her and kissed him. In spite of himself he returned her kiss, but when he felt her lips on his, her lips, still warm with his brother's kisses, he flung her away from him and held her face away from his own. He asked, "You knew it? It was arranged between you?" She said,
"Yes,"
and laughed. Christophe did not cry out. He made no movement of anger. He opened his mouth as though he could not breathe. He closed his eyes and clutched at his breast with his hands. His heart was bursting. Then he lay down on the ground with his face buried in his hands, and he was shaken by a crisis of disgust and despair like a child. Mira, who was not very soft-hearted, was sorry for him. Involuntarily she was filled with motherly compassion, and leaned over him, and spoke affectionately to him, and tried to make him sniff at her smelling bottle. But he thrust her away in horror, and got up so sharply that she was afraid. He had neither strength nor desire for revenge. He looked at her with his face twisted with grief. "You drab," he said in despair. "You do not know the harm you have done." She tried to hold him back. He fled through the woods, spitting out his disgust with such ignominy, with such muddy hearts, with such incestuous sharing as that to which they had tried to bring him. He wept, he trembled, he sobbed with disgust. He was filled with horror, of them all, of himself, of his body and soul. A storm of contempt broke loose in him. It had long been brewing. Sooner or later there had to come the reaction against the base thoughts, the degrading compromises, the stale and pestilential atmosphere in which he had been living for months. But the need of loving, of deceiving himself about the woman he loved, had postponed the crisis as long as possible. Suddenly it burst upon him, and it was better so. There was a great gust of wind of a biting purity, an icy breeze which swept away the miasma. Disgust in one swoop had killed his love for Ada. If Ada thought more firmly to establish her domination over Christophe by such an act, that proved once more her gross inappreciation of her lover. jealousy which binds souls that are besmirched could only revolt a nature like Christophe's, young, proud, and pure. But what he could not forgive, what he never would forgive, was that the betrayal was not the outcome of passion in Ada, hardly even of one of those absurd and degrading, though often irresistible caprices to which the reason of a woman is sometimes hard put to it not to surrender. No, he understood now. It was in her a secret desire to degrade him, to humiliate him, to punish him for his moral resistance, for his inimical faith, to lower him to the common level, to bring him to her feet, to prove to herself her own power for evil. And he asked himself with horror, what is this impulse towards dirtiness, which is in the majority of human beings? This desire to besmirch the purity of themselves and others, these swinish souls who take a delight in rolling in filth, and are happy when not 1 inch of their skins is left clean. Ada waited 2 days for Christophe to return to her. Then she began to be anxious, and sent him a tender note in which she made no allusion to what had happened. Christophe did not even reply. He hated Ada so profoundly that no words could express his hatred. He had cut her out of his life. She no longer existed for him. End of section 35. Section 36 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Seeger in Chicago. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland. Translated by Gilbert Kanan. Youth 3, Part 5. Christophe was free of Ada, but he was not free of himself. In vain did he try to return into illusion, and to take up again the calm and chaste strength of the past. We cannot return to the past. We have to go onward. It is useless to turn back, save only to see the places by which we have passed, the distant smoke from the roofs under which we have slept, dying away on the horizon in the mists of memory. But nothing so distances us from the soul that we had as a few months of passion. The road takes a sudden turn. The country is changed. It is as though we were saying goodbye for the last time to all that we are leaving behind. Christophe could not yield to it. He held out his arms to the past. He strove desperately to bring to life again the soul that had been his, lonely and resigned. But it was gone. Passion itself is not so dangerous as the ruins that it heaps up and leaves behind. In vain did Christophe not love. In vain, for a moment, did he despise love. He bore the marks of its talons. His whole being was steeped in it. There was in his heart a void which must be filled, with that terrible need of tenderness and pleasure which devours men and women when they have once tasted it. Some other passion was needed. Were it only the contrary passion, the passion of contempt, of proud purity, of faith in virtue? They were not enough. They were not enough to stay his hunger. They were only the food of a moment. His life consisted of a succession of violent reactions, leaps from one extreme to the other. Sometimes he would bend his passion to rules inhumanly ascetic, not eating, drinking water, wearing himself out with walking, heavy tasks, and so not sleeping, denying himself every sort of pleasure. Sometimes he would persuade himself that strength is the true morality for people like himself, and he would plunge into the quest of joy. In either case he was unhappy. He could no longer be alone. He could no longer not be alone. The only thing that could have saved him would have been to find a true friendship. Rosa's, perhaps. He could have taken refuge in that. But the rupture was complete between the two families. They no longer met. Only once had Christophe seen Rosa. She was just coming out from Mass. He had hesitated to bow to her, and when she saw him she had made a movement towards him. But when he had tried to go to her through the stream of the devout walking down the steps, she had turned her eyes away. And when he approached her, she bowed coldly and passed on. In the girl's heart he felt intense, icy contempt, and he did not feel that she still loved him and would have liked to tell him so. But she had come to think of her love as a fault and foolishness. She thought Christophe bad and corrupt, and further from her than ever. So they were lost to each other forever, and perhaps it was as well for both of them. In spite of her goodness, she was not near enough to life to be able to understand him. In spite of his need of affection and respect, he would have stifled in a commonplace and confined existence, without joy, without sorrow, without air. They would both have suffered. The unfortunate occurrence which cut them apart was, when all was told, perhaps fortunate, as often happens, as always happens, to those who are strong and endure. But at the moment it was a great sorrow and a great misfortune for them, especially for Christophe. Such virtuous intolerance, such narrowness of soul, which sometimes seems to deprive those who have the most of them of all intelligence, and those who are most good of kindness, irritated him, hurt him, and flung him back in protest into a freer life. During his loafing with Ada in the beer gardens of the neighborhood, he had made acquaintance with several good fellows, bohemians, whose carelessness and freedom of manners had not been altogether distasteful to him. One of them, Friedmann, a musician like himself, an organist, a man of 30, was not without intelligence, and was good at his work. But he was incurably lazy, and rather than make the slightest effort to be more than mediocre, he would have died of hunger, though not, perhaps, of thirst. He comforted himself in his indolence by speaking ill of those who lived energetically, God knows why, and his sallies, rather heavy for the most part, generally made people laugh. Having more liberty than his companions, he was not afraid, though timidly and with winks and nods and suggestive remarks, to sneer at those who held positions. He was even capable of not having ready-made opinions about music, and of having a sly fling at the forged reputations of the great men of the day. He had no mercy upon women either. When he was making his jokes, he loved to repeat the old saying of some misogynist monk about them, and Christophe enjoyed its bitterness just then more than anybody. Femina mors animae. In his state of upheaval, Christophe found some distraction in talking to Friedmann. He judged him. He could not long take pleasure in this vulgar bantering wit. His mockery and perpetual denial became irritating before long, and he felt the impotence of it all. But it did soothe his exasperation with the self-sufficient stupidity of the Philistines. While he heartily despised his companion, Christophe could not do without him. They were continually seen together, sitting with the unclassed and doubtful people of Friedmann's acquaintance, who were even more worthless than himself. They used to play, and harangue, and drink the whole evening. Christophe would suddenly wake up in the midst of the dreadful smell of food and tobacco. He would look at the people about him with strange eyes. He would not recognize them. He would think in agony, "Where am I? Who are these people? What have I to do with them?" Their remarks and their laughter would make him sick, but he could not bring himself to leave them. He was afraid of going home and of being left alone face to face with his soul, his desires, and remorse. He was going to the dogs. He knew it. He was doing it deliberately. With cruel clarity he saw in Friedmann the degraded image of what he was, of what he would be one day, and he was passing through a phase of such disheartenedness and disgust that instead of being brought to himself by such a menace, it actually brought him low. He would have gone to the dogs if he could. Fortunately, like all creatures of his kind, he had a spring, a succor against destruction which others do not possess, his strength, his instinct for life, his instinct against letting himself perish, an instinct more intelligent than his intelligence and stronger than his will. And also, unknown to himself, he had the strange curiosity of the artist, that passionate, impersonal quality which is in every creature really endowed with creative power. In vain did he love, suffer, give himself utterly to all his passions. He saw them. They were in him, but they were not himself. A myriad of little souls moved obscurely in him towards a fixed point unknown, yet certain, just like the planetary worlds which are drawn through space into a mysterious abyss. That perpetual state of unconscious action and reaction was shown especially in those giddy moments when sleep came over his daily life, and from the depths of sleep and the night rose the multiform face of being with its sphinx-like gaze. For a year Christophe had been obsessed with dreams in which, in a second of time, he felt clearly with perfect illusion that he was at one and the same time several different creatures, often far removed from each other by countries, worlds, centuries. In his waking state, Christophe was still under his hallucination and uneasiness, though he could not remember what had caused it. It was like the weariness left by some fixed idea that is gone, though traces of it are left and there is no understanding it. But while his soul was so troublessly struggling through the network of the days, another soul, eager and serene, was watching all his desperate efforts. He did not see it, but it cast over him the reflection of its hidden light. That soul was joyously greedy to feel everything, to suffer everything, to observe and understand men, women, the earth, life, desires, passions, thoughts, even those that were torturing, even those that were mediocre, even those that were vile, and it was enough to lend them a little of its light to save Christophe from destruction. It made him feel, he did not know how, that he was not altogether alone. That love of being and of knowing everything, that second soul, raised a rampart against his destroying passions. But if it was enough to keep his head above water, it did not allow him to climb out of it unaided. He could not succeed in seeing clearly into himself, and mastering himself, and regaining possession of himself. Work was impossible for him. He was passing through an intellectual crisis, the most fruitful of his life. All his future life was germinating in it, but that inner wealth, for the time being, only showed itself in extravagance, and the immediate effect of such superabundance was not different from that of the flattest sterility. Christophe was submerged by his life. All his powers had shot up and grown too fast, all at once, suddenly. Only his will had not grown with them, and it was dismayed by such a throng of monsters. His personality was cracking in every part. Of this earthquake, this inner cataclysm, others saw nothing. Christophe himself could see only his impotence to will, to create, to be. Desires, instincts, thoughts issued one after another like clouds of sulphur from the fissures of a volcano, and he was forever asking himself, "And now what will come out? What will become of me? Will it always be so? Or is this the end of all? Shall I be nothing, always?" And now there sprang up in him his hereditary fires, the vices of those who had gone before him. He got drunk. He would return home smelling of wine, laughing, in a state of collapse. Poor Louisa would look at him, sigh, say nothing, and pray. But one evening, when he was coming out of an inn by the gates of the town, he saw, a few yards in front of him on the road, the droll shadow of his Uncle Gottfried with his pack on his back. The little man had not been home for months, and his periods of absence were growing longer and longer. Christophe hailed him gleefully. Gottfried, bending under his load, turned round. He looked at Christophe, who was making extravagant gestures, and sat down on a milestone to wait for him. Christophe came up to him with a beaming face, skipping along, and shook his uncle's hand with great demonstrations of affection. Gottfried took a long look at him, and then he said, "Good day, Melchior." Christophe thought his uncle had made a mistake, and burst out laughing. "The poor man is breaking up," he thought. "He is losing his memory." Indeed, Gottfried did look old, shriveled, shrunken, and dried. His breathing came short and painfully. Christophe went on talking. Gottfried took his pack on his shoulders again and went on in silence. They went home together, Christophe gesticulating and talking at the top of his voice, Gottfried coughing and saying nothing. And when Christophe questioned him, Gottfried still called him Melchior, and then Christophe asked him, "What do you mean by calling me Melchior? My name is Christophe, you know. Have you forgotten my name?" Gottfried did not stop. He raised his eyes toward Christophe and looked at him, shook his head, and said coldly, "No, you are Melchior. I know you." Christophe stopped, dumbfounded. Gottfried trotted along. Christophe followed him without a word. He was sobered. As they passed the door of a café, he went up to the dark panes of glass, in which the gas jets of the entrance and the empty streets were reflected, and he looked at himself. He recognized Melchior. He went home crushed. He spent the night, a night of anguish, in examining himself, in soul-searching. He understood now. Yes, he recognized the instincts and vices that had come to light in him. They horrified him. He thought of that dark watching by the body of Melchior, of all that he had sworn to do, and surveying his life since then, he knew that he had failed to keep his vows. What had he done in the year? What had he done for his God, for his art, for his soul? What had he done for eternity? There was not a day that had not been wasted, botched, besmirched. Not a single piece of work, not a thought, not an effort of enduring quality. A chaos of desires, destructive of each other. Wind, dust, nothing. What did his intentions avail him? He had fulfilled none of them. He had done exactly the opposite of what he had intended. He had become what he had no wish to be. That was the balance sheet of his life. He did not go to bed. About 6 a.m, it was still dark. He heard Gottfried getting ready to depart, for Gottfried had had no intentions of staying on. As he was passing the town, he had come as usual to embrace his sister and nephew, but he had announced that he would go on next morning. Christophe went downstairs. Gottfried saw his pale face and his eyes hollow with a night of torment. He smiled fondly at him and asked him to go a little of the way with him. They set out together before dawn. They had no need to talk. They understood each other. As they passed the cemetery, Gottfried said, "Shall we go in?" When he came to the place, he never failed to pay a visit to Jean-Michel and Melchior. Christophe had not been there for a year. Gottfried knelt by Melchior's grave and said, "Let us pray that they may sleep well and not come to torment us." His thought was a mixture of strange superstitions and sound sense. Sometimes it surprised Christophe, but now it was only too dear to him. They said no more until they left the cemetery. When they had closed the creaking gate, and were walking along the wall through the cold fields, waking from slumber, by the little path which led them under the cypress trees from which the snow was dropping, Christophe began to weep. "Oh, uncle," he said, "how wretched I am!" He dared not speak of his experience in love, from an odd fear of embarrassing or hurting Gottfried, but he spoke of his shame, his mediocrity, his cowardice, his broken vows. "What am I to do, uncle? I have tried, I have struggled, and after a year I am no further on than before. Worse, I have gone back. I am good for nothing. I am good for nothing. I have ruined my life. I am perjured." They were walking up the hill above the town. Gottfried said kindly, "Not for the last time, my boy. We do not do what we will to do. We will and we live, 2 things. You must be comforted. The great thing is, you see, never to give up willing and living. The rest does not depend on us." Christophe repeated desperately, "I have perjured myself." "Do you hear?" said Gottfried. The cocks were crowing in all the countryside. "They, too, are crowing for another who is perjured. They crow for every one of us, every morning." "A day will come," said Christophe bitterly, "when they will no longer crow for me, a day to which there is no tomorrow. And what shall I have made of my life?" "There is always a tomorrow," said Gottfried. "But what can one do?
if willing is no use. Watch and pray. I do not believe. Gottfried smiled. You would not be alive if you did not believe. Everyone believes. Pray. Pray to what? Gottfried pointed to the sun appearing on the horizon, red and frozen. Be reverent before the dawning day. Do not think of what will be in a year or in 10 years. Think of today. Leave your theories. All theories you see, even those of virtue, are bad, foolish, mischievous. Do not abuse life. Live in today. Be reverent towards each day. Love it. Respect it. Do not sully it. Do not hinder it from coming to flower. Love it even when it is gray and sad like today. Do not be anxious. See, it is winter now. Everything is asleep. The good earth will awake again. You have only to be good and patient like the earth. Be reverent. Wait. If you are good, all will go well. If you are not, if you are weak, if you do not succeed, well, you must be happy in that. No doubt it is the best you can do. So then, why will? Why be angry because of what you cannot do? We all have to do what we can. Als ich kann. It is not enough, said Christophe, making a face. Gottfried laughed pleasantly. It is more than anybody does. You are a vain fellow. You want to be a hero. That is why you do such silly things. A hero. I don't quite know what that is. But, you see, I imagine that a hero is a man who does what he can. The others do not do it. Oh, sighed Christophe. Then what is the good of living? It is not worth while, and yet there are people who say, he who wills can. Gottfried laughed again softly. Yes? Oh, well, they are liars, my friend, or they do not will anything much. They had reached the top of the hill. They embraced affectionately. The little peddler went on, treading wearily. Christophe stayed there, lost in thought, and watched him go. He repeated his uncle's saying, Als ich kann, the best I can, and he smiled, thinking, yes, all the same, it is enough. He returned to the town. The frozen snow crackled under his feet. The bitter winter wind made the bare branches of the stunted trees on the hill shiver. It reddened his cheeks, and made his skin tingle and set his blood racing. The red roofs of the town below were smiling under the brilliant cold sun. The air was strong and harsh. The frozen earth seemed to rejoice in bitter gladness, and Christophe's heart was like that. He thought, I too shall wake again. There were still tears in his eyes. He dried them with the back of his hand, and laughed to see the sun dipping down behind a veil of mist. The clouds, heavy with snow, were floating over the town, lashed by the squall. He laughed at them. The wind blew icily. Blow! Blow! Do what you will with me. Bear me with you. I know now where I am going. End of section 36. Section 37 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Seeger in Chicago. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Kanan. Revolt I, Part 1. Revolt 1. Shifting Sands. Free! He felt that he was free. Free of others and of himself. The network of passion in which he had been enmeshed for more than a year had suddenly been burst asunder. How? He did not know. The filaments had given before the growth of his being. It was one of those crises of growth in which robust natures tear away the dead casing of the year that is past, the old soul in which they are cramped and stifled. Christophe breathed deeply,
without understanding what had happened. An icy whirlwind was rushing through the great gate of the town as he returned from taking Gottfried on his way. The people were walking with heads lowered against the storm. Girls going to their work were struggling against the wind that blew against their skirts. They stopped every now and then to breathe, with their nose and cheeks red, and they looked exasperated, and as though they wanted to cry. He thought of that other torment through which he had passed. He looked at the wintry sky, the town covered with snow, the people struggling along past him. He looked about him, into himself. He was no longer bound. He was alone. Alone! How happy to be alone, to be his own. What joy to have escaped from his bonds, from his torturing memories, from the hallucinations of faces that he loved or detested. What joy at last to live, without being the prey of life, to have become his own master. He went home white with snow. He shook himself gaily like a dog. As he passed his mother, who was sweeping the passage, he lifted her up, giving little inarticulate cries of affection, such as one makes to a tiny child. Poor old Louisa struggled in her son's arms. She was wet with the melting snow, and she called him, with a jolly laugh, a great gaby. He went up to his room 3 steps at a time. He could hardly see himself in his little mirror, it was so dark. But his heart was glad. His room was low and narrow, and it was difficult to move in it, but it was like a kingdom to him. He locked the door and laughed with pleasure. At last he was finding himself. How long he had been gone astray! He was eager to plunge into thought like a bather into water. It was like a great lake afar off, melting into the mists of blue and gold. After a night of fever and oppressive heat, he stood by the edge of it, with his legs bathed in the freshness of the water, his body kissed by the wind of a summer morning. He plunged in and swam. He knew not whither he was going, and did not care. It was joy to swim whithersoever he listed. He was silent, then he laughed, and listened for the thousand sounds of his soul. It swarmed with life. He could make out nothing. His head was swimming. He felt only a bewildering happiness. He was glad to feel in himself such unknown forces, and indolently postponing putting his powers to the test, he sank back into the intoxication of pride in the inward flowering which, held back for months, now burst forth like a sudden spring. His mother called him to breakfast. He went down. He was giddy and light-headed as though he had spent a day in the open air, but there was such a radiance of joy in him that Louisa asked what was the matter. He made no reply. He seized her by the waist and forced her to dance with him round the table on which the tureen was steaming. Out of breath, Louisa cried that he was mad. Then she clasped her hands. "Dear God," she said anxiously, "sure he is in love again." Christophe roared with laughter. He hurled his napkin into the air. "In love?" he cried. "Oh, Lord, but no! I've had enough. You can be easy on that score. That is done forever. Oof!" He drank a glassful of water. Louisa looked at him reassured, wagged her head, and smiled. "That's a drunkard's pledge," she said. "It won't last until tonight." "Then the day is clear gain," he replied good-humoredly. "Oh, yes," she said. "But what has made you so happy?" "I am happy. That is all." Sitting opposite her, with his elbows on the table, he tried to tell her all that he was going to do. She listened with kindly skepticism and gently pointed out that his soup was going cold. He knew that she did not hear what he was saying, but he did not care. He was talking for his own satisfaction. They looked at each other smiling. He talking, she hardly listening. Although she was proud of her son, she attached no great importance to his artistic projects. She was thinking, "He is happy. That matters most." While he was growing more and more excited with his discourse, he watched his mother's dear face, with her black shawl tightly tied round her head, her white hair, her young eyes that devoured him lovingly,
her sweet and tranquil kindliness. He knew exactly what she was thinking. He said to her jokingly, "It is all one to you, eh?"
"You don't care about what I'm telling you?"
she protested weakly.
"Oh, no! Oh, no!"
He kissed her. "Oh, yes! Oh, yes! You need not defend yourself. You are right. Only love me. There is no need to understand me, either for you or for anybody else. I do not need anybody or anything now. I have everything in myself." "Oh," said Louisa, "another maggot in his brain. But if he must have one, I prefer this to the other."
What sweet happiness to float on the surface of the lake of his thoughts. Lying in the bottom of a boat with his body bathed in sun, his face kissed by the light fresh wind that skims over the face of the waters, he goes to sleep. He is swung by threads from the sky. Under his body lying at full length, under the rocking boat, he feels the deep swelling water. His hand dips into it. He rises, and with his chin on the edge of the boat he watches the water flowing by as he did when he was a child. He sees the reflection of strange creatures darting by like lightning. More, and yet more. They are never the same. He laughs at the fantastic spectacle that is unfolded within him. He laughs at his own thoughts. He has no need to catch and hold them. Select? Why select among so many thousands of dreams? There is plenty of time. Later on. He has only to throw out a line at will to draw in the monsters whom he sees gleaming in the water. He lets them pass. Later on. The boat floats on at the whim of the warm wind and the insentient stream. All is soft, sun, and silence. At last, languidly, he throws out his line. Leaning out over the lapping water, he follows it with his eyes until it disappears. After a few moments of torpor, he draws it in slowly. As he draws it in, it becomes heavier. Just as he is about to fish it out of the water, he stops to take a breath. He knows that he has his prey. He does not know what it is. He prolongs the pleasure of expectancy. At last he makes up his mind. Fish with gleaming, many-colored scales appear from the water. They writhe like a nest of snakes. He looks at them curiously. He stirs them with his finger, but hardly has he drawn them from the water than their colors fade, and they slip between his fingers. He throws them back into the water and begins to fish for others. He is more eager to see one after another all the dreams stirring in him than to catch at any one of them. They all seem more beautiful to him when they are freely swimming in the transparent lake. He caught all kinds of them, each more extravagant than the last. Ideas had been heaped up in him for months, and he had not drawn upon them, so that he was bursting with riches. But it was all higgledy-piggledy. His mind was a Babel, an old Jew's curiosity shop in which there were piled up in the one room rare treasures, precious stuffs, scrap iron, and rags. He could not distinguish their values. Everything amused him. There were thrilling chords, colors which rang like bells, harmonies which buzzed like bees, melodies smiling like lovers' lips. There were visions of the country, faces, passions, souls, characters, literary ideas, metaphysical ideas. There were great projects, vast and impossible, tetralogies, decalogies, pretending to depict everything in music, covering whole worlds, and most often there were obscure flashing sensations, called forth by a trifle, the sound of a voice, a man or a woman passing in the street, the pattering of rain, an inward rhythm. Many of these projects advanced no further than their title. Most of them were never more than a note or two. It was enough. Like all very young people, he thought he had created what he dreamed of creating. But he was too keenly alive to be satisfied for long with such fantasies. He wearied of an illusory possession. He wished to seize his dreams. How to begin? They seemed to him all equally important. He turned and turned them. He rejected them. He took them up again. No, he never took them up again. They were no longer the same. They were never to be caught twice. They were always changing, They changed in his hands, under his eyes, while he was watching them. He must make haste. He could not. He was appalled by the slowness with which he worked. He would have liked to do everything in one day, and he found it horribly difficult to complete the smallest thing. His dreams were passing, and he was passing himself. While he was doing one thing, it worried him not to be doing another. It was as though it was enough to have chosen one of his fine subjects for it to lose all interest for him, and so all his riches availed him nothing. His thoughts had life only on condition that he did not tamper with them. Everything that he succeeded in doing was stillborn. It was the torment of Tantalus. Within reach were fruits that became stones as soon as he plucked them. Near his lips was a clear stream, which sank away whenever he bent down to drink. To slake his thirst, he tried to sip at the springs that he had conquered, his old compositions. Loathsome in taste, at the first gulp he spat it out again, cursing. What? That tepid water? That insipid music? Was that his music? He read through all his compositions. He was horrified. He understood not a note of them. He could not even understand how he had come to write them. He blushed. Once, after reading through a page more foolish than the rest, he turned round to make sure that there was nobody in the room, and then he went and hid his face in his pillow like a child ashamed. Sometimes they seemed to him so preposterously silly that they were quite funny, and he forgot that they were his own. "What an idiot!" he would cry, rocking with laughter. But nothing touched him more than those compositions in which he had set out to express his own passionate feelings, the sorrows and joys of love. Then he would bound in his chair as though a fly had stung him. He would thump on the table, beat his head, and roar angrily. He would coarsely apostrophize himself. He would vow himself to be a swine, trebly a scoundrel, a clod, and a clown, a whole litany of denunciation. In the end he would go and stand before his mirror, red with shouting, and then he would take hold of his chin and say, "Look, look, you scurvy knave, look at the ass-face that is yours. I'll teach you to lie, you blackguard. Water, sir, water." He would plunge his face into his basin and hold it under water until he was like to choke. When he drew himself up, scarlet, with his eyes starting from his head, snorting like a seal, he would rush to his table. Without bothering to sponge away the water trickling down him, he would seize the unhappy compositions, angrily tear them in pieces, growling, "There, you beast! There, there, there!" Then he would recover. What exasperated him most in his compositions was their untruth. Not a spark of feeling in them. A phraseology got by heart, a schoolboy's rhetoric. He spoke of love like a blind man of color. He spoke of it from hearsay, only repeating the current platitudes. And it was not only love. It was the same with all the passions, which had been used for themes and declamations, and yet he had always tried to be sincere. But it is not enough to wish to be sincere. It is necessary to have the power to be so. And how can a man be so when as yet he knows nothing of life? What had revealed the falseness of his work, what had suddenly digged a pit between himself and his past, was the experience which he had had during the last 6 months of life. He had left fantasy. There was now in him a real standard to which he could bring all the thoughts for judgment as to their truth or untruth. The disgust which his old work, written without passion, roused in him, made him decide with his usual exaggeration that he would write no more until he was forced to write by some passionate need, and leaving the pursuit of his ideas at that, he swore that he would renounce music forever unless creation were imposed upon him in a thunderclap. He made this resolve because he knew quite well that the storm was coming. Thunder falls when it will, and where it will. But there are peaks which attract it. Certain places, certain souls, breed storms. They create them, or draw them from all points of the horizon. And certain ages of life, like certain months of the year, are so saturated with electricity that thunderstorms are produced in them, if not at will, at any rate when they are expected. The whole being of a man is taut for it. Often the storm lies brooding for days and days. The pale sky is hung with burning, fleecy clouds. No wind stirs. The still air ferments and seems to boil. The earth lies in a stupor. No sound comes from it. The brain hums feverishly. All nature awaits the explosion of the gathering forces, the thud of the hammer, which is slowly rising to fall back suddenly on the anvil of the clouds. Dark, warm shadows pass. A fiery wind rises through the body. The nerves quiver like leaves. Then silence falls again. The sky goes on, gathering thunder. In such expectancy there is voluptuous anguish. In spite of the discomfort that weighs so heavily upon you, you feel in your veins the fire which is consuming the universe. The soul surfeited boils in the furnace like wine in a vat. Thousands of germs of life and death are in labor in it. What will issue from it? The soul knows not. Like a woman with child, it is silent. It gazes in upon itself. It listens anxiously for the stirring in its womb and thinks, "What will be born of me?" Sometimes such waiting is in vain. The storm passes without breaking, but you wake heavy, cheated, enervated, disheartened. But it is only postponed. The storm will break, if not today, then tomorrow. The longer it is delayed, the more violent will it be. Now it comes. The clouds have come up from all corners of the soul, thick masses, blue and black, torn by the frantic darting of the lightning. They advance heavily, drunkenly, darkening the soul's horizon, blotting out light. An hour of madness. The exasperated elements, let loose from the cage in which they are held, bound by the laws which hold the balance between the mind and the existence of things, reign, formless and colossal, in the night of consciousness. The soul is in agony. There is no longer the will to live. There is only longing for the end, for the deliverance of death. And suddenly there is lightning. Christophe shouted for joy. Joy, furious joy, the sun that lights up all that is and will be, the godlike joy of creation. There is no joy but in creation. There are no living beings but those who create. All the rest are shadows, hovering over the earth, strangers to life. All the joys of life are the joys of creation, love, genius, action, quickened by flames issuing from one and the same fire. Even those who cannot find a place by the great fireside, the ambitious, the egoists, the sterile sensualists, try to gain warmth in the pale reflections of its light. To create in the region of the body, or in the region of the mind, is to issue from the prison of the body. It is to ride upon the storm of life. It is to be he who is. To create is to triumph over death. Wretched is the sterile creature, that man or that woman who remains alone and lost upon the earth, scanning their withered bodies, and the sight of themselves from which no flame of life will ever leap. Wretched is the soul that does not feel its own fruitfulness, and know itself to be big with life and love, as a tree with blossom in the spring. The world may heap honors and benefits upon such a soul. It does but crown a corpse. When Christophe was struck by the flash of lightning, an electric fluid coursed through his body. He trembled under the shock. It was as though on the high seas, in the dark night, he had suddenly sighted land. Or it was as though in a crowd he had gazed into two eyes, saluting him. Often it would happen to him after hours of prostration, when his mind was leaping desperately through the void. But more often still, it came in moments when he was thinking of something else, talking to his mother, or walking through the streets. If he were in the street, a certain human respect kept him from too loudly demonstrating his joy. But if he were at home, nothing could keep him back. He would stamp. He would sound a blare of triumph. His mother knew that well, and she had come to know what it meant. She used to tell Christophe that he was like a hen that has laid an egg. He was permeated with his musical imagination. Sometimes it took shape in an isolated phrase, complete in itself. More often it would appear as a nebula enveloping a whole work. The structure of the work,
its general lines, could be perceived through a veil, torn asunder here and there by dazzling phrases which stood out from the darkness with the clarity of sculpture. It was only a flash. Sometimes others would come in quick succession. Each lit up other corners of the night. But usually the capricious force, having once shown itself unexpectedly, would disappear again for several days into its mysterious retreats, leaving behind it a luminous ray. This delight in inspiration was so vivid that Christophe was disgusted by everything else. The experienced artist knows that inspiration is rare and that intelligence is left to complete the work of intuition. He puts his ideas under the press and squeezes out of them the last drop of the divine juices that are in them. And if need be, sometimes he does not shrink from diluting them with clear water. Christophe was too young and too sure of himself not to despise such contemptible practices. He dreamed impossibly of producing nothing that was not absolutely spontaneous. If he had not been deliberately blind, he would certainly have seen the absurdity of his aims. No doubt he was at that time in a period of inward abundance, in which there was no gap, no chink, through which boredom or emptiness could creep. Everything served as an excuse to his inexhaustible fecundity. Everything that his eyes saw or his ears heard, everything with which he came in contact in his daily life, every look, every word brought forth a crop of dreams. In the boundless heaven of his thoughts he saw circling millions of milky stars, rivers of living light. And yet, even then, there were moments when everything was suddenly blotted out, and although the night could not endure, although he had hardly time to suffer from these long silences of his soul, he did not escape a secret terror of that unknown power which came upon him, left him, came again, and disappeared. How long this time? Would it ever come again? His pride rejected that thought and said, "This force is myself. When it ceases to be, I shall cease to be. I shall kill myself." He never ceased to tremble, but it was only another delight. But if for the moment there was no danger of the spring running dry, Christophe was able already to perceive that it was never enough to fertilize a complete work. Ideas almost always appeared rawly. He had painfully to dig them out of the ore, and always they appeared without any sort of sequence, and by fits and starts. To unite them, he had to bring to bear on them an element of reflection and deliberation and cold will, which fashioned them into new form. Christophe was too much of an artist not to do so, but he would not accept it. He forced himself to believe that he did no more than transcribe what was within himself, while he was always compelled more or less to transform it so as to make it intelligible. More than that, sometimes he would absolutely forge a meaning for it. However violently the musical idea might come upon him, it would often have been impossible for him to say what it meant. It would come surging up from the depths of life, from far beyond the limits of consciousness, and in that absolutely pure force which eluded common rhythms, consciousness could never recognize in it any of the motives which stirred in it, none of the human feelings which it defines and classifies. Joys, sorrows, they were all merged in one single passion which was unintelligible, because it was above the intelligence, and yet, whether it understood or no, the intelligence needed to give a name to this form, to bind it down to one or other of the structures of logic which man is forever building indefatigably in the hive of his brain. So Christophe convinced himself, he wished to do so, that the obscure power that moved him had an exact meaning, and that its meaning was in accordance with his will. His free instinct, risen from the unconscious depths, was willy-nilly forced to plod on under the yoke of reason with perfectly clear ideas which had nothing at all in common with it, and work so produced was no more than a lying juxtaposition of one of those great subjects that Christophe's mind had marked out for itself, and those wild forces which had an altogether different meaning, unknown to himself. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Canaan. Revolt I, Part 2. He groped his way, head down, borne on by the contradictory forces warring in him, and hurling into his incoherent works a fiery and strong quality of life, which he could not express, though he was joyously and proudly conscious of it. The consciousness of his new vigor made him able for the first time to envisage squarely everything about him, everything that he had been taught to honor, everything that he had respected without question, and he judged it all with insolent freedom. The veil was rent. He saw the German lie. Every race, every art has its hypocrisy. The world is fed with a little truth and many lies. The human mind is feeble. Pure truth agrees with it but ill. Its religion, its morality, its states, its poets, its artists must all be presented to it swathed in lies. These lies are adapted to the mind of each race. They vary from one to the other. It is they that make it so difficult for nations to understand each other, and so easy for them to despise each other. Truth is the same for all of us, but every nation has its own lie, which it calls its idealism. Every creature therein breathes it from birth to death. It has become a condition of life. There are only a few men of genius who can break free from it through heroic moments of crisis, when they are alone in the free world of their thoughts. It was a trivial thing which suddenly revealed to Christophe the lie of German art. It was not because it had not always been visible that he had not seen it. He was not near it. He had not recoiled from it. Now the mountain appeared to his gaze because he had moved away from it. He was at a concert of the Stadtische Tonhalle. The concert was given in a large hall occupied by 10 or 12 rows of little tables, about 200 or 300 of them. At the end of the room was a stage where the orchestra was sitting. All round Christophe were officers dressed up in their long dark coats, with broad shaven faces, red, serious, and commonplace. Women talking and laughing noisily, ostentatiously at their ease. Jolly little girls smiling and showing all their teeth, and large men hidden behind their beards and spectacles, looking like kindly spiders with round eyes. They got up with every fresh glass to drink a toast. They did this almost religiously. Their faces, their voices changed. It was as though they were saying Mass. They offered each other the libations. They drank of the chalice with a mixture of solemnity and buffoonery. The music was drowned under the conversation and the clinking of glasses, and yet everybody was trying to talk and eat quietly. The Herr Konzertmeister, a tall, bent old man, with a white beard hanging like a tail from his chin, and a long aquiline nose, with spectacles, looked like a philologist. All these types were familiar to Christophe, but on that day he had an inclination, he did not know why, to see them as caricatures. There are days like that when, for no apparent reason, the grotesque in people and things, which in ordinary life passes unnoticed, suddenly leaps into view. The program of the music included the Egmont Overture, a valse of Waldteufel, Tannhäuser's Pilgrimage to Rome, the overture to the Merry Wives of Nicolai, the religious march of Athalie, and a fantasy on the North Star. The orchestra played the Beethoven overture correctly and the valse deliciously. During the pilgrimage of Tannhäuser, the uncorking of bottles was heard. A big man sitting at the table next to Christophe beat time to the Merry Wives by imitating Falstaff. A stout old lady in a pale blue dress with a white belt, golden pince-nez on her flat nose, red arms, and an enormous waist, sang in a loud voice, leader of Schumann and Brahms. She raised her eyebrows, made eyes at the wings, smiled with a smile that seemed to curdle on her moon face, made exaggerated gestures, which must certainly have called to mind the cafe concert but for the majestic honesty which shone in her. This mother of a family played the part of the giddy girl, youth, passion, and Schumann's poetry had a faint smack of the nursery. The audience was in ecstasies, but they grew solemn and attentive when there appeared the choral society of the Germans of the South, Süddeutschen Männer Liedertafel, who alternately cooed and roared part songs full of feeling. There were 40, and they sang 4 parts. It seemed as though they had set themselves to free their execution of every trace of style that could properly be called choral, a hodgepodge of little melodious effects, little timid pooling shades of sound, dying pianissimos with sudden swelling roaring crescendos, like someone beating on an empty box. No breadth or balance, a mawkish style. It was like Bottom. "Let me play the lion. I will roar you as gently as any sucking dove. I will roar you as it were a nightingale." Christophe listened from the beginning with growing amazement. There was nothing new in it all to him. He knew these concerts, the orchestra, the audience, but suddenly it all seemed to him false, all of it, even to what he most loved, the Egmont overture, in which the pompous disorder and correct agitation hurt him in that hour like a want of frankness. No doubt it was not Beethoven or Schumann that he heard, but their absurd interpreters, their cud-chewing audience whose crass stupidity was spread about their works like a heavy mist. No matter. There was in the works, even the most beautiful of them, a disturbing quality which Christophe had never before felt. What was it? He dared not analyze it, deeming it a sacrilege to question his beloved masters. But in vain did he shut his eyes to it. He had seen it, and in spite of himself he went on seeing it. Like the Vergognosa at Pisa, he looked between his fingers. He saw German art stripped. All of them, the great and the idiots, laid bare their souls with a complacent tenderness. Emotion overflowed, moral nobility trickled down, their hearts melted in distracted effusions. The sluice gates were opened to the fearful German tender-heartedness. It weakened the energy of the stronger, it drowned the weaker under its grayish waters. It was a flood. In the depths of it slept German thought. And what thoughts were those of a Mendelssohn, a Brahms, a Schumann, and following them, the whole legion of little writers of affected and tearful leader, built on sand, never rock, wet and shapeless clay. It was all so foolish, so childish often, that Christophe could not believe that it never occurred to the audience. He looked about him, but he saw only gaping faces, convinced in advance of the beauties they were hearing and the pleasure that they ought to find in it. How could they admit their own right to judge for themselves? They were filled with respect for these hallowed names. What did they not respect? They were respectful before their programs, before their glasses, before themselves. It was clear that mentally they dubbed everything excellent that remotely or nearly concerned them. Christophe passed in review the audience and the music alternately. The music reflected the audience reflected the music. Christophe felt laughter overcoming him, and he made faces. However, he controlled himself. But when the Germans of the South came and solemnly sang the confession that reminded him of the blushes of a girl in love, Christophe could not contain himself. He shouted with laughter. Indignant cries of "Shh!" were raised. His neighbors looked at him, scared. Their honest, scandalized faces filled him with joy. He laughed louder than ever. He laughed until he cried. Suddenly the audience grew angry. They cried, "Put him out!" He got up and went, shrugging his shoulders, shaking with suppressed laughter. His departure caused a scandal. It was the beginning of hostilities between Christophe and his birthplace. After that experience, Christophe shut himself up and set himself to read once more the works of the hallowed musicians. He was appalled to find that certain of the masters whom he loved most had lied. He tried hard to doubt it at first, to believe that he was mistaken. But no, there was no way out of it. He was staggered by the conglomeration of mediocrity and untruth which constitutes the artistic treasure of a great people. How many pages could bear examination? From that time on he could begin to read other works, other masters who were dear to him, only with a fluttering heart. Alas! There was some spell cast upon him. Always there was the same discomfiture. With some of them his heart was rent. It was as though he had lost a dear friend, as if he had suddenly seen that a friend in whom he had reposed entire confidence had been deceiving him for years. He wept for it. He did not sleep at night. He could not escape his torment. He blamed himself. Perhaps he had lost his judgment. Perhaps he had become altogether an idiot. No, no. More than ever he saw the radiant beauty of the day, and with more freshness and love than ever he felt the generous abundance of life. His heart was not deceiving him. But for a long time he dared not approach those who were the best for him, the purest, the holy of holies. He trembled at the thought of bringing his faith in them to the test. But how resist the pitiless instinct of a brave and truthful soul, which will go on to the end and see things as they are, whatever suffering may be got in doing so? So he opened the sacred works. He called upon the last reserve, the imperial guard. At the first glance he saw that they were no more immaculate than the others. He had not the courage to go on. Every now and then he stopped and closed the book. Like the son of Noah, he threw his cloak about his father's nakedness. Then he was prostrate in the midst of all these ruins. He would rather have lost an arm than have tampered with his blessed illusions. In his heart he mourned, but there was so much sap in him, so much reserve of life, that his confidence in art was not shaken. With a young man's naive presumption he began life again, as though no one had ever lived it before him. Intoxicated by his new strength, he felt, not without reason perhaps, that with a very few exceptions there is almost no relation between living passion and the expression which art has striven to give to it. But he was mistaken in thinking himself more happy or more true when he expressed it. As he was filled with passion, it was easy for him to discover it at the back of what he had written. But no one else would have recognized it through the imperfect vocabulary with which he designated its variations. Many artists whom he condemned were in the same case. They had had and had translated profound emotions, but the secret of their language had died with them. Christophe was no psychologist. He was not bothered with all these arguments. What was dead for him had always been so. He revised his judgment of the past with all the confident and fierce injustice of youth. He stripped the noblest souls, and had no pity for their foibles. There were the rich melancholy, the distinguished fantasy, the kindly thinking emptiness of Mendelssohn. There were the bead-stringing and the affectation of Weber, his dryness of heart, his cerebral emotion. There was Liszt, the noble priest, the circus rider, neoclassical and vagabond, a mixture in equal doses of real and false nobility, of serene idealism and disgusting virtuosity. Schubert, swallowed up by his sentimentality, drowned at the bottom of leagues of stale, transparent water. The men of the heroic ages, the demigods, the prophets, the fathers of the Church, were not spared. Even the great Sebastian, the man of ages, who bore in himself the past and the future, Bach, was not free of untruth, of fashionable folly, of school chattering. The man who had seen God, the man who lived in God, seemed sometimes to Christophe to have had an insipid and sugared religion, a Jesuitical style, rococo. In his cantatas there were languorous and devout airs, dialogues of the soul coquetting with Jesus, which sickened Christophe. Then he seemed to see chubby cherubim with round limbs and flying draperies.
And also he had a feeling that the genial cantor always wrote in a closed room. His work smacked of stuffiness. There was not in his music that brave outdoor air that was breathed in others. Not such great musicians, perhaps, but greater men, more human than he. Like Beethoven or Handel. What hurt him in all of them, especially in the classics, was their lack of freedom. Almost all their works were constructed. Sometimes an emotion was filled out with all the commonplaces of musical rhetoric, sometimes with a simple rhythm, an ornamental design, repeated, turned upside down, combined in every conceivable way in a mechanical fashion. These symmetrical and twaddling constructions, classical and neoclassical sonatas and symphonies, exasperated Christophe, who, at that time, was not very sensible of the beauty of order, and vast and well-conceived plans. That seemed to him to be rather masons' work than musicians'. But he was no less severe with the Romantics. It was a strange thing, and he was more surprised by it than anybody. But no musicians irritated him more than those who had pretended to be, and had actually been, the most free, the most spontaneous, the least constructive, those who, like Schumann, had poured drop by drop, minute by minute, into their innumerable little works their whole life. He was the more indignantly in revolt against them as he recognized in them his adolescent soul and all the follies that he had vowed to pluck out of it. In truth, the candid Schumann could not be taxed with falsity. He hardly ever said anything that he had not felt. But that was just it. His example made Christophe understand that the worst falsity in German art came into it not when the artists tried to express something which they had not felt, but rather when they tried to express the feelings which they did in fact feel, feelings which were false. Music is an implacable mirror of the soul. The more a German musician is naive and in good faith, the more he displays the weaknesses of the German soul, its uncertain depths, its soft tenderness, its want of frankness, its rather sly idealism, its incapacity for seeing itself, for daring to come face to face with itself. That false idealism is the secret sore even of the greatest, of Wagner. As he read his works, Christophe ground his teeth. Lohengrin seemed to him a blatant lie. He loathed the huckstering chivalry, the hypocritical mummery, the hero without fear and without a heart, the incarnation of cold and selfish virtue, admiring itself, and most patently self-satisfied. He knew it too well. He had seen it in reality, the type of German Pharisee, foppish, impeccable, and hard, bowing down before its own image, the divinity to which it has no scruple about sacrificing others. The Flying Dutchman overwhelmed him with its massive sentimentality and its gloomy boredom. The loves of the barbarous decadence of the tetralogy were of a sickening staleness. Siegmund, carrying off his sister, sang a tenor drawing-room song. Siegfried and Brunhilde, like respectable German married people, in the Götterdämmerung, laid bare before each other, especially for the benefit of the audience, their pompous and voluble conjugal passion. Every sort of lie had arranged to meet in that work. False idealism, false Christianity, false Gothicism, false legend, false gods, false humans. Never did more monstrous convention appear than in that theatre which was to upset all the conventions. Neither eyes, nor mind, nor heart could be deceived by it for a moment. If they were, then they must wish to be so. They did wish to be so. Germany was delighted with that doting, childish art, an art of brutes let loose, and mystic, namby-pamby little girls. And Christophe could do nothing. As soon as he heard the music he was caught up like the others, more than the others, by the flood, and the diabolical will of the man who had let it loose. He laughed, and he trembled, and his cheeks burned, and he felt galloping armies rushing through him. And he thought that those who bore such storms within themselves might have all allowances made for them. What cries of joy he uttered when in the hallowed works which he could not read without trembling, he felt once more his old emotion, ardent still, with nothing to tarnish the purity of what he loved. These were glorious relics that he saved from the wreck. What happiness they gave him! It seemed to him that he had saved a part of himself. And was it not himself? These great Germans, against whom he revolted, were they not his blood, his flesh, his most precious life? He was only severe with them because he was severe with himself. Who loved them better than he? Who felt more than he the goodness of Schubert, the innocence of Haydn, the tenderness of Mozart, the great heroic heart of Beethoven? Who, more often than he, took refuge in the murmuring of the forests of Weber, and the cool shade of the cathedrals of John Sebastian, raising against the grey sky of the north, above the plains of Germany, their pile of stone, and their gigantic towers with their sun-tipped spires? But he suffered from their lies, and he could not forget them. He attributed them to the race, their greatness to themselves. He was wrong. Greatness and weaknesses belong equally to the race whose great shifting thought flows like the greatest river of music and poetry at which Europe comes to drink. And in what other people would he have found the simple purity which now made it possible for him to condemn it so harshly? He had no notion of that. With the ingratitude of a spoiled child, he turned against his mother the weapons which he had received from her. Later, he was to feel all that he owed to her, and how dear she was to him. But he was in a phase of blind reaction against all the idols of his childhood. He was angry with himself and with them because he had believed in them absolutely and passionately, and it was well that it was so. There is an age in life when we must dare to be unjust, when we must make a clean sweep of all admiration and respect got at second hand, and deny everything, truth and untruth, everything which we have not of ourselves known for truth. Through education, and through everything that he sees and hears about him, a child absorbs so many lies and blind follies mixed with the essential verities of life, that the first duty of the adolescent who wishes to grow into a healthy man is to sacrifice everything. End of section 38. Section 39 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Cannon. Revolt I, Part 3. Christophe was passing through that crisis of healthy disgust. His instinct was impelling him to eliminate from his life all the undigested elements which encumbered it. First of all to go was that sickening sweet tenderness which sucked away the soul of Germany like a damp and mouldy riverbed. Light, light! A rough, dry wind which should sweep away the miasmas of the swamp, the misty staleness of the Lieder, Liedchen, Liedlein, as numerous as drops of rain, in which inexhaustibly the Germanic Gemüt is poured forth, the countless things, like Sehnsucht, desire, Heimweh, homesickness, Aufschwung, soaring, Trage, a question, Warum, why, an den Mond, to the moon, an die Sterne, to the stars, an die Nachtigall, to the nightingale, an der Frühling, to spring, an den Sonnenschein, to sunshine, like Frühlingslied, spring song, Frühlingslost, delights of spring, Frühlingsgruß, hail to the spring, Frühlingsfahrt, a spring journey, Frühlingsnacht, a spring night, Frühlingsbotschaft, the message of spring, like Stimme der Liebe, the voice of love, Sprache der Liebe, the language of love, Trauer der Liebe, love's sorrow, Geist der Liebe, the spirit of love,
Fülle der Liebe, the fullness of love. Like Blumenlied, the song of the flowers, Blumenbrief, the letter of the flowers, Blumengruß, flowers' greeting. Like Herzeleid, heart pangs, mein Herz ist schwer, my heart is heavy, mein Herz ist betrübt, my heart is troubled, mein Auge ist trüb, my eye is heavy. Like the candid and silly dialogues with the Roselein, the little rose, with the brook, with the turtle dove, with the lark, like those idiotic questions. If the briar could have no thorns? Is an old husband like a lark who has built a nest? Is she newly plighted? The whole deluge of stale tenderness, stale emotion, stale melancholy, stale poetry. How many lovely things profaned, rare things, used in season or out. For the worst of it was that it was all useless, a habit of undressing their hearts in public, a fond and foolish propensity of the honest people of Germany for plunging loudly into confidences. With nothing to say, they were always talking. Would their chatter never cease? As well bid frogs in a pond be silent. It was in the expression of love that Christophe was most rawly conscious of untruth, for he was in a position to compare it with the reality. The conventional love songs, lachrymose and proper, contained nothing like the desires of man or the heart of woman, and yet the people who had written them must have loved at least once in their lives. Was it possible that they could have loved like that? No, they had lied, as they always did. They had lied to themselves. They had tried to idealize themselves. Idealism! That meant that they were afraid of looking at life squarely, were incapable of seeing things like a man, as they are. Everywhere the same timidity, the same lack of manly frankness. Everywhere the same chilly enthusiasm, the same pompous lying solemnity, in their patriotism, in their drinking, in their religion. The Trinklieder, drinking songs, were prosopopoeia to wine and the bowl. Du herrlich Glas, thou noble glass. Faith, the one thing in the world which should be spontaneous, springing from the soul like an unexpected sudden stream, was a manufactured article, a commodity of trade. Their patriotic songs were made for docile flocks of sheep basking in unison. Shout, then! What? Must you go on lying, idealizing, till you are surfeited, till it brings you to slaughter and madness? Christophe ended by hating all idealism. He preferred frank brutality to such lying, but at heart he was more of an idealist than the rest, and he could not have, any more real enemies than the brutal realists whom he thought he preferred. He was blinded by passion. He was frozen by the mist, the anemic lying, the sunless phantom ideas. With his whole being he reached upwards to the sun. In his youthful contempt for the hypocrisy with which he was surrounded, or for what he took to be hypocrisy, he did not see the high, practical wisdom of the race, which little by little had built up for itself its grandiose idealism in order to suppress its savage instincts, or to turn them to account. Not arbitrary reasons, not moral and religious codes, not legislators and statesmen, priests and philosophers, transform the souls of peoples and often impose upon them a new nature, but centuries of misfortune and experience which forge the life of peoples who have the will to live. And yet Christophe went on composing, and his compositions were not examples of the faults which he found in others. In him creation was an irresistible necessity which would not submit to the rules which his intelligence laid down for it. No man creates from reason, but from necessity. It is not enough to have recognized the untruth and affectation inherent in the majority of the feelings to avoid falling into them. Long and painful endeavor is necessary. Nothing is more difficult than to be absolutely true in modern society with its crushing heritage of indolent habits handed down through generations. It is especially difficult for those people, those nations who are possessed by an indiscreet mania for letting their hearts speak, for making them speak, unceasingly, when most generally it had much better have been silent. Christophe's heart was very German in that. It had not yet learned the virtue of silence, and that virtue did not belong to his age. He had inherited from his father a need for talking, and talking loudly. He knew it and struggled against it, but the conflict paralyzed part of his forces, and he had another gift of heredity, no less burdensome, which had come to him from his grandfather, an extraordinary difficulty in expressing himself exactly. He was the son of a virtuoso. He was conscious of the dangerous attraction of virtuosity, of physical pleasure, the pleasure of skill, of agility, of satisfied muscular activity, the pleasure of conquering, of dazzling, of enthralling in his own person the many-headed audience, an excusable pleasure, in a young man almost an innocent pleasure, though none the less destructive of art and soul. Christophe knew it. It was in his blood. He despised it, but all the same he yielded to it. And so, torn between the instincts of his race and those of his genius, weighed down by the burden of a parasitical past which covered him with a crust that he could not break through, he floundered along, and was much nearer than he thought to all that he shunned and banned. All his compositions were a mixture of truth and turgidness, of lucid strength and faltering stupidity. It was only in rare moments that his personality could pierce the casing of the dead personality which hampered his movements. He was alone. He had no guide to help him out of the mire. When he thought he was out of it, he slipped back again. He went blindly on, wasting his time and strength in futile efforts. He was spared no trial, and in the disorder of his creative striving he never knew what was of greatest worth in what he created. He tied himself up in absurd projects, symphonic poems, which pretended to philosophy and were of monstrous dimensions. He was too sincere to be able to hold to them for long together, and he would discard them in disgust before he had stretched out a single movement, or he would set out to translate into overtures the most inaccessible works of poetry. Then he would flounder about in a domain which was not his own. When he drew up scenarios for himself, for he stuck at nothing, they were idiotic, and when he attacked the great works of Goethe, Hebel, Kleist, or Shakespeare, he understood them all wrong. It was not want of intelligence, but want of the critical spirit. He could not yet understand others. He was too much taken up with himself. He found himself everywhere with his naive and turgid soul. But besides these monsters who were not really begotten, he wrote a quantity of small pieces, which were the immediate expression of passing emotions. The most eternal of all, musical thoughts, Lieder. In this, as in other things, he was in passionate reaction against current practices. He would take up the most famous poems, already set to music, and was impertinent enough to try to treat them differently and with greater truth than Schumann and Schubert. Sometimes he would try to give to the poetic figures of Goethe, to Mignon, the harpist in Wilhelm Meister, their individual character, exact and changing. Sometimes he would tackle certain love songs which the weakness of the artists and the dullness of the audience in tacit agreement had clothed about with sickly sentimentality, and he would unclothe them. He would restore to them their rough, crude sensuality. In a word, he set out to make passions and people live for themselves and not to serve as toys for German families seeking an easy emotionalism on Sundays when they sat about in some Biergarten. But generally he would find the poets, even the greatest of them, too literary, and he would select the simplest texts for preference, texts of old Lieder, jolly old songs, which he had read perhaps in some improving work. He would take care not to preserve their choral character. He would treat them with a fine, lively, and altogether lay audacity. Or he would take words from the Gospel, or proverbs, sometimes even words heard by chance, scraps of dialogues of the people, children's thoughts, words often awkward and prosaic in which there was only pure feeling. With them he was at his ease, and he would reach a depth with them which was not in his other compositions, a depth which he himself never suspected. Good or bad, more often bad than good, his works as a whole had abounding vitality. They were not altogether new, far from it. Christophe was often banal. Through his very sincerity he repeated sometimes forms already used, because they exactly rendered his thought, because he also felt in that way and not otherwise. Nothing would have induced him to try to be original. It seemed to him that a man must be very commonplace to burden himself with such an idea. He tried to be himself, to say what he felt, without worrying as to whether what he said had been said before him or not. He took a pride in believing that it was the best way of being original, and that Christophe had only been and only would be alive once. With the magnificent impudence of youth, nothing seemed to him to have been done before, and everything seemed to him to be left for doing, or for doing again. And the feeling of this inward fullness of life, of a life stretching endless before him, brought him to a state of exuberant and rather indiscreet happiness. He was perpetually in a state of jubilation, which had no need of joy. It could adapt itself to sorrow. Its source overflowed with life, was in its strength mother of all happiness and virtue. To live too much. A man who does not feel within himself this intoxication of strength, this jubilation in living, even in the depths of misery, is not an artist. That is the touchstone. True greatness is shown in this power of rejoicing through joy and sorrow. A Mendelssohn or a Brahms, gods of the mists of October and of fine rain, have never known the divine power. Christophe was conscious of it, and he showed his joy simply, impudently. He saw no harm in it. He only asked to share it with others. He did not see how such joy hurts the majority of men, who never can possess it and are always envious of it. For the rest, he never bothered about pleasing or displeasing. He was sure of himself, and nothing seemed to him simpler than to communicate his conviction to others, to conquer. Instinctively he compared his riches with the general poverty of the makers of music, and he thought that it would be very easy to make his superiority recognized. Too easy, even. He had only to show himself. He showed himself. They were waiting for him. Christophe had made no secret of his feelings. Since he had become aware of German Pharisaism, which refuses to see things as they are, he had made it a law for himself that he should be absolutely, continually, uncompromisingly sincere in everything, without regard for anything or anybody or himself. And as he could do nothing without going to extremes, he was extravagant in his sincerity. He would say outrageous things, and scandalize people 1,000 times less naive than himself. He never dreamed that it might annoy them. When he realized the idiocy of some hallowed composition, he would make haste to impart his discovery to everybody he encountered, musicians of the orchestra, or amateurs of his acquaintance. He would pronounce the most absurd judgments with a beaming face. At first no one took him seriously. They laughed at his freaks. But it was not long before they found that he was always reverting to them, insisting on them in a way that was really bad taste. It became evident that Christophe believed in his paradoxes, and they became less amusing. He was a nuisance. At concerts he would make ironic remarks in a loud voice, or would express his scorn for the glorious masters in no veiled fashion, wherever he might be. Everything passed from mouth to mouth in the little town. Not a word was lost. People were already affronted by his conduct during the past year. They had not forgotten the scandalous fashion in which he had shown himself abroad with Ada and the troublous times of the sequel. He had forgotten it himself. One day wiped out another, and he was very different from what he had been 2 months before. But others had not forgotten. Those who, in all small towns, take upon themselves scrupulously to note down all the faults, all the imperfections, all the sad, ugly, and unpleasant happenings concerning their neighbors, so that nothing is ever forgotten. Christophe's new extravagances were naturally set, side by side with his former indiscretions, in the scroll. The former explained the latter. The outraged feelings of offended morality were now bolstered up by those of scandalized good taste. The kindliest of them said, "He is trying to be particular," but most alleged, "Total verrückt," absolutely mad. An opinion no less severe and even more dangerous was beginning to find currency, an opinion assured of success by reason of its illustrious origin. It was said that at the palace, whither Christophe still went upon his official duties, he had had the bad taste in conversation with the Grand Duke himself, with revolting lack of decency, to give vent to his ideas concerning the illustrious masters. It was said that he had called Mendelssohn's Elijah a clerical humbug's paternoster, and he had called certain lieder of Schumann Backfisch Musik, and that in the face of the declared preference of the august princess for those works. The Grand Duke had cut short his impertinences by saying dryly, "To hear you, sir, one would doubt your being a German." This vengeful utterance, coming from so lofty an eminence, reached the lowest depths, and everybody who thought he had reason to be annoyed with Christophe, either for his success or for some more personal, if not more cogent reason, did not fail to call to mind that he was not, in fact, pure German. His father's family, it was remembered, came originally from Belgium. It was not surprising, therefore, that this immigrant should decry the national glories. That explained everything, and German vanity found reasons therein for greater self-esteem, and at the same time for despising its adversary. Christophe himself most substantially fed this platonic vengeance. It is very imprudent to criticize others when you are yourself on the point of challenging criticism. A cleverer or less frank artist would have shown more modesty and more respect for his predecessors. But Christophe could see no reason for hiding his contempt for mediocrity or his joy in his own strength, and his joy was shown in no temperate fashion. Although from childhood Christophe had been turned in upon himself for want of any creature to confide in, of late he had come by a need of expansiveness. He had too much joy for himself. His breast was too small to contain it. He would have burst if he had not shared his delight. Failing a friend, he had confided in his colleague in the orchestra, the second Kapellmeister, Sigmund Ochs, a young Würtemberger, a good fellow, though crafty, who showed him an effusive deference. Christophe did not distrust him, and even if he had, how could it have occurred to him that it might be harmful to confide his joy to one who did not care, or even to an enemy? Ought they not rather to be grateful to him? Was it not for them also that he was working? He brought happiness for all, friends and enemies alike. He had no idea that there is nothing more difficult than to make men accept a new happiness. They almost prefer their old misery. They need food that has been masticated for ages. But what is most intolerable to them is the thought that they owe such happiness to another. They cannot forgive that offense until there is no way of evading it, and in any case they do contrive to make the giver pay dearly for it. There were, then, 1,000 reasons why Christophe's confidences should not be kindly received by anybody. But there were 1,001 reasons why they should not be acceptable to Sigmund Ochs. The first Kapellmeister, Tobias Pfeiffer, was on the point of retiring, and in spite of his youth, Christophe had every chance of succeeding him. Ochs was too good a German not to recognize that Christophe was worthy of the position, since the court was on his side. But he had too good an opinion of himself not to believe that he would have been more worthy had the court known him better. And so he received Christophe's effusions with a strange smile when he arrived at the theatre in the morning, with a face that he tried hard to make serious, though it beamed in spite of himself. "Well," he would say slyly as he came up to him, "another masterpiece?" Christophe would take his arm. "Ah, my friend, it is the best of all. If you could hear it! Devil take me, it is too beautiful. There has never been anything like it. God help the poor audience. They will only long for one thing when they have heard it, to die." His words did not fall upon deaf ears. Instead of smiling, or of chaffing Christophe about his childish enthusiasm, he would have been the first to laugh at it and beg pardon if he had been made to feel the absurdity of it. Ochs went into ironic ecstasies. He drew Christophe on to further enormities, and when he left him made haste to repeat them all, making them even more grotesque. The little circle of musicians chuckled over them, and everyone was impatient for the opportunity of judging the unhappy compositions. They were all judged beforehand. At last they appeared. Christophe had chosen from the better of his works an overture to the Judith of Hebel, the savage energy of which had attracted him in his reaction against German atony, although he was beginning to lose his taste for it, knowing intuitively the unnaturalness of such assumption of genius, always and at all costs. He had added a symphony which bore the bombastic title of the Basel Buchlen, the dream of life, and the motto, Vita somnium breve. A song cycle completed the program with a few classical works, and a Festmarsch by Ochs, which Christophe had kindly offered to include in his concert, though he knew it to be mediocre. Nothing much happened during the rehearsals. Although the orchestra understood absolutely nothing of the composition it was playing, and everybody was privately disconcerted by the oddities of the new music, they had no time to form an opinion. They were not capable of doing so until the public had pronounced on it. Besides, Christophe's confidence imposed on the artists, who, like every good German orchestra, were docile and disciplined. His only difficulties were with the singer. She was the Blue Lady of the Townhalle concert. She was famous through Germany. The domestic creature sang Brunhilde Kundry at Dresden and Bayreuth with undoubted lung power. But if in the Wagnerian school she had learned the art of which that school is justly proud, the art of good articulation, of projecting the consonants through space, and of battering the gaping audience with the vowels as with a club, she had not learned, designedly, the art of being natural. She provided for every word. Everything was accentuated. The syllables moved with leaden feet, and there was a tragedy in every sentence. Christophe implored her to moderate her dramatic power a little. She tried at first graciously enough, but her natural heaviness and her need for letting her voice go carried her away. Christophe became nervous. He told the respectable lady that he had tried to make human beings speak with his speaking trumpet and not the dragon Fafner. She took his insolence in bad part, naturally. She said that, thank heaven, she knew what singing was, and that she had had the honor of interpreting the Lieder of Maestro Brahms in the presence of that great man, and that he had never tired of hearing her. "So much the worse! So much the worse!" cried Christophe. She asked him with a haughty smile to be kind enough to explain the meaning of his energetic remark. He replied that never in his life had Brahms known what it was to be natural, that his eulogies were the worst possible censure, and that although he, Christophe, was not very polite, as she had justly observed, never would he have gone so far as to say anything so unpleasant. The argument went on in this fashion, and the lady insisted on singing in her own way, with heavy pathos and melodramatic effects, until one day when Christophe declared coldly that he saw the truth. It was her nature, and nothing could change it. But since the Lieder could not be sung properly, they should not be sung at all. He withdrew them from the program. It was on the eve of the concert, and they were counting on the Lieder. She had talked about them. She was musician enough to appreciate certain of their qualities. Christophe insulted her, and as she was not sure that the morrow's concert would not set the seal on the young man's fame, she did not wish to quarrel with a rising star. She gave way suddenly, and during the last rehearsal she submitted docilely to all Christophe's wishes. But she had made up her mind, at the concert, to have her own way. End of section 39. Section 40 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland. Translated by Gilbert Canaan. Revolt I, Part 4. The day came. Christophe had no anxiety. He was too full of his music to be able to judge it. He realized that some of his works in certain places bordered on the ridiculous. But what did that matter? Nothing great can be written without touching the ridiculous. To reach the heart of things, it is necessary to dare human respect, politeness, modesty, the timidity of social lies under which the heart is stifled. If nobody is to be affronted and success attained, a man must be resigned all his life to remain bound by convention and to give to second-rate people the second-rate truth, mitigated, diluted, which they are capable of receiving. He must dwell in prison all his life. A man is great only when he has set his foot on such anxieties. Christophe trampled them underfoot. Let them hiss him. He was sure of not leaving them indifferent. He conjured up the faces that certain people of his acquaintance would make as they heard certain rather bold passages. He expected bitter criticism. He smiled at it already. In any case, they would have to be blind, or deaf, to deny that there was force in it. Pleasant or otherwise, what did it matter? Pleasant, pleasant. Force, that is enough. Let it go its way, and bear all before it, like the Rhine. He had one setback. The Grand Duke did not come. The royal box was only occupied by court people, a few ladies in waiting. Christophe was irritated by it. He thought, "The fool is cross with me. He does not know what to think of my work. He is afraid of compromising himself." He shrugged his shoulders, pretending not to be put out by such idiocy. Others paid more attention to it. It was the first lesson for him, a menace of his future. The public had not shown much more interest than the Grand Duke. Quite a third of the hall was empty. Christophe could not help thinking bitterly of the crowded halls at his concerts when he was a child. He would not have been surprised by the change if he had had more experience. It would have seemed natural to him that there were fewer people come to hear him when he made good music than when he made bad. For it is not music but the musician in which the greater part of the public is interested. And it is obvious that a musician who is a man, and like everybody else, is much less interesting than a musician in a child's little trousers or short frock, who tickles sentimentality or amuses idleness. After waiting in vain for the hall to fill, Christophe decided to begin. He tried to pretend that it was better so, saying, "A few friends, but good." His optimism did not last long. His pieces were played in silence. There is a silence in an audience which seems big and overflowing with love. But there was nothing in this. Nothing. Utter sleep. Blankness. Every phrase seemed to drop into depths of indifference. With his back turned to the audience, busy with his orchestra, Christophe was fully aware of everything that was happening in the hall, with those inner antennae which every true musician is endowed, so that he knows whether what he is playing is waking an echo in the hearts about him. He went on conducting, and growing excited, while he was frozen by the cold mist of boredom rising from the stalls and the boxes behind him. At last the overture was ended, and the audience applauded. It applauded coldly, politely, and was then silent. Christophe would rather have had them hoot. A hiss! One hiss! Anything to give a sign of life, or at least of reaction against his work. Nothing. He looked at the audience. The people were looking at each other, each trying to find out what the other thought. They did not succeed, and relapsed into indifference. The music went on. The symphony was played. Christophe found it hard to go on to the end. Several times he was on the point of throwing down his baton and running away. Their apathy overtook him. At last he could not understand what he was conducting. He could not breathe. He felt that he was falling into fathomless boredom. There was not even the whispered ironic comment which he had anticipated at certain passages. The audience were reading their programs. Christophe heard the pages turned all together with a dry rustling, and then once more there was silence until the last chord, when the same polite applause showed that they had not understood that the symphony was finished. And yet there were 4 pairs of hands went on clapping when the others had finished, but they awoke no echo, and stopped ashamed. That made the emptiness seem more empty, and the little incident served to show the audience how bored it had been. Christophe took a seat in the middle of the orchestra. He dared not look to right or left. He wanted to cry, and at the same time he was quivering with rage. He was fain to get up and shout at them, "You bore me! Ah, how you bore me! I cannot bear it! Go away! Go away, all of you!" The audience woke up a little. They were expecting the singer.
They were accustomed to applauding her. In that ocean of new music in which they were drifting without a compass, she at least was sure, a known land, and a solid, in which there was no danger of being lost. Christophe divined their thoughts exactly, and he laughed bitterly. The singer was no less conscious of the expectancy of the audience. Christophe saw that in her regal airs when he came and told her that it was her turn to appear. They looked at each other inimically. Instead of offering her his arm, Christophe thrust his hands into his pockets and let her go on alone. Furious and out of countenance, she passed him. He followed her with a bored expression. As soon as she appeared, the audience gave her an ovation. That made everybody happier. Every face brightened, the audience grew interested, and glasses were brought into play. Certain of her power, she tackled the leader, in her own way, of course, and absolutely disregarded Christophe's remarks of the evening before. Christophe, who was accompanying her, went pale. He had foreseen her rebellion. At the first change that she made, he tapped on the piano and said angrily, "No!" She went on. He whispered behind her back in a low voice of fury, "No, no, not like that, not that!" Unnerved by his fierce growls, which the audience could not hear, though the orchestra caught every syllable, she stuck to it, dragging her notes, making pauses like organ stops. He paid no heed to them and went ahead. In the end, they got out of time. The audience did not notice it. For some time they had been saying that Christophe's music was not made to seem pleasant or right to the ear. But Christophe, who was not of that opinion, was making lunatic grimaces, and at last he exploded. He stopped short in the middle of a bar. "Stop!" he shouted. She was carried on by her own impetus for half a bar and then stopped. "That's enough," he said dryly. There was a moment of amazement in the audience. After a few seconds he said icily, "Begin again." She looked at him in stupefaction. Her hands trembled. She thought for a moment of throwing his book at his head. Afterwards, she did not understand how it was that she did not do so. But she was overwhelmed by Christophe's authority and his unanswerable tone of voice. She began again. She sang the song cycle, without changing one shade of meaning or a single movement, for she felt that he would spare her nothing, and she shuddered at the thought of a fresh insult. When she had finished, the audience recalled her frantically. They were not applauding the leader. They would have applauded just the same if she had sung any others. But the famous singer who had grown old in harness, they knew that they could safely admire her. Besides, they wanted to make up to her for the insult she had just received. They were not quite sure, but they did vaguely understand that the singer had made a mistake, and they thought it indecent of Christophe to call their attention to it. They encored the songs, but Christophe shut the piano firmly. The singer did not notice his insolence. She was too much upset to think of singing again. She left the stage hurriedly and shut herself up in her box, and then for a quarter of an hour she relieved her heart of the flood of wrath and rage that was pent up in it. A nervous attack, a deluge of tears, indignant outcries and imprecations against Christophe. She omitted nothing. Her cries of anger could be heard through the closed door. Those of her friends who had made their way there told everybody when they left that Christophe had behaved like a cad. Opinion travels quickly in a concert hall, and so when Christophe went to his desk for the last piece of music, the audience was stormy. But it was not his composition. It was the Festmarsch by Oakes, which Christophe had kindly included in his program. The audience, who were quite at their ease with the dull music, found a very simple method of displaying their disapproval of Christophe without going so far as to hiss him. They acclaimed Oakes ostentatiously, recalled the composer 2 or 3 times, and he appeared readily, and that was the end of the concert. The Grand Duke and everybody at the court, the bored, gossiping little provincial town, lost no detail of what had happened. The papers which were friendly towards this singer made no allusion to the incident, but they all agreed in exalting her art, while they only mentioned the titles of the lieder which she had sung. They published only a few lines about Christophe's other compositions, and they all said almost the same things. Knowledge of counterpoint, complicated writing, lack of inspiration, no melody, written with the head, not with the heart, want of sincerity, trying to be original. Followed a paragraph on true originality, that of the masters who are dead and buried, Mozart, Beethoven, Loewe, Schubert, Brahms. Those who are original without thinking of it. Then, by natural transition, they passed to the revival of the Grand Ducal Theatre, of the Nachtlager von Granada of Konradin Kreutzer. A long account was given of the delicious music, as fresh and jolly as when it was first written. Christophe's compositions met with absolute and astonished lack of comprehension from the most kindly disposed critics, veiled hostility from those who did not like him, and were arming themselves for later ventures, and from the general public, guided by neither friendly nor hostile critics, silence. Left to its own thoughts, the general public does not think at all. That goes without saying. Christophe was bowled over. And yet there was nothing surprising in his defeat. There were reasons, 3 to 1, why his compositions should not please. They were immature. They were, secondly, too advanced to be understood at once. And lastly, people were only too glad to give a lesson to the impertinent youngster. But Christophe was not cool-headed enough to admit that his reverse was legitimate. He had none of that serenity which the true artist gains from the mournful experience of long misunderstanding at the hands of men and their incurable stupidity. His naive confidence in the public and in success, which he thought he could easily gain because he deserved it, crumbled away. He would have thought it natural to have enemies, but what staggered him was to find that he had not a single friend. Those on whom he had counted, those who hitherto had seemed to be interested in everything that he wrote, had not given him a single word of encouragement since the concert. He tried to probe them. They took refuge behind vague words. He insisted. He wanted to know what they really thought. The most sincere of them referred back to his former works, his foolish early efforts. More than once in his life he was to hear his new works condemned by comparison with the older ones, and that by the same people who, a few years before, had condemned his older works when they were new. That is the usual ordering of these things. Christophe did not like it. He exclaimed loudly. If people did not like him, well and good. He accepted that. It even pleased him, since he could not be friends with everybody. But that people should pretend to be fond of him and not allow him to grow up, that they should try to force him all his life to remain a child, was beyond the pale. What is good at 12 is not good at 20, and he hoped not to stay at that, but to change, and to go on changing always. These idiots who tried to stop life. What was interesting in his childish compositions was not their childishness and silliness, but the force in them hungering for the future, and they were trying to kill his future. No, they had never understood what he was. They had never loved him, never then or now. They only loved the weakness and vulgarity in him, everything that he had in common with others, and not himself, not what he really was. Their friendship was a misunderstanding. He was exaggerating, perhaps. It often happens with quite nice people who are incapable of liking new work which they sincerely love when it is 20 years old. New life smacks too strong for their weak senses. The scent of it must evaporate in the winds of time. A work of art only becomes intelligible to them when it is crusted over with the dust of years. But Christophe could not admit of not being understood when he was present, and of being understood when he was past. He preferred to think that he was not understood at all, in any case even, and he raged against it. He was foolish enough to want to make himself understood, to explain himself, to argue, although no good purpose was served thereby. He would have had to reform the taste of his time. But he was afraid of nothing. He was determined, by hook or by crook, to clean up German taste. But it was utterly impossible. He could not convince anybody by means of conversation, in which he found it difficult to find words, and expressed himself with an excess of violence about the great musicians, and even about the men to whom he was talking. He only succeeded in making a few more enemies. He would have had to prepare his ideas beforehand, and then to force the public to hear him. And just then, at the appointed hour, his star, his evil star, gave him the means of doing so. End of section 40.
Section 41 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Cannon. Revolt I, Part 5. He was sitting in the restaurant of the theatre, in a group of musicians belonging to the orchestra, whom he was scandalizing by his artistic judgments. They were not all of the same opinion, but they were all ruffled by the freedom of his language. Old Kraus, the alto, a good fellow and a good musician, who sincerely loved Christophe, tried to turn the conversation. He coughed, then looked out for an opportunity of making a pun. But Christophe did not hear him. He went on, and Kraus mourned and thought, "What makes him say such things? God bless him! You can think these things, but you must not say them." The odd thing was that he also thought these things. At least he had a glimmering of them, and Christophe's words roused many doubts in him, but he had not the courage to confess it, or openly to agree, half from fear of compromising himself, half from modesty and distrust of himself. Weigel, the cornet player, did not want to know anything. He was ready to admire anything or anybody, good or bad, star or gas jet. Everything was the same to him. There were no degrees in his admiration. He admired, admired, admired. It was a vital necessity to him. It hurt him when anybody tried to curb him. Old Kuh, the violoncellist, suffered even more. He loved bad music with all his heart. Everything that Christophe hounded down with his sarcasm and invective was infinitely dear to him. Instinctively his choice pitched on the most conventional works. His soul was a reservoir of tearful and high-flown emotion. Indeed, he was not dishonest in his tender regard for all the sham great men. It was when he tried to pretend that he liked the real great men that he was lying to himself, in perfect innocence. There are Brahmins who think to find in their God the breath of old men of genius. They love Beethoven in Brahms. Kuh went one better. He loved Brahms in Beethoven. But the most enraged of all with Christophe's paradoxes was Spitz, the bassoon. It was not so much his musical instinct that was wounded as his natural servility. One of the Roman emperors wished to die standing. Spitz wished to die as he had lived, crawling. That was his natural position. It was delightful to him to grovel at the feet of everything that was official, hallowed, arrived, and he was beside himself when anybody tried to keep him from playing the lackey comfortably. So Kuh groaned, Weigel threw up his hands in despair, Kraus made jokes, and Spitz shouted in a shrill voice. But Christophe went on imperturbably shouting louder than the rest, and saying monstrous things about Germany and the Germans. At the next table a young man was listening to him and rocking with laughter. He had black curly hair, fine intelligent eyes, a large nose, which at its end could not make up its mind to go either to right or left, and rather than go straight on, went to both sides at once, thick lips, and a clever, mobile face. He was following everything that Christophe said, hanging on his lips, reflecting every word with a sympathetic and yet mocking attention, wrinkling up his forehead, his temples, the corners of his eyes, round his nostrils and cheeks, grimacing with laughter, and every now and then shaking all over convulsively. He did not join in the conversation, but he did not miss a word of it. He showed his joy especially when he saw Christophe, involved in some argument and heckled by Spitz, flounder about, stammer, and stutter with anger, until he had found the word he was seeking, a rock with which to crush his adversary. And his delight knew no bounds when Christophe, swept along by his passions far beyond the capacity of his thought, enunciated monstrous paradoxes which made his hearers snort. At last they broke up, each of them tired out with feeling and alleging his own superiority. As Christophe, the last to go, was leaving the room, he was accosted by the young man, who had listened to his words with such pleasure. He had not yet noticed him. The other politely removed his hat, smiled, and asked permission to introduce himself. Franz Mannheim. He begged pardon for his indiscretion in listening to the argument, and congratulated Christophe on the maestria with which he had pulverized his opponents. He was still laughing at the thought of it. Christophe was glad to hear it, and looked at him a little distrustfully. "Seriously?" he asked. "You are not laughing at me?" The other swore by the gods. Christophe's face lit up. "Then you think I am right? You are of my opinion?" "Well," said Mannheim, "I am not a musician. I know nothing of music. The only music I like, if it is not too flattering to say so, is yours. That may show you that my taste is not so bad." "Oh," said Christophe skeptically, though he was flattered all the same. "That proves nothing." "You are difficult to please. Good. I think as you do. That proves nothing, and I don't venture to judge what you say of German musicians. But anyhow, it is so true of the Germans in general, the old Germans, all the romantic idiots with their rancid thought, their sloppy emotion, their senile reiteration which we are asked to admire, the eternal yesterday which has always been and always will be law tomorrow because it is law today." He recited a few lines of the famous passage in Schiller. Das ewig Gestrige, das immer war und immer wiederkehrt. Himself first of all. He stopped in the middle of his recitation. "Who?" asked Christophe. "The pump-maker who wrote that." Christophe did not understand, but Mannheim went on. "I should like to have a general cleaning up of art and thought every 50 years. Nothing to be left standing." "A little drastic," said Christophe, smiling. "No, I assure you, 50 years is too much. I should say 30, and even less. It is a hygienic measure. One does not keep one's ancestors in one's house. One gets rid of them when they are dead, and sends them elsewhere, there politely to rot, and one places stones on them to be quite sure that they will not come back. Nice people put flowers on them too. I don't mind if they like it. All I ask is to be left in peace. I leave them alone. Each for his own side, say I, the dead and the living." "There are some dead who are more alive than the living." "No, no, it would be more true to say that there are some living who are more dead than the dead." "Maybe. In any case, there are old things which are still young." "Then if they are still young, we can find them for ourselves. But I don't believe it. What has been good once never is good again. Nothing is good but change. Before all, we have to rid ourselves of the old men and things. There are too many of them in Germany. Death to them, say I." Christophe listened to these squibs attentively and labored to discuss them. He was in part in sympathy with them. He recognized certain of his own thoughts in them, and at the same time he felt a little embarrassed at having them so blown out to the point of caricature. But as he assumed that everybody else was as serious as himself, he thought that perhaps Mannheim, who seemed to be more learned than himself and spoke more easily, was right, and was drawing the logical conclusions from his principles. Vain Christophe, whom so many people could not forgive for his faith in himself, was really most naively modest, often tricked by his modesty when he was with those who were better educated than himself, especially when they consented not to plume themselves on it to avoid an awkward discussion. Mannheim, who was amusing himself with his own paradoxes, and from one sally to another had reached extravagant quips and cranks, at which he was laughing immensely, was not accustomed to being taken seriously. He was delighted with the trouble that Christophe was taking to discuss his nonsense, and even to understand it, and while he laughed, he was grateful for the importance which Christophe gave him. He thought him absurd and charming. They parted very good friends, and Christophe was not a little surprised 3 hours later at rehearsal to see Mannheim's head poked through the little door leading to the orchestra, smiling and grimacing, and making mysterious signs at him. When the rehearsal was over, Christophe went to him. Mannheim took his arm familiarly. "You can spare a moment? Listen, I have an idea. Perhaps you will think it absurd.
Would not you like for once in a way to write what you think of music and the musicos, instead of wasting your breath in haranguing 4 dirty knaves of your band, who are good for nothing but scraping and blowing into bits of wood? Would it not be better to address the general public? Not better? Would I like? My word! And when do you want me to write? It is good of you. I've a proposal for you. Some friends and I, Adalbert von Waldhaus, Raphael Goldenring, Adolf May, and Lucien Ehrenfeld, have started a review, the only intelligent review in the town, the Dionysus. You must know it. We all admire each other and should be glad if you would join us. Will you take over our musical criticism? Christophe was abashed by such an honor. He was longing to accept. He was only afraid of not being worthy. He could not write. "Oh, come," said Mannheim. "I am sure you can, and besides, as soon as you are a critic, you can do anything you like. You've no need to be afraid of the public. The public is incredibly stupid. It is nothing to be an artist. An artist is only a sort of comedian. An artist can be hissed, but a critic has the right to say, 'Hiss me that, man.' The whole audience lets him do its thinking. Think whatever you like. Only look as if you were thinking something. Provided you give the fools their food, it does not much matter what. They will gulp down anything." In the end, Christophe consented, with effusive thanks. He only made it a condition that he should be allowed to say what he liked. Of course," said Mannheim. "Absolute freedom. We are all free." He looked him up at the theatre once more after the performance to introduce him to Adalbert von Waldhaus and his friends. They welcomed him warmly. With the exception of Waldhaus, who belonged to one of the noble families of the neighborhood, they were all Jews and all very rich. Mannheim was the son of a banker, May the son of the manager of a metallurgical establishment, and Ehrenfeld's father was a great jeweler. Their fathers belonged to the older generation of Jews, industrious and acquisitive, attached to the spirit of their race, building their fortunes with keen energy, and enjoying their energy much more than their fortunes. Their sons seemed to be made to destroy what their fathers had builded. They laughed at family prejudice and their ant-like mania for economy and delving. They posed as artists, affected to despise money and to fling it out of window. But in reality they hardly ever let it slip through their fingers, and in vain did they do all sorts of foolish things. They never could altogether lead astray their lucidity of mind and practical sense. For the rest, their parents kept an eye on them and reined them in. The most prodigal of them, Mannheim, would sincerely have given away all that he had, but he never had anything, and although he was always loudly inveighing against his father's niggardliness, in his heart he laughed at it and thought that he was right. In fine, there was only Waldhaus, really, who was in control of his fortune, and went into it wholeheartedly and reckless of cost, and bore that of the review. He was a poet. He wrote polymètres in the manner of Arno Holtz and Walt Whitman, with lines alternately very long and very short, in which stops, double and triple stops, dashes, silences, commas, italics, and italics played a great part. And so did alliteration and repetition of a word, of a line, of a whole phrase. He interpolated words of every language. He wanted, no one has ever known why, to render the Cézanne into verse. In truth, he was poetic enough and had a distinguished taste for stale things. He was sentimental and dry, naive and foppish. His labored verses affected a cavalier carelessness. He would have been a good poet for men of the world, but there are too many of the kind in the reviews and artistic circles, and he wished to be alone. He had taken it into his head to play the great gentleman who was above the prejudices of his caste. He had more prejudices than anybody. He did not admit their existence. He took a delight in surrounding himself with Jews in the review which he edited, to rouse the indignation of his family, who were very anti-Semite, and to prove his own freedom of mind to himself. With his colleagues he assumed a tone of courteous equality, but in his heart he had a calm and boundless contempt for them. He was not unaware that they were very glad to make use of his name and money, and he let them do so because it pleased him to despise them. And they despised him for letting them do so, for they knew very well that it served his turn. A fair exchange. Waldhaus lent them his name and fortune, and they brought him their talents. their eye for business and subscribers. They were much more intelligent than he. Not that they had more personality. They had perhaps even less. But in the little town they were, as the Jews are everywhere and always, by the mere fact of their difference of race, which for centuries has isolated them and sharpened their faculty for making observation, they were the most advanced in mind, the most sensible of the absurdity of its mouldy institutions and decrepit thought. Only, as their character was less free than their intelligence, it did not help them, while they mocked, from trying rather to turn those institutions and ideas to account than to reform them. In spite of their independent professions of faith, they were like the noble Adalbert, little provincial snobs, rich, idle young men of family, who dabbled and flirted with letters for the fun of it. They were very glad to swagger about as giant killers, but they were kindly enough and never slew anybody but a few inoffensive people, or those whom they thought could never harm them. They cared nothing for setting by the ears a society to which they knew very well they would one day return and embrace all the prejudices which they had combated. And when they did venture to make a stir on a little scandal, or loudly to declare war on some idol of the day, who was beginning to totter, they took care never to burn their boats. In case of danger they re-embarked. Whatever then might be the issue of the campaign, when it was finished, it was a long time before war would break out again. The Philistines could sleep in peace. All that these new Davidsbündler wanted to do was to make it appear that they could have been terrible if they had so desired. But they did not desire. They preferred to be on friendly terms with artists, and to give suppers to actresses. Christophe was not happy in such a set. They were always talking of women and horses, and their talk was not refined. They were stiff and formal. Adalbert spoke in a mincing, slow voice, with exaggerated, bored, and boring politeness. Adolphe May, the secretary of the review, a heavy, thick-set, bull-necked, brutal-looking young man, always pretended to be in the right. He laid down the law, never listened to what anybody said, seemed to despise the opinion of the person he was talking to, and also that person. Goldenring, the art critic, who had a twitch, and eyes perpetually winking behind his large spectacles, no doubt in imitation of the painters whose society he cultivated, wore long hair, smoked in silence, mumbled scraps of sentences which he never finished, and made vague gestures in the air with his thumb. Ehrenfeld was little, bald, and smiling, had a fair beard and a sensitive, weary-looking face, a hooked nose, and he wrote the fashions and the society notes in the review. In a silky voice he used to talk obscurely. He had a wit, though of a malignant and often ignoble kind. All these young millionaires were anarchists, of course. When a man possesses everything, it is the supreme luxury for him to deny society, for in that way he can evade his responsibilities. So might a robber, who has just fleeced a traveler, say to him, "What are you staying for? Get along. I have no more use for you." Of the whole bunch, Christophe was only in sympathy with Mannheim. He was certainly the most lively of the five. He was amused by everything that he said and everything that was said to him. Stuttering, stammering, blundering, sniggering, talking nonsense, he was incapable of following an argument, or of knowing exactly what he thought himself. But he was quite kindly, bearing no malice, having not a spark of ambition. In truth, he was not very frank. He was always playing a part, but quite innocently, and he never did anybody any harm. He espoused all sorts of strange utopias, most often generous. He was too subtle and too skeptical to keep his head even in his enthusiasms, and he never compromised himself by applying his theories. But he had to have some hobby. It was a game to him, and he was always changing from one to another. For the time being his craze was for kindness. It was not enough for him to be kind naturally. He wished to be thought kind. He professed kindness and acted it. Out of reaction against the hard, dry activity of his kinsfolk and against German austerity, militarism, and Philistinism, he was a Tolstoyan, a Nirvanian, an evangelist, a Buddhist. He was not quite sure what, an apostle of a new morality that was soft, boneless, indulgent, placid, easy living, effusively forgiving every sin, especially the sins of the flesh, a morality which did not conceal its predilection for those sins and much less readily forgave the virtues, a morality which was only a compact of pleasure, a libertine association of mutual accommodations, which amused itself by donning the halo of sanctity. There was in it a spice of hypocrisy which was a little offensive to delicate palates, and would have even been frankly nauseating if it had taken itself seriously. But it made no pretensions towards that. It merely amused itself. His blackguardly Christianity was only meant to serve until some other hobby came along to take its place, no matter what. Brute force, imperialism, laughing lions. Mannheim was always playing a part, playing with his whole heart. He was trying on all the feelings that he did not possess before becoming a good Jew like the rest, and with all the spirit of his race. He was very sympathetic and extremely irritating. For some time Christophe was one of his hobbies. Mannheim swore by him. He blew his trumpet everywhere. He dinned his praises into the ears of his family. According to him, Christophe was a genius, an extraordinary man who made strange music and talked about it in an astonishing fashion, a witty man, and a handsome, fine lips, magnificent teeth. He added that Christophe admired him. One evening he took him home to dinner. Christophe found himself talking to his new friend's father, Lothar Mannheim, the banker, and Franz's sister, Judith. It was the first time that he had been in a Jew's house. Although there were many Jews in the little town, and although they played an important part in its life by reason of their wealth, cohesion, and intelligence, they lived a little apart. There were always rooted prejudices in the minds of the people, and a secret hostility that was credulous and injurious against them. Christophe's family shared these prejudices. His grandfather did not love Jews, but the irony of fate had decreed that his two best pupils should be of the race. One had become a composer, the other a famous virtuoso, for there had been moments when he was fain to embrace these two good musicians, and then he would remember sadly that they had crucified the Lord, and he did not know how to reconcile his two incompatible currents of feeling. But in the end he did embrace them. He was inclined to think that the Lord would forgive them because of their love for music. Christophe's father, Melchior, who pretended to be broad-minded, had had fewer scruples about taking money from the Jews, and he even thought it good to do so, but he ridiculed them and despised them. As for his mother, she was not sure that she was not committing a sin when she went to cook for them. Those whom she had had to do with were disdainful enough with her, but she had no grudge against them. She bore nobody any ill will. She was filled with pity for these unhappy people whom God had damned. Sometimes she would be filled with compassion when she saw the daughter of one of them go by, or heard the merry laughter of their children. "So pretty she is! Such pretty children! How dreadful!" she would think. She dared not say anything to Christophe when he told her that he was going to dine with the Mannheims, but her heart sank. She thought that it was unnecessary to believe everything bad that was said about the Jews. People speak ill of everybody, and that there are honest people everywhere, but that it was better and more proper to keep themselves to themselves, the Jews on their side, the Christians on theirs. Christophe shared none of these prejudices. In his perpetual reaction against his surroundings, he was rather attracted towards the different race. But he hardly knew them. He had only come in contact with the more vulgar of the Jews, little shopkeepers, the populace swarming in certain streets between the Rhine and the cathedral, forming, with the gregarious instinct of all human beings, a sort of little ghetto. He had often strolled through the neighborhood, catching sight of and feeling a sort of sympathy with certain types of women with hollow cheeks and full lips and wide cheekbones, a Da Vinci smile, rather depraved, while the coarse language and shrill laughter destroyed this harmony that was in their faces when in repose. Even in the dregs of the people, in those large-headed, beady-eyed creatures with their bestial faces, their thick-set, squat bodies, those degenerate descendants of the most noble of all peoples, even in that thick, fetid muddiness there were strange phosphorescent gleams, like will-o'-the-wisps dancing over a swamp, marvelous glances, minds subtle and brilliant, a subtle electricity emanating from the ooze which fascinated and disturbed Christophe. He thought that hidden deep were fine souls struggling, great hearts striving to break free from the dung, and he would have liked to meet them and to aid them. Without knowing them, he loved them, while he was a little fearful of them, and he had never had any opportunity of meeting the best of the Jews.
His dinner at the Mannheims had for him the attraction of novelty and something of that of forbidden fruit. The Eve who gave him the fruit sweetened its flavor. From the first moment Christophe had eyes only for Judith Mannheim. She was utterly different from all the women he had known. Tall and slender, rather thin, though solidly built, with her face framed in her black hair, not long, but thick and curled low on her head, covering her temples and her broad golden brow, rather short-sighted, with large pupils and slightly prominent eyes, with a largish nose and wide nostrils, thin cheeks, a heavy chin, strong coloring. She had a fine profile, showing much energy and alertness. Full face, her expression was more changing, uncertain, complex. Her eyes and her cheeks were irregular. She seemed to give revelation of a strong race, and in the mold of that race, roughly thrown together, were manifold incongruous elements, of doubtful and unequal quality, beautiful and vulgar at the same time. Her beauty lay especially in her silent lips, and in her eyes, in which there seemed to be greater depth by reason of their short-sightedness, and darker by reason of the bluish markings round them. It needed to be more used than Christophe was to those eyes, which are more those of a race than of an individual, to be able to read through the limpidity that unveiled them with such vivid quality, the real soul of the woman whom he thus encountered. It was the soul of the people of Israel that he saw in her sad and burning eyes, the soul that, unknown to them, shone forth from them. He lost himself as he gazed into them. It was only after some time that he was able, after losing his way again and again, to strike the track again on that oriental sea. She looked at him, and nothing could disturb the clearness of her gaze. Nothing in his Christian soul seemed to escape her. He felt that, under the seduction of the woman's eyes upon him, he was conscious of a virile desire, clear and cold, which stirred in him brutally, indiscreetly. There was no evil in the brutality of it. She took possession of him, not like a coquette whose desire is to seduce without caring whom she seduces. Had she been a coquette, she would have gone to greatest lengths. But she knew her power, and she left it to her natural instinct to make use of it in its own way, especially when she had so easy a prey as Christophe. What interested her more was to know her adversary. Any man, any stranger, was an adversary for her, an adversary with whom later on, if occasion served, she could sign a compact of alliance. She wished to know his quality. Life being a game in which the cleverest wins, it was a matter of reading her opponent's cards and of not showing her own. When she succeeded, she tasted the sweets of victory. It mattered little whether she could turn it to any account. It was purely for her pleasure. She had a passion for intelligence, not abstract intelligence, although she had brains enough, if she had liked, to have succeeded in any branch of knowledge, and would have made a much better successor to Lothair Mannheim, the banker, than her brother. But she preferred intelligence in the quick, the sort of intelligence which studies men. She loved to pierce through to the soul and to weigh its value. She gave as scrupulous an attention to it as the Jewess of Matsis to the weighing of her gold. With marvelous divination she could find the weak spot in the armor, the imperfections and foibles which are the key to the soul. She could lay her hands on its secrets. It was her way of feeling her sway over it. But she never dallied with her victory. She never did anything with her prize. Once her curiosity and her vanity were satisfied, she lost her interest and passed on to another specimen. All her power was sterile. There was something of death in her living soul. She had the genius of curiosity and boredom. End of section 41. Section 42 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Kanan. Revolt I, Part 6. And so she looked at Christophe, and he looked at her. She hardly spoke. An imperceptible smile was enough, a little movement of the corners of her mouth. Christophe was hypnotized by her. Every now and then her smile would fade away. Her face would become cold, her eyes indifferent. She would attend to the meal or speak coldly to the servants. It was as though she were no longer listening. Then her eyes would light up again, and a few words coming pat would show that she had heard and understood everything. She coldly examined her brother's judgment of Christophe. She knew Franz's crazes. Her irony had had fine sport when she saw Christophe appear, whose looks and distinction had been vaunted by her brother. It seemed to her that Franz had a special gift for seeing facts as they are not, or perhaps he only thought it a paradoxical joke. But when she looked at Christophe more closely, she recognized that what Franz had said was not altogether false, and as she went on with her scrutiny, she discovered in Christophe a vague, unbalanced, though robust and bold power. That gave her pleasure, for she knew better than any the rarity of power. She was able to make Christophe talk about whatever she liked, and reveal his thoughts, and display the limitations and defects of his mind. She made him play the piano. She did not love music, but she understood it, and she saw Christophe's musical originality, although his music had roused no sort of emotion in her. Without the least change in the coldness of her manner, with a few short, apt, and certainly not flattering remarks, she showed her growing interest in Christophe. Christophe saw it, and he was proud of it, for he felt the worth of such judgment and the rarity of her approbation. He made no secret of his desire to win it, and he set about it so naively as to make the three of them smile. He talked only to Judith, and for Judith. He was as unconcerned with the others as though they did not exist. Franz watched him as he talked. He followed his every word, with his lips and eyes, with a mixture of admiration and amusement, and he laughed aloud as he glanced at his father and his sister, who listened impassively and pretended not to notice him. Lothair Mannheim, a tall old man, heavily built, stooping a little, red-faced, with grey hair standing straight up on end, very black moustache and eyebrows, a heavy though energetic and jovial face which gave the impression of great vitality, had also studied Christophe during the first part of the dinner, slyly but good-naturedly, and he too had recognized at once that there was something in the boy. But he was not interested in music or musicians. It was not in his line. He knew nothing about it, and made no secret of his ignorance. He even boasted of it. When a man of that sort confesses his ignorance of anything, he does so to feed his vanity. As Christophe had clearly shown at once, with a rudeness in which there was no shade of malice, that he could without regret dispense with the society of the banker, and that the society of Fraulein Judith Mannheim would serve perfectly to fill his evening, old Lothair, in some amusement, had taken his seat by the fire. He read his paper, listening vaguely and ironically to Christophe's crotchets and his queer music, which sometimes made him laugh inwardly at the idea that there could be people who understood it and found pleasure in it. He did not trouble to follow the conversation. He relied on his daughter's cleverness to tell him exactly what the newcomer was worth. She discharged her duty conscientiously. When Christophe had gone, Lothair asked Judith, "Well, you probed him enough. What do you think of the artist?" She laughed, thought for a moment, reckoned up, and said, "He is a little cracked, but he is not stupid." "Good," said Lothair. "I thought so too. He will succeed, then?" "Yes, I think so. He has power." "Very good," said Lothair, with the magnificent logic of the strong who are only interested in the strong. "We must help him." Christophe went away, filled with admiration for Judith Mannheim. He was not in love with her, as Judith thought. They were both, she with her subtlety, he with his instinct, which took the place of mind in him, mistaken about each other. Christophe was fascinated by the enigma and the intense activity of her mind, but he did not love her. His eyes and his intelligence were ensnared. His heart escaped. Why? It were difficult to tell. Because he had caught a glimpse of some doubtful, disturbing quality in her? In other circumstances that would have been a reason the more for loving. Love is never stronger than when it goes out to one who will make it suffer. If Christophe did not love Judith, it was not the fault of either of them. The real reason, humiliating enough for both, was that he was still too near his last love. Experience had not made him wiser. But he had loved Ada so much, he had consumed so much faith, force, and illusion in that passion that there was not enough left for a new passion. Before another flame could be kindled, he would have to build a new pyre in his heart. Short of that, there could only be a few flickerings, remnants of the conflagration that had escaped by chance, which asked only to be allowed to burn, cast a brief and brilliant light, and then died down for want of food. 6 months later, perhaps, he might have loved Judith blindly. Now he saw in her only a friend, a rather disturbing friend in truth, but he tried to drive his uneasiness back. It reminded him of Ada. There was no attraction in that memory. He preferred not to think of it. What attracted him in Judith was everything in her which was different from other women, not that which she had in common with them. She was the first intelligent woman he had met. She was intelligent from head to foot. Even her beauty, her gestures, her movements, her features, the fold of her lips, her eyes, her hands, her slender elegance, was the reflection of her intelligence. Her body was molded by her intelligence. Without her intelligence, she would have passed unnoticed, and, no doubt, she would even have been thought plain by most people. Her intelligence delighted Christophe. He thought it larger and more free than it was. He could not yet know how deceptive it was. He longed ardently to confide in her and to impart his ideas to her. He had never found anybody to take an interest in his dreams. He was turned in upon himself. What joy, then, to find a woman to be his friend! That he had not a sister had been one of the sorrows of his childhood. It seemed to him that a sister would have understood him more than a brother could have done. And when he met Judith, he felt that childish and illusory hope of having a brotherly love spring up in him. Not being in love, love seemed to him a poor thing compared with friendship. Judith felt this little shade of feeling and was hurt by it. She was not in love with Christophe, and as she had excited other passions in other young men of the town, rich young men of better position, she could not feel any great satisfaction in knowing Christophe to be in love with her. But it piqued her to know that he was not in love. No doubt she was pleased with him for confiding his plans. She was not surprised by it, but it was a little mortifying for her to know that she could only exercise an intellectual influence over him. An unreasoning influence is much more precious to a woman. She did not even exercise her influence. Christophe only courted her mind. Judith's intellect was imperious. She was used to molding to her will the soft thoughts of the young men of her acquaintance. As she knew their mediocrity, she found no pleasure in holding sway over them. With Christophe, the pursuit was more interesting because more difficult. She was not interested in his projects, but she would have liked to direct his originality of thought, his ill-grown power, and to make them good, in her own way, of course, and not in Christophe's, which she did not take the trouble to understand. She saw at once that she could not succeed without a struggle. She had marked down in Christophe all sorts of notions and ideas which she thought childish and extravagant. They were weeds to her. She tried hard to eradicate them. She did not get rid of a single one. She did not gain the least satisfaction for her vanity. Christophe was intractable. Not being in love, he had no reason for surrendering his ideas to her. She grew keen on the game and instinctively tried for some time to overcome him. Christophe was very nearly taken in again, in spite of his lucidity of mind at that time. Men are easily taken in by any flattery of their vanity or their desires, and an artist is twice as easy to trick as any other man because he has more imagination. Judith had only to draw Christophe into a dangerous flirtation to bowl him over once more thoroughly than ever. But as usual, she soon wearied of the game. She found that such a conquest was hardly worth while. Christophe was already boring her. She did not understand him. She did not understand him beyond a certain point. Up to that she understood everything. Her admirable intelligence could not take her beyond it. She needed a heart, or in default of that, the thing which could give the illusion of one for a time, love. She understood Christophe's criticism of people and things. It amused her and seemed to her true enough. She had thought much the same herself. But what she did not understand was that such ideas might have an influence on practical life, when it might be dangerous or awkward to apply them. The attitude of revolt against everybody and everything which Christophe had taken up led to nothing. He could not imagine that he was going to reform the world. And then? It was waste of time to knock one's head against a wall. A clever man judges men, laughs at them in secret, despises them a little, but he does as they do, only a little better. It is the only way of mastering them. Thought is one world, action is another. What boots it for a man to be the victim of his thoughts? Since men are so stupid as not to be able to bear the truth, why force it on them? To accept their weakness, to seem to bow to it, and to feel free to despise them in his heart, is there not a secret joy in that? The joy of a clever slave? Certainly, but all the world is a slave. There is no getting away from that. It is useless to protest against it. Better to be a slave deliberately of one's own free will, and to avoid ridiculous and futile conflict. Besides, the worst slavery of all is to be the slave of one's own thoughts, and to sacrifice everything to them. There is no need to deceive one's self. She saw clearly that if Christophe went on, as he seemed determined to do, with his aggressive refusal to compromise with the prejudices of German art and German mind, he would turn everybody against him, even his patrons. He was courting inevitable ruin. She did not understand why he so obstinately held out against himself, and so took pleasure in digging his own ruin. To have understood him, she would have had to be able to understand that his aim was not success, but his own faith. He believed in art. He believed in his art. He believed in himself, as realities not only superior to interest, but also to his own life. When he was a little out of patience with her remarks, and told her so in his naive arrogance, she just shrugged her shoulders. She did not take him seriously. She thought he was using big words, such as she was accustomed to hearing from her brother when he announced periodically his absurd and ridiculous resolutions, which he never by any chance put into practice. And then, when she saw that Christophe really believed in what he said, she thought him mad, and lost interest in him. After that she took no trouble to appear to advantage, and she showed herself as she was, much more German, and average German, than she seemed to be at first, more perhaps than she thought. The Jews are quite erroneously reproached with not belonging to any nation, and with forming from one end of Europe to the other a homogeneous people, impervious to the influence of the different races with which they have pitched their tents. In reality there is no race which more easily takes on the impress of the country through which it passes, and if there are many characteristics in common between a French Jew and a German Jew, there are many more different characteristics derived from their new country, of which with incredible rapidity they assimilate the habits of mind, more the habits than the mind, indeed. But habit, which is a second nature to all men, is in most of them all the nature that they have. And the result is that the majority of the autochthonous citizens of any country have very little right to reproach the Jews with the lack of a profound and reasonable national feeling of which they themselves possess nothing at all. The women, always more sensible to external influences, more easily adaptable to the conditions of life and to change with them, Jewish women throughout Europe assume the physical and moral customs, often exaggerating them, of the country in which they live, without losing the shadow and the strange, fluid, solid, and haunting quality of their race. This idea came to Christophe. At the Mannheims he met Judith's aunts, cousins, and friends. Though there was little of the German in their eyes, ardent and too close together, their noses going down to their lips, their strong features, their red blood coursing under their coarse brown skins, though almost all of them seemed hardly at all fashioned to be German, They were all extraordinarily German. They had the same way of talking, of dressing, of overdressing. Judith was much the best of them all, and comparison with them made all that was exceptional in her intelligence, all that she had made of herself, shine forth. But she had most of their faults, just as much as they. She was much more free than they, morally, almost absolutely free, but socially she was no more free, or at least her practical sense usurped the place of her freedom of mind. She believed in society, in class, in prejudice, because when all was told she found them to her advantage. It was idle for her to laugh at the German spirit. She followed it like any German. Her intelligence made her see the mediocrity of some artist of reputation, but she respected him none the less because of his reputation, and if she met him personally, she would admire him, for her vanity was flattered. She had no love for the works of Brahms, and she suspected him of being an artist of the second rank. But his fame impressed her, and as she had received 5 or 6 letters from him, the result was that she thought him the greatest musician of the day. She had no doubt as to Christophe's real worth, or as to the stupidity of Lieutenant Detlev von Fleischer, but she was more flattered by the homage the lieutenant deigned to pay to her millions than by Christophe's friendship, for a dull officer is a man of another caste. It is more difficult for a German Jewess to enter that caste than for any other woman. Although she was not deceived by these feudal follies, and although she knew quite well that if she did marry Lieutenant Detlev von Fleischer, she would be doing him a great honor, she set herself to the conquest. She stooped so low as to make eyes at the fool and to flatter his vanity. The proud Jewess, who had 1,000 reasons for her pride, the clever, disdainful daughter of Mannheim the banker, lowered herself and acted like any of the little middle-class German women whom she despised. End of section 42. Section 43 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Cannon. Revolt I, Part 7. That experience was short. Christophe lost his illusions about Judith as quickly as he had found them. It is only just to say that Judith did nothing to preserve them. As soon as a woman of that stamp has judged a man, she is done with him. He ceases to exist for her. She will not see him again. And she no more hesitates to reveal her soul to him with calm impudence than to appear naked before her dog, her cat, or any other domestic animal. Christophe saw Judith's egoism and coldness, and the mediocrity of her character. He had not had time to be absolutely caught, but he had been enough caught to make him suffer and to bring him to a sort of fever. He did not so much love Judith as what she might have been, what she ought to have been. Her fine eyes exercised a melancholy fascination over him. He could not forget them. Although he knew now the drab soul that slumbered in their depths, he went on seeing them as he wished to see them, as he had first seen them. It was one of those loveless hallucinations of love which take up so much of the hearts of artists when they are not entirely absorbed by their work. A passing face is enough to create it. They see in it all the beauty that is in it, unknown to its indifferent possessor, and they love it the more for its indifference. They love it as a beautiful thing that must die without any man having known its worth, or that it even had life. Perhaps he was deceiving himself, and Judith Mannheim could not have been anything more than she was. But for a moment Christophe had believed in her, and her charm endured. He could not judge her impartially. All her beauty seemed to him to be hers, to be herself. All that was vulgar in her he cast back upon her twofold race, Jew and German, and perhaps he was more indignant with the German than with the Jew, for it had made him suffer more. As he did not yet know any other nation, the German spirit was for him a sort of scapegoat. He put upon it all the sins of the world. That Judith had deceived him was a reason the more for combating it. He could not forgive it for having crushed the life out of such a soul. Such was his first encounter with Israel. He had hoped much from it. He had hoped to find in that strong race, living apart from the rest, an ally for his fight. He lost that hope. With the flexibility of his passionate intuition, which made him leap from one extreme to another, he persuaded himself that the Jewish race was much weaker than it was said to be, and much more open, much too open, to outside influence. It had all its own weaknesses, augmented by those of the rest of the world picked up on its way. It was not in them that he could find assistance in working the lever of his art. Rather, he was in danger of being swallowed with them in the sands of the desert. Having seen the danger, and not feeling sure enough of himself to brave it, he suddenly gave up going to the Mannheims. He was invited several times and begged to be excused without giving any reason. As up till then he had shown an excessive eagerness to accept, such a sudden change was remarked. It was attributed to his originality, but the Mannheims had no doubt that the fair Judith had something to do with it. Lothair and Franz joked about it at dinner. Judith shrugged her shoulders and said it was a fine conquest, and she asked her brother frigidly not to make such a fuss about it. But she left no stone unturned in her effort to bring Christophe back. She wrote to him for some musical information which no one else could supply, and at the end of her letter she made a friendly allusion to the rarity of his visits, and the pleasure it would give them to see him. Christophe replied, giving the desired information, said that he was very busy and did not go. They met sometimes at the theatre. Christophe obstinately looked away from the Mannheim's box, and he would pretend not to see Judith, who held herself in readiness to give him her most charming smile. She did not persist. As she did not count on him for anything, she was annoyed that the little artist should let her do all the labor of their friendship, and pure waste at that. If he wanted to come, he would. If not, oh well, they could do without him. They did without him, and his absence left no very great gap in the Mannheims' evenings. But in spite of herself, Judith was really annoyed with Christophe. It seemed natural enough not to bother about him when he was there, and she could allow him to show his displeasure at being neglected. But that his displeasure should go so far as to break off their relationship altogether seemed to her to show a stupid pride and a heart more egoistic than in love. Judith could not tolerate her own faults in others. She followed the more attentively everything that Christophe did and wrote. Without seeming to do so, she would lead her brother to the subject of Christophe. She would make him tell her of his intercourse with him, and she would punctuate the narrative with clever ironic comment, which never let any ridiculous feature escape, and gradually destroyed Franz's enthusiasm without his knowing it. At first all went well with the review. Christophe had not yet perceived the mediocrity of his colleagues, and since he was one of them, they hailed him as a genius. Mannheim, who had discovered him, went everywhere repeating that Christophe was an admirable critic, though he had never read anything he had written, that he had mistaken his vocation, and that he, Mannheim, had revealed it to him. They advertised his articles in mysterious terms, which roused curiosity, and his first effort was in fact like a stone falling into a duck pond in the atony of the little town. It was called Too Much Music. "Too much music, too much drinking, too much eating," wrote Christophe. "Eating, drinking, hearing, without hunger, thirst, or need, from sheer habitual gormandizing, living like Strasbourg geese. These people are sick from a diseased appetite. It matters little what you give them, Tristram or the Trompieter von Sakinen, Beethoven or Mascagni, a fugue or a two-step, Adam, Bach, Puccini, Mozart, or Marschner. They do not know what they are eating. The great thing is to eat. They find no pleasure in it. Look at them at a concert. Talk of German gaiety. These people do not know what gaiety means. They are always gay. Their gaiety, like their sorrow, drops like rain. Their joy is dust.
There is neither life nor force in it. They would stay for hours, smilingly and vaguely drinking in sounds, sounds, sounds. They think of nothing. They feel nothing. They are sponges. True joy or true sorrow, strength, is not drawn out over hours like beer from a cask. They take you by the throat and have you down. After they are gone, there is no desire left in a man to drink in anything. He is full. Too much music. You are slaying each other and it. If you choose to murder each other, that is your affair. I can't help it. But where music is concerned, hands off. I will not suffer you to debase the loveliness of the world by heaping up in the same basket things holy and things shameful, by giving, as you do at present, the prelude to Parsifal between a fantasia on the Daughter of the Regiment and a saxophone quartet, or an adagio of Beethoven between a cakewalk and the rubbish of Leoncavallo. You boast of being a musical people. You pretend to love music. What sort of music do you love? Good or bad? You applaud both equally. Well then, choose. What exactly do you want? You do not know yourselves. You do not want to know. You are too fearful of taking sides and compromising yourselves. To the devil with your prudence. You are above party, do you say? Above? You mean below. And he quoted the lines of old Gottfried Keller, the rude citizen of Zurich, one of the German writers who was most dear to him by reason of his vigorous loyalty and his keen savour of the soil. Wer über den Parlein sich wendt mit stolzen Mienen, der steht zumeist vielmehr betrachtlich unter ihnen. He who proudly preens himself on being above parties is rather immeasurably beneath them. Have courage and be true, he went on. Have courage and be ugly. If you like bad music, then say so frankly. Show yourselves. See yourselves as you are. Rid your souls of the loathsome burden of all your compromise and equivocation. Wash it in pure water. How long is it since you have seen yourselves in a mirror? I will show you yourselves. Composers, virtuosi, conductors, singers, and you, dear public. You shall for once know yourselves. Be what you like, but for any sake be true. Be true even though art and artists, and I myself, have to suffer for it. If art and truth cannot live together, then let art disappear. Truth is life, lies are death. Naturally, this youthful wild outburst, which was all of a piece, and in very bad taste, produced an outcry. And yet, as everybody was attacked, and nobody in particular, its pertinency was not recognized. Everyone is, or believes himself to be, or says that he is, the best friend of truth. There was, therefore, no danger of the conclusions of the article being attacked. Only people were shocked by its general tone. Everybody agreed that it was hardly proper, especially from an artist in a semi-official position. A few musicians began to be uneasy and protested bitterly. They saw that Christophe would not stop at that. Others thought themselves more clever and congratulated Christophe on his courage. They were no less uneasy about his next articles. Both tactics produced the same result. Christophe had plunged, nothing could stop him, and as he had promised, everybody was passed in survey, composers and interpreters alike. The first victims were the Kapellmeisters. Christophe did not confine himself to general remarks on the art of conducting an orchestra. He mentioned his colleagues of his own town and the neighboring towns by name. Or, if he did not name them, his allusions were so transparent that nobody could be mistaken. Everybody recognized the apathetic conductor of the court, Alois von Werner, a cautious old man, laden with honors, who was afraid of everything, dodged everything, was too timid to make a remark to his musicians, and meekly followed whatever they chose to do, who never risked anything on his program that had not been consecrated by 20 years of success, or at least guaranteed by the official stamp of some academic dignity. Christophe ironically applauded his boldness. He congratulated him on having discovered Gale, Dvorak, or Tchaikovsky. He waxed enthusiastic over his unfailing correctness, his metronomic equality.
the always fine noisette, finely shaded, playing of his orchestra. He proposed to orchestrate the École de la Vélocité of Czerny for his next concert, and implored him not to try himself so much, not to give rein to his passions, to look after his precious health. Or he cried out indignantly upon the way in which he had conducted the Eroica of Beethoven. "A cannon! A cannon! Mow me down, these people! But have you then no idea of the conflict, the fight between human stupidity and human ferocity, and the strength which tramples them underfoot with a glad shout of laughter? How could you know it? It is you against whom it fights. You expend all the heroism that is in you in listening or in playing the Eroica of Beethoven without a yawn, for it bores you. Confess that it bores you to death. Or in risking a draught as you stand with bare head and bowed back to let some serene highness pass." He could not be sarcastic enough about the pontiffs of the conservatories who interpreted the great men of the past as classics. Classical, that word expresses everything, free passion, arranged and expurgated for the use of schools. Life, that vast plain swept by the winds, enclosed within the four walls of a school playground, the fierce, proud beat of a heart in anguish, reduced to the tic-tacs of a four-tuned pendulum, which goes its jolly way, hobbling and imperturbably leaning on the crutch of time. To enjoy the ocean, you need to put it in a bowl with goldfish. You only understand life when you have killed it. If he was not kind to the bird-stuffers, as he called them, he was even less kind to the ringmen of the orchestra, the illustrious Kapellmeisters who toured the country to show off their flourishes and their dainty hands, those who exercised their virtuosity at the expense of the masters, tried hard to make the most familiar works unrecognizable, and turned somersaults through the hoop of the symphony in C minor. He made them appear as old coquettes, prima donnas of the orchestra, gypsies, and rope dancers. The virtuosi naturally provided him with splendid material. He declared himself incompetent when he had to criticize their conjuring performances. He said that such mechanical exercises belonged to the school of arts and crafts, and that not musical criticism, but charts registering the duration and number of the notes and the energy expended could decide the merit of such labors. Sometimes he would set at naught some famous piano virtuoso who during a 2 hours' concert had surmounted the formidable difficulties with a smile on his lips and his hair hanging down into his eyes, of executing a childish andante of Mozart. He did not ignore the pleasure of overcoming difficulties. He had tasted it himself. It was one of the joys of life to him. But only to see the most material aspect of it, and to reduce all the heroism of art to that, seemed to him grotesque and degrading. He could not forgive the lions or panthers of the piano. But he was not very indulgent either towards the town pedants, famous in Germany, who, while they are rightly anxious not to alter the text of the masters, carefully suppress every flight of thought, and, like E. d'Albert and H. von Bülow, seem to be giving a lesson in diction when they are rendering a passionate sonata. The singers had their turn. Christophe was full to the brim of things to say about their barbarous heaviness and their provincial affectations. It was not only because of his recent misadventures with the enraged lady, but because of all the torture he had suffered during so many performances. It was difficult to know which had suffered most, ears or eyes, and Christophe had not enough standards of comparison to be able to have any idea of the ugliness of the setting, the hideous costumes, the screaming colors. He was only shocked by the vulgarity of the people, their gestures and attitudes, their unnatural playing, the inability of the actors to take on other souls than their own, and by the stupefying indifference with which they passed from one role to another, provided they were written more or less in the same register. Matrons of opulent flesh, hardy and buxom, appeared alternately as Isolde and Carmen. Amfortas played Figaro. But what most offended Christophe was the ugliness of the singing, especially in the classical works in which the beauty of melody is essential. No one in Germany could sing the perfect music of the 18th century. No one would take the trouble. the clear, pure style of Gluck and Mozart, which, like that of Goethe, seems to be bathed in the light of Italy, the style which begins to change and to become vibrant and dazzling with Weber, the style ridiculed by the ponderous caricatures of the author of Crociato, had been killed by the triumph of Wagner. The wild flight of the Valkyries, with their strident cries, had passed over the Grecian sky. The heavy clouds of Odin dimmed the light. No one now thought of singing music. They sang poems. Ugliness and carelessness of detail, even false notes, were let pass under pretext that only the whole, only the thought behind it mattered. Thought. Let us talk of that, as if you understood it. But whether or no you do understand it, I pray you respect the form that thought has chosen for itself. Above all, let music be and remain music. And the great concern of German artists with expression and profundity of thought was, according to Christophe, a good joke. Expression? Thought? Yes, they introduced them into everything impartially. They would have found thought in a skein of wool just as much, neither more nor less, as in a statue of Michelangelo. They played anything, anybody's music, with exactly the same energy. For most of them, the great thing in music, so he declared, was the volume of sound, just a musical noise. The pleasure of singing so potent in Germany was in some sort a pleasure of vocal gymnastics. It was just a matter of being inflated with air and then letting it go vigorously, powerfully, for a long time together and rhythmically. And by way of compliment he accorded a certain great singer a certificate of good health. He was not content with flaying the artists. He strode over the footlights and trounced the public for coming, gaping, to such performances. The public was staggered, and did not know whether it ought to laugh or be angry. They had every right to cry out upon his injustice. They had taken care not to be mixed up in any artistic conflict. They stood aside prudently from any burning question, and to avoid making any mistake they applauded everything. And now Christophe declared that it was a crime to applaud. To applaud bad works? That would have been enough. But Christophe went further. He stormed at them for applauding great works. "Humbugs," he said. "You would have us believe that you have as much enthusiasm as that? Oh, come, spare yourselves the trouble. You only prove exactly the opposite of what you are trying to prove. Applaud if you like those works and passages, which in some measure deserve applause. Applaud those loud final movements which are written, as Mozart said, for long ears. Applaud as much as you like, then. Your braying is anticipated. It is part of the concert. But after the Missa Solemnis of Beethoven? Poor wretches! It is the last judgment. You have just seen the maddening Gloria pass like a storm over the ocean. You have seen the waterspout of an athletic and tremendous well, which stops, breaks, reaches up to the clouds, clinging by its two hands above the abyss, then plunging once more into space in full swing. The squall shrieks and whirls along, and when the hurricane is at its height, there is a sudden modulation, a radiance of sound which cleaves the darkness of the sky and falls upon the livid sea like a patch of light. It is the end. The furious flight of the destroying angel stops short, its wings transfixed by these flashes of lightning. Around you all is buzzing and quivering. The eye gazes fixedly forward in stupor. The heart beats. Breathing stops, the limbs are paralyzed, and hardly has the last note sounded than already you are gay and merry. You shout, you laugh, you criticize, you applaud, but you have seen nothing, heard nothing, felt nothing, understood nothing, nothing, absolutely nothing. The sufferings of an artist are a show to you. You think the tears of agony of a Beethoven are finely painted. You would cry encore to the crucifixion. A great soul struggles all its life long in sorrow to divert your idleness for an hour. So without knowing it, he confirmed Goethe's great words, but he had not yet attained his lofty serenity. The people make a sport of the sublime. If they could see it as it is, they would be unable to bear its aspect.
If he had only stopped at that! But whirled along by his enthusiasm, he swept past the public and plunged like a cannonball into the sanctuary, the tabernacle, the inviolable refuge of mediocrity. Criticism. He bombarded his colleagues. One of them had taken upon himself to attack the most gifted of living composers, the most advanced representative of the new school, Hassler, the writer of program symphonies, extravagant in truth, but full of genius. Christophe, who, as perhaps will be remembered, had been presented to him when he was a child, had always had a secret tenderness for him in his gratitude for the enthusiasm and emotion that he had had then. To see a stupid critic, whose ignorance he knew, instructing a man of that caliber, calling him to order, and reminding him of set principles, infuriated him. "Order! Order!" he cried. "You do not know any order but that of the police. Genius is not to be dragged along the beaten track. It creates order, and makes its will a law." After this arrogant declaration, he took the unlucky critic, considered all the idiocies he had written for some time past, and administered correction. All the critics felt the affront. Up to that time they had stood aside from the conflict. They did not care to risk a rebuff. They knew Christophe. They knew his efficiency, and they knew also that he was not long suffering. Certain of them had discreetly expressed their regret that so gifted a composer should dabble in a profession not his own. Whatever might be their opinion, when they had one, and however hurt they might be by Christophe, they respected in him their own privilege of being able to criticize everything without being criticized themselves. But when they saw Christophe rudely break the tacit convention which bound them, they saw in him an enemy of public order. With one consent, it seemed revolting to them that a very young man should take upon himself to show scant respect for the national glories, and they began a furious campaign against him. They did not write long articles or consecutive arguments. They were unwilling to venture upon such ground with an adversary better armed than themselves, although a journalist has the special faculty of being able to discuss without taking his adversary's arguments into consideration and even without having read them. But long experience had taught them that, as the reader of a paper always agrees with it, even to appear to argue was to weaken its credit with him. It was necessary to affirm, or better still, to deny. Negation is twice as powerful as affirmation. It is a direct consequence of the law of gravity. It is much easier to drop a stone than to throw it up. They adopted, therefore, a system of little notes, perfidious, ironic, injurious, which were repeated day by day in an easily accessible position with unwearying assiduity. They held the insolent Christophe up to ridicule, though they never mentioned him by name, but always transparently alluded to him. They twisted his words to make them look absurd. They told anecdotes about him, true for the most part, though the rest were a tissue of lies, nicely calculated to set him at loggerheads with the whole town, and worse still, with the court. Even his physical appearance, his features, his manner of dressing, were attacked and caricatured in a way that by dint of repetition came to be like him. End of section 43. Section 44 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1 by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Canaan. Revolt I, Part 8. It would have mattered little to Christophe's friends if their review had not also come in for blows in the battle. In truth, it served rather as an advertisement. There was no desire to commit the review to the quarrel. Rather, the attempt was made to cut Christophe off from it. There was astonishment that it should so compromise its good name, and they were given to understand that if they did not take care, steps would be taken, however unpleasant it might be, to make the whole editorial staff responsible. There were signs of attack, gentle enough, upon Adolphe May and Mannheim, which stirred up the wasp's nest.
Mannheim only laughed at it. He thought that it would infuriate his father, his uncles, cousins, and his innumerable family, who took upon themselves to watch everything he did and to be scandalized by it. But Adolphe May took it very seriously, and blamed Christophe for compromising the review. Christophe sent him packing. The others, who had not been attacked, found it rather amusing that May, who was apt to pontificate over them, should be their scapegoat. Waldhaus was secretly delighted. He said that there was never a fight without a few heads being broken. Naturally, he took good care that it should not be his own. He thought he was sheltered from onslaught by the position of his family and his relatives, and he saw no harm in the Jews, his allies, being mauled a little. Ehrenfeld and Goldenring, who were so far untouched, would not have been worried by attack. They could reply. But what did touch them on the raw was that Christophe should go on persistently putting them in the wrong with their friends, and especially their women friends. They had laughed loudly at the first articles and thought them good fun. They admired Christophe's vigorous window-smashing. They thought they had only to give the word to check his combativeness, or at least to turn his attack from men and women whom they might mention. But no, Christophe would listen to nothing. He paid no heed to any remark, and went on like a madman. If they let him go on, there would be no living in the place. Already their young women friends, furious and in tears, had come and made scenes at the offices of the review. They brought all their diplomacy to bear on Christophe to persuade him at least to moderate certain of his criticisms. Christophe changed nothing. They lost their tempers. Christophe lost his, but he changed nothing. Waldhaus was amused by the unhappiness of his friends, which in no wise touched him, and took Christophe's part to annoy them. Perhaps also he was more capable than they of appreciating Christophe's extravagance, who, with head down, hurled himself upon everything without keeping any line of retreat or preparing any refuge for the future. As for Mannheim, he was royally amused by the farce. It seemed to him a good joke to have introduced this madman among these correct people, and he rocked with laughter both at the blows which Christophe dealt and at those which he received. Although under his sister's influence he was beginning to think that Christophe was decidedly a little cracked, he only liked him the more for it. It was necessary for him to find those who were in sympathy with him a little absurd, and so he joined Waldhaus in supporting Christophe against the others. As he was not wanting in practical sense, in spite of all his efforts to pretend to the contrary, he thought very justly that it would be to his friend's advantage to ally himself with the cause of the most advanced musical party in the country. As in most German towns, there was in the town a Wagnerverein, which represented new ideas against the conservative element. In truth, there was no great risk in defending Wagner when his fame was acknowledged everywhere, and his works included in the repertory of every opera house in Germany. And yet his victory was rather won by force than by universal accord, and at heart the majority were obstinately conservative, especially in the small towns, such as this, which have been rather left outside the great modern movements and are rather proud of their ancient fame. More than anywhere else, there reigned the distrust, so innate in the German people, of anything new, the sort of laziness in feeling anything true or powerful which has not been pondered and digested by several generations. It was apparent in the reluctance with which, if not the works of Wagner, which are beyond discussion, every new work inspired by the Wagnerian spirit was accepted, and so the Wagnervereine would have had a useful task to fulfill if they had set themselves to defend all the young and original forces in art. Sometimes they did so, and Bruckner or Hugo Wolf found in some of them their best allies. But too often the egoism of the master weighed upon his disciples, and just as Bayreuth serves only monstrously to glorify one man, the offshoots of Bayreuth were little churches in which Mass was eternally sung in honor of the one God. At the most, the faithful disciples were admitted to the side chapels, the disciples who applied the hallowed doctrines to the letter, and prostrate in the dust, adored the only divinity with his many faces, music, poetry, drama, and metaphysics. The Wagner-Verein of the town was in exactly this case. However, they went through the form of activity. They were always trying to enroll young men of talent who looked as though they might be useful to it, and they had long had their eyes on Christophe. They had discreetly made advances to him, of which Christophe had not taken any notice, because he felt no need of being associated with anybody. He could not understand the necessity which drove his compatriots always to be banding themselves together in groups, being unable to do anything alone, neither to sing, nor to walk, nor to drink. He was averse to all Vereinswesen, but on the whole he was more kindly disposed to the Wagner-Verein than to any other Verein. At least they did provide an excuse for fine concerts, and although he did not share all the Wagnerian ideas on art, he was much nearer them than to those of any other group in music. He could, he thought, find common ground with a party which was as unjust as himself towards Brahms and the Brahmins, so he let himself be put up for it. Mannheim introduced him. He knew everybody. Without being a musician, he was a member of the Wagner-Verein. The managing committee had followed the campaign which Christophe was conducting in the review. His slaughter in the opposing camp had seemed to them to give signs of a strong grip, which it would be as well to have in their service. Christophe had also let fly certain disrespectful remarks about the sacred fetish, but they had preferred to close their eyes to that, and perhaps his attacks, not yet very offensive, had not been without their influence, unconsciously, in making them so eager to enroll Christophe before he had time to deliver himself manfully. They came and very amiably asked his permission to play some of his compositions at one of the approaching concerts of the association. Christophe was flattered and accepted. He went to the Wagner-Verein, and urged by Mannheim, he was made a member. At that time there were at the head of the Wagner-Verein 2 men, of whom one enjoyed a certain notoriety as a writer, and the other as a conductor. Both had a Mohammedan belief in Wagner. The first, Josias Kling, had compiled a Wagner dictionary, Wagner lexicon, which made it possible in a moment to know the master's thoughts, de omni re scibili. It had been his life's work. He was capable of reciting whole chapters of it at table, as the French provincials used to troll the songs of the Maid. He used also to publish in the Bayreuther Blatter articles on Wagner and the Aryan spirit. Of course, Wagner was to him the type of the pure Aryan, of whom the German race had remained the last inviolable refuge against the corrupting influences of Latin Semitism, especially the French. He declared that the impure French spirit was finally destroyed, though he did not desist from attacking it bitterly day by day, as though the eternal enemy were still a menace. He would only acknowledge one great man in France, the Count of Gobineau. Kling was a little man, very little, and he used to blush like a girl. The other pillar of the Wagner-Verein, Erich Lauber, had been manager of a chemical works until 4 years before. Then he had given up everything to become a conductor. He had succeeded by force of will, and because he was very rich. He was a Bayreuth fanatic. It was said that he had gone there on foot, from Munich, wearing pilgrim's sandals. It was a strange thing that a man who had read much, travelled much, practised divers professions, and in everything displayed an energetic personality, should have become in music a sheep of Panurge. All his originality was expended in his being a little more stupid than the others. He was not sure enough of himself in music to trust to his own personal feelings, and so he slavishly followed the interpretations of Wagner given by the Kapellmeisters and the licensees of Bayreuth. He desired to reproduce even to the smallest detail the setting and the variegated costumes which delighted the puerile and barbarous taste of the little court of Wahnfried. He was like the fanatical admirer of Michelangelo, who used to reproduce in his copies even the cracks in the wall of the mouldy patches which had themselves been hallowed by their appearance in the hallowed pictures. Christophe was not likely to approve greatly of the two men, but they were men of the world, pleasant, and both well read, and Lauber's conversation was always interesting on any other subject than music. He was a bit of a crank, and Christophe did not dislike cranks. They were a change from the horrible banality of reasonable people. He did not yet know that there is nothing more devastating than an irrational man, and that originality is even more rare among those who are called originals than among the rest. For these originals are simply maniacs whose thoughts are reduced to clockwork. Josias Kling and Lauber, being desirous of winning Christophe's support, were at first very keenly interested in him. Kling wrote a eulogistic article about him, and Lauber followed all his directions when he conducted his compositions at one of the concerts of the Society. Christophe was touched by it all. Unfortunately, all their attentions were spoiled by the stupidity of those who paid them. He had not the facility of pretending about people because they admired him. He was exacting. He demanded that no one should admire him for the opposite of what he was, and he was always prone to regard as enemies those who were his friends, by mistake. And so he was not at all pleased with Kling for seeing in him a disciple of Wagner, and trying to see connections between passages of his Lieder and passages of the Tetralogy, which had nothing in common but certain notes of the scale. And he had no pleasure in hearing one of his works sandwiched, together with a worthless imitation by a Wagnerian student, between two enormous blocks of Wagnerian drama. It was not long before he was stifled in the little chapel. It was just another conservatoire, as narrow as the old conservatoires, and more intolerant because it was the latest comer in art. Christophe began to lose his illusions about the absolute value of a form of art or of thought. Hitherto he had always believed that great ideas bear their own light within themselves. Now he saw that ideas may change, but that men remain the same, and, in fine, nothing counted but men. Ideas were what they were. If they were born mediocre and servile, even genius became mediocre in its passage through their souls, and the shout of freedom of the hero breaking his bonds became the act of slavery of succeeding generations. Christophe could not refrain from expressing his feelings. He let no opportunity slip of jeering at fetishism in art. He declared that there was no need of idols or classics of any sort, and that he only had the right to call himself the heir of the spirit of Wagner, who was capable of trampling Wagner underfoot, and so walking on and keeping himself in close communion with life. Kling's stupidity made Christophe aggressive. He set out all the faults and absurdities he could see in Wagner. The Wagnerians at once credited him with a grotesque jealousy of their god. Christophe, for his part, had no doubt that these same people who exalted Wagner since he was dead would have been the first to strangle him in his life, and he did them an injustice. The Klings and the Laubers also had had their hour of illumination. They had been advanced 20 years ago, and then, like most people, they had stopped short at that. Man has so little force that he is out of breath after the first ascent. Very few are long-winded enough to go on. Christophe's attitude quickly alienated him from his new friends. Their sympathy was a bargain. He had to side with them if they were to side with him, and it was quite evident that Christophe would not yield an inch. He would not join them. They lost their enthusiasm for him. The eulogies which he refused to accord to the gods and demigods who were approved by the cult were withheld from him. They showed less eagerness to welcome his compositions, and some of the members began to protest against his name being too often on the programs. They laughed at him behind his back, and criticism went on. Kling and Lauber, by not protesting, seemed to take part in it.
They would have avoided a breach with Christophe if possible. First, because the minds of the Germans of the Rhine like mixed solutions, solutions which are not solutions, and have the privilege of prolonging indefinitely an ambiguous situation. And secondly, because they hoped in spite of everything to be able to make use of him, by wearing him down, if not by persuasion. Christophe gave them no time for it. Whenever he thought he felt that at heart any man disliked him, but would not admit it, and tried to cover it up so as to remain on good terms with him, he would never rest until he had succeeded in proving to him that he was his enemy. One evening at the Wagner-Verein, when he had come up against a wall of hypocritical hostility, he could bear it no longer, and sent in his resignation to Lauber without wasting words. Lauber could not understand it, and Mannheim hastened to Christophe to try and pacify him. At his first words, Christophe burst out, "No, no, no, no! Don't talk to me about these people. I will not see them again. I cannot. I am disgusted, horribly, with men. I can hardly bear to look at one." Mannheim laughed heartily. He was thinking much less of smoothing Christophe down than of having the fun of it. "I know that they are not beautiful," he said, "but that is nothing new. What new thing has happened?" "Nothing. I have had enough, that is all. Yes, laugh at me. Everybody knows I am mad. Prudent people act in accordance with the laws of logic and reason and sanity. I am not like that. I am a man who acts only on his own impulse. When a certain quantity of electricity is accumulated in me, it has to expend itself at all costs, and so much the worse for the others if it touches them, and so much the worse for them. I am not made for living in society. Henceforth I shall belong only to myself." "You think you can do without everybody else?" said Mannheim. "You cannot play your music all by yourself. You need singers, an orchestra, a conductor, an audience, a claque." Christophe shouted, "No, no, no!" But the last word made him jump. "A claque! Are you not ashamed?" "I am not talking of a paid claque, although indeed it is the only means yet discovered of revealing the merit of a composition to the audience. But you must have a claque. The author's coterie is a claque, properly drilled by him. Every author has his claque. That is what friends are for." "I don't want any friends." "Then you will be hissed." "I want to be hissed." Mannheim was in the seventh heaven. "You won't even have that pleasure for long. They won't play you." "So be it, then. Do you think I care about being a famous man? Yes, I was making for that with all my might. Nonsense, folly, idiocy. As if the satisfaction of the vulgarest sort of pride could compensate for all the sacrifices, weariness, suffering, infamy, insults, degradation, ignoble concessions, which are the price of fame. Devil take me if I ever bother my head about such things again. Never again. Publicity is a vulgar infamy. I will be a private citizen and live for myself and those whom I love." "Good," said Mannheim ironically. "You must choose a profession. Why shouldn't you make shoes?" "Ah, if I were a cobbler like the incomparable Sachs," cried Christophe, "how happy my life would be, a cobbler all through the week, and a musician on Sunday, privately, intimately, for my own pleasure and that of my friends. What a life that would be! Am I mad to waste my time and trouble for the magnificent pleasure of being a prey to the judgment of idiots? Is it not much better and finer to be loved and understood by a few honest men than to be heard, criticized, and toadied by thousands of fools? The devil of pride and thirst for fame shall never again take me. Trust me for that." "Certainly," said Mannheim. He thought, "In an hour he will say just the opposite." He remarked quietly, "Then I am to go and smooth things down with the Wagner-Verein?" Christophe waved his arms. "What is the good of my shouting myself hoarse with telling you no for the last hour? I tell you that I will never set foot inside it again. I loathe all these Wagner-Vereiner, all these Vereiner, all these flocks of sheep who have to huddle together to be able to baa in unison. Go and tell those sheep from me that I am a wolf, that I have teeth, and am not made for the pasture." Good, good, I will tell them, said Mannheim as he went. He was delighted with his morning's entertainment. He thought, he is mad, mad, mad as a hatter. His sister, to whom he reported the interview, at once shrugged her shoulders and said, Mad? He would like us to think so. He is stupid and absurdly vain.
Christophe went on with his fierce campaign in Waldhaus's review. It was not that it gave him pleasure. Criticism disgusted him, and he was always wishing it at the bottom of the sea. But he stuck to it because people were trying to stop him. He did not wish to appear to have given in. Waldhaus was beginning to be uneasy. As long as he was out of reach, he had looked on at the affray with the calmness of an Olympian god. But for some weeks past, the other papers had seemed to be beginning to disregard his inviolability. They had begun to attack his vanity as a writer with a rare malevolence in which, had Waldhaus been more subtle, he might have recognized the hand of a friend. As a matter of fact, the attacks were cunningly instigated by Ehrenfeld and Goldenring. They could see no other way of inducing him to stop Christophe's polemics. Their perception was justified. Waldhaus at once declared that Christophe was beginning to weary him, and he withdrew his support. All the staff of the review then tried hard to silence Christophe. But it were as easy to muzzle a dog who was about to devour his prey. Everything they said to him only excited him more. He called them poltroons, and declared that he would say everything that he ought to say. If they wished to get rid of him, they were free to do so. The whole town would know that they were as cowardly as the rest, but he would not go of his own accord. They looked at each other in consternation, bitterly blaming Mannheim for the trick he had played them in bringing such a madman among them. Mannheim laughed and tried hard to curb Christophe himself, and he vowed that with the next article Christophe would water his wine. They were incredulous, but the event proved that Mannheim had not boasted vainly. Christophe's next article, though not a model of courtesy, did not contain a single offensive remark about anybody. Mannheim's method was very simple. They were all amazed at not having thought of it before. Christophe never read what he wrote in the review, and he hardly read the proofs of his articles, only very quickly and carelessly. Adolphe May had more than once passed caustic remarks on the subject. He said that a printer's error was a disgrace to a review, and Christophe, who did not regard criticism altogether as an art, replied that those who were upbraided in it would understand well enough. Mannheim turned this to account. He said that Christophe was right and that correcting proofs was printer's work, and he offered to take it over. Christophe was overwhelmed with gratitude, but they told him that such an arrangement would be of service to them and a saving of time for the review. So Christophe left his proofs to Mannheim and asked him to correct them carefully. Mannheim did. It was sport for him. At first he only ventured to tone down certain phrases and to delete here and there certain ungracious epithets. Emboldened by success, he went further with his experiments. He began to alter sentences and their meaning, and he was really skillful in it. The whole art of it consisted in preserving the general appearance of the sentence and its characteristic form, while making it say exactly the opposite of what Christophe had meant. Mannheim took far more trouble to disfigure Christophe's articles than he would have done to write them himself. Never had he worked so hard, but he enjoyed the result. Certain musicians, whom Christophe had hitherto pursued with his sarcasms, were astounded to see him grow gradually gentle and at last sing their praises. The staff of the review were delighted. Mannheim used to read aloud his lucubrations to them. They roared with laughter. Ehrenfeld and Goldenring would say to Mannheim occasionally, "Be careful, you are going too far." "There's no danger," Mannheim would say, and he would go on with it. Christophe never noticed anything. He used to go to the office of the review, leave his copy, and not bother about it any more. Sometimes he would take Mannheim aside and say, "This time I really have done for the swine. Just read." Mannheim would read. "Well, what do you think of it?" "Terrible, my dear fellow. There's nothing left of them." "What do you think they will say?" "Oh, there will be a fine row." But there never was a row. On the contrary, everybody beamed at Christophe. People whom he detested would bow to him in the street. One day he came to the office uneasy and scowling, and throwing a visiting card on the table, he asked, "What does this mean?" It was the card of a musician whom he slaughtered. "1,000 thanks." Mannheim replied with a laugh, "It is ironical." Christophe was set at rest. "Oh," he said, "I was afraid my article had pleased him." "He is furious," said Ehrenfeld, "but he does not wish to seem so. He is posing as the strong man, and is just laughing." "Laughing! Swine!" said Christophe, furious once more. "I shall write another article about him. He laughs best who laughs last." "No, no," said Waldhaus anxiously. "I don't think he is laughing at you. It is humility. He is a good Christian. He is holding out the other cheek to the smiter." "So much the better," said Christophe. "Ah, coward! He has asked for it. He shall have his flogging." Waldhaus tried to intervene, but the others laughed. "Let him be," said Mannheim. "After all," replied Waldhaus, suddenly reassured, "a little more or less makes no matter." Christophe went away. His colleagues rocked and roared with laughter. When they had had their fill of it, Waldhaus said to Mannheim, "All the same, it was a narrow squeak. Please be careful. We shall be caught yet." "Bah!" said Mannheim. "We have plenty of time. And besides, I am making friends for him." End of section 44. Section 45 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Kanan. Revolt II, Part 1. Engulfed. Christophe had got so far with his clumsy efforts towards the reform of German art, when there happened to pass through the town a troupe of French actors. It would be more exact to say a band, for, as usual, they were a collection of poor devils, picked up goodness knows where, and young unknown players too happy to learn their art, provided they were allowed to act. They were all harnessed to the chariot of a famous and elderly actress who was making tour of Germany, and passing through the little princely town, gave their performances there. Waldhaus's review made a great fuss over them. Mannheim and his friends knew or pretended to know about the literary and social life of Paris. They used to repeat gossip picked up in the boulevard newspapers and more or less understood. They represented the French spirit in Germany. That robbed Christophe of any desire to know more about it. Mannheim used to overwhelm him with praises of Paris. He had been there several times. Certain members of his family were there. He had relations in every country in Europe, and they had everywhere assumed the nationality and aspect of the country. This tribe of the seed of Abraham included an English baronet, a Belgian senator, a French minister, a deputy in the Reichstag, and a papal count, and all of them, although they were united and filled with respect for the stock from which they sprang, were sincerely English, Belgian, French, German, or papal, for their pride never allowed of doubt that the country of their adoption was the greatest of all. Mannheim was paradoxically the only one of them who was pleased to prefer all the countries to which he did not belong. He used often to talk of Paris enthusiastically, but as he was always extravagant in his talk, and, by way of praising the Parisians, used to represent them as a species of scatterbrains, lewd and rowdy, who spent their time in love-making and revolutions, without ever taking themselves seriously, Christophe was not greatly attracted by the Byzantine and decadent republic beyond the Vosges. He used rather to imagine Paris as it was presented in a naive engraving which he had seen as a frontispiece to a book that had recently appeared in a German art publication. The devil of Notre Dame appeared huddled up above the roofs of the town with the legend, "Eternal luxury like an insatiable vampire devours its prey above the great city." Like a good German, he despised the debauched Volcae and their literature, of which he only knew lively buffooneries like L'Aiglon, Madame Saint-Jean, and a few café songs. The snobbishness of the little town, where those people who were most notoriously incapable of being interested in art flocked noisily to take places at the box office, brought him to an affectation of scornful indifference towards the great actress. He vowed that he would not go 1 yard to hear her. It was the easier for him to keep his promise, as seats had reached an exorbitant price, which he could not afford. The repertory which the French actors had brought included a few classical pieces, but for the most part it was composed of those idiotic pieces which are expressly manufactured in Paris for exportation, for nothing is more international than mediocrity. Christophe knew La Tosca, which was to be the first production of the touring actors. He had seen it in translation, adorned with all those easy graces which the company of a little Rhenish theatre can give to a French play, and he laughed scornfully and declared that he was very glad, when he saw his friends go off to the theatre, not to have to see it again. But next day he listened none the less eagerly, without seeming to listen, to the enthusiastic tales of the delightful evening they had had. He was angry at having lost the right to contradict them by having refused to see what everybody was talking about. The second production announced was a French translation of Hamlet. Christophe had never missed an opportunity of seeing a play of Shakespeare's. Shakespeare was to him of the same order as Beethoven, an inexhaustible spring of life. Hamlet had been specially dear to him during the period of stress and tumultuous doubts through which he had just passed. In spite of his fear of seeing himself reflected in that magic mirror, he was fascinated by it, and he prowled about the theatre notices, though he did not admit that he was longing to book a seat. But he was so obstinate that after what he had said to his friends he would not eat his words, and he would have stayed at home that evening if chance had not brought him in contact with Mannheim just as he was sadly going home. Mannheim took his arm and told him angrily, though he never ceased his banter, that an old beast of a relation, his father's sister, had just come down upon them with all her retinue, and that they had all to stay at home to welcome her. He had time to get out of it, but his father would brook no trifling with questions of family etiquette and the respect due to elderly relatives, and as he had to handle his father carefully, because he wanted presently to get money out of him, he had to give in and not go to the play. "You had tickets?" asked Christophe. "An excellent box, and I have to go and give it, I am just going now, to that old pig, Grunbaum, Papa's partner, so that he can swagger there with the she-Grunbaum and their turkey hen of a daughter. Jolly. I want to find something very disagreeable to say to them. They won't mind, so long as I give them the tickets, although they would much rather they were banknotes." He stopped short with his mouth open and looked at Christophe. "Oh, but just the man I want," he chuckled. "Christophe, are you going to the theatre?" "No." "Good. You shall go. I ask it as a favor. You cannot refuse." Christophe did not understand. "But I have no seat." "Here you are," said Mannheim triumphantly, thrusting the ticket into his hand. "You are mad," said Christophe. "What about your father's orders?" Mannheim laughed. "He will be furious," he said. He dried his eyes and went on. "I shall tap him tomorrow morning as soon as he is up, before he knows anything." "I cannot accept," said Christophe, knowing that he would not like it. "It does not concern you. You know nothing about it." Christophe had unfolded the ticket. "And what would I do with a box for 4? "Whatever you like. You can sleep in it, dance if you like, take some women. You must know some. If need be, we can lend you some." Christophe held out the ticket to Mannheim. "Certainly not. Take it back." "Not I," said Mannheim, stepping back a pace. "I can't force you to go if it bores you, but I shan't take it back." You can throw it in the fire or even take it virtuously to the Grunbaums. I don't care. Good night." He left Christophe in the middle of the street, ticket in hand, and went away. Christophe was unhappy about it. He said to himself that he ought to take it to the Grunbaums, but he was not keen about the idea. He went home still pondering, and when later he looked at the clock, he saw that he had only just time enough to dress for the theatre. It would be too silly to waste the ticket. He asked his mother to go with him, but Louisa declared that she would rather go to bed. He went. At heart he was filled with childish glee at the thought of his evening. Only one thing worried him, the thought of having to be alone in such a pleasure. He had no remorse about Mannheim's father or the Grunbaums, whose box he was taking, but he was remorseful about those whom he might have taken with him. He thought of the joy it could give to other young people like himself, and it hurt him not to be able to give it them. He cast about, but could find nobody to whom he could offer his ticket. Besides, it was late, and he must hurry. As he entered the theatre, he passed by the closed window on which a poster announced that there was not a single seat left in the office. Among the people who were turning away from it disappointedly, he noticed a girl who could not make up her mind to leave, and was enviously watching the people going in. She was dressed very simply in black. She was not very tall. Her face was thin, and she looked delicate, and at the moment he did not notice whether she were pretty or plain. He passed her. Then he stopped, turned, and without stopping to think, "You can't get a seat, Fraulein?" he asked point-blank. She blushed and said with a foreign accent, "No, sir. I have a box which I don't know what to do with. Will you make use of it with me?" She blushed again and thanked him and said she could not accept. Christophe was embarrassed by her refusal, begged her pardon, and tried to insist, but he could not persuade her, although it was obvious that she was dying to accept. He was very perplexed. He made up his mind suddenly. "There is a way out of the difficulty," he said. "You take the ticket. I don't want it. I have seen the play." He was boasting. "It will give you more pleasure than me. Take it, please." The girl was so touched by his proposal and the cordial manner in which it was made that tears all but came to her eyes. She murmured gratefully that she could not think of depriving him of it. "Then come," he said, smiling. He looked so kind and honest that she was ashamed of having refused, and she said in some confusion, "Thank you. I will come." They went in. The Mannheim's box was wide, big, and faced the stage. It was impossible not to be seen in it if they had wished. It is useless to say that their entry passed unnoticed. Christophe made the girl sit at the front, while he stayed a little behind, so as not to embarrass her. She sat stiffly upright, not daring to turn her head. She was horribly shy. She would have given much not to have accepted. To give her time to recover her composure, and not knowing what to talk to her about, Christophe pretended to look the other way. Whichever way he looked, it was easily seen that his presence with an unknown companion among the brilliant people of the boxes was exciting much curiosity and comment. He darted furious glances at those who were looking at him. He was angry that people should go on being interested in him when he took no interest in them. It did not occur to him that their indiscreet curiosity was more busied with his companion than with himself, and that there was more offence in it. By way of showing his utter indifference to anything they might say or think, he leaned towards the girl and began to talk to her. She looked so scared by his talking, and so unhappy at having to reply, and it seemed to be so difficult for her to wrench out a yes or a no without ever daring to look at him, that he took pity on her shyness and drew back to a corner. Fortunately, the play began. Christophe had not seen the playbill, and he hardly cared to know what part the great actress was playing. He was one of those simple people who go to the theatre to see the play and not the actors. He had never wondered whether the famous player would be Ophelia or the Queen. If he had wondered about it, he would have inclined towards the Queen, bearing in mind the ages of the two ladies. But it could never have occurred to him that she would play Hamlet. When he saw Hamlet and heard his mechanical dolly squeak, it was some time before he could believe it.
he wondered if he were not dreaming. "But who is it?" he asked half aloud. "It can't be." And when he had to accept that it was Hamlet, he rapped out an oath, which fortunately his companion did not hear, because she was a foreigner, though it was heard perfectly in the next box, for he was at once indignantly bidden to be silent. He withdrew to the back of the box to swear his fill. He could not recover his temper. If he had been just, he would have given homage to the elegance of the travesty and the tour de force of nature and art, which made it possible for a woman of 60 to appear in a youth's costume, and even to seem beautiful in it, at least to kindly eyes. But he hated all tours de force, everything which violates and falsifies nature. He liked a woman to be a woman, and a man a man. It does not often happen nowadays. The childish and absurd travesty of the Leonora of Beethoven did not please him much, but this travesty of Hamlet was beyond all dreams of the preposterous. To make of the robust Dane, fat and pale, choleric, cunning, intellectual, subject to hallucinations, a woman, not even a woman, for a woman playing the man can only be a monster, to make of Hamlet a eunuch, or an androgynous betwixt and between, the times must be flabby indeed. Criticism must be idiotic, to let such disgusting folly be tolerated for a single day and not hissed off the boards. The actress's voice infuriated Christophe. She had that singing, labored diction, that monotonous melopea which seems to have been dear to the least poetic people in the world since the days of the Chamelie and the Hôtel de Bourgogne. Christophe was so exasperated by it that he wanted to go away. He turned his back on the scene, and he made hideous faces against the wall of the box like a child put in the corner. Fortunately, his companion dared not look at him, for if she had seen him, she would have thought him mad. Suddenly Christophe stopped making faces. He stopped still and made no sound. A lovely musical voice, a young woman's voice, grave and sweet, was heard. Christophe pricked his ears. As she went on with her words, he turned again, keenly interested to see what bird could warble so. He saw Ophelia. In truth, she was nothing like the Ophelia of Shakespeare. She was a beautiful girl, tall, big, and fine like a young, fresh statue. Electra, or Cassandra. She was brimming with life. In spite of her efforts to keep within her part, the force of youth and joy that was in her shone forth from her body, her movements, her gestures, her brown eyes that laughed in spite of herself. Such is the power of physical beauty that Christophe, who a moment before had been merciless in judging the interpretation of Hamlet, never for a moment thought of regretting that Ophelia was hardly at all like his image of her, and he sacrificed his image to the present vision of her remorselessly. With the unconscious faithlessness of people of passion, he even found a profound truth in the youthful ardor brimming in the depths of the chaste and unhappy virgin heart. But the magic of the voice, pure, warm, and velvety, worked the spell. Every word sounded like a lovely chord. About every syllable there hovered, like the scent of thyme or wild mint, the laughing accent of the Midi with its full rhythm. Strange was this vision of an Ophelia from Arles. In it was something of that golden sun and its wild northwest wind, its Mistral. Christophe forgot his companion and came and sat by her side at the front of the box. He never took his eyes off the beautiful actress whose name he did not know, but the audience, who had not come to see an unknown player, paid no attention to her, and only applauded when the female Hamlet spoke. That made Christophe growl and call them idiots in a low voice which could be heard 10 yards away. It was not until the curtain was lowered upon the first act that he remembered the existence of his companion, and seeing that she was still shy, he thought with a smile of how he must have scared her with his extravagances. He was not far wrong. The girl whom chance had thrown in his company for a few hours was almost morbidly shy. She must have been in an abnormal state of excitement to have accepted Christophe's invitation. She had hardly accepted it than she had wished at any cost to get out of it, to make some excuse, and to escape. It had been much worse for her when she had seen that she was an object of general curiosity, and her unhappiness had been increased almost past endurance when she heard behind her back, she dared not turn around, her companion's low growls and imprecations. She expected anything now, and when he came and sat by her, she was frozen with terror. What eccentricity would he commit next? She would gladly have sunk into the ground fathoms down. She drew back instinctively. She was afraid of touching him. But all her fears vanished when the interval came, and she heard him say quite kindly, "I am an unpleasant companion, eh? I beg your pardon." Then she looked at him, and saw his kind smile which had induced her to come with him. He went on, "I cannot hide what I think, but you know it is too much. That woman, that old woman." He made a face of disgust. She smiled and said in a low voice, "It is fine in spite of everything." He noticed her accent and asked, "You are a foreigner?" "Yes," said she. He looked at her modest gown. "A governess?" he said. "Yes." "What nationality?" She said, "I am French." He made a gesture of surprise. "French? I should not have thought it." "Why?" she asked timidly. "You are so serious," said he. She thought it was not altogether a compliment from him. "There are serious people also in France," said she confusedly. He looked at her honest little face with its broad forehead, little straight nose, delicate chin, and thin cheeks framed in her chestnut hair. It was not she that he saw. He was thinking of the beautiful actress. He repeated, "It is strange that you should be French. Are you really of the same nationality as Ophelia? One would never think it." After a moment's silence, he went on, "How beautiful she is!" without noticing that he seemed to be making a comparison between the actress and his companion that was not at all flattering to her. But she felt it. But she did not mind, for she was of the same opinion. He tried to find out about the actress from her, but she knew nothing. It was plain that she did not know much about the theatre. "You must be glad to hear French?" he asked. He meant it in jest, but he touched her. "Ah," she said with an accent of sincerity which struck him, "it does me so much good. I am stifled here." He looked at her more closely. She clasped her hands and seemed to be oppressed, but at once she thought of how her words might hurt him. "Forgive me," she said. "I don't know what I am saying." He laughed. "Don't beg pardon. You are quite right. You don't need to be French to be stifled here. Oof!" He threw back his shoulders and took a long breath. But she was ashamed of having been so free and relapsed into silence. Besides, she had just seen that the people in the boxes next to them were listening to what they were saying. He noticed it too, and was wrathful. They broke off, and until the end of the interval he went out into the corridor. The girl's words were ringing in his ears, but he was lost in dreams. The image of Ophelia filled his thoughts. During the succeeding acts she took hold of him completely, and when the beautiful actress came to the mad scene and the melancholy songs of love and death, her voice gave forth notes so moving that he was bowled over. He felt that he was going to burst into tears. Angry with himself for what he took to be a sign of weakness, for he would not admit that a true artist can weep, and not wishing to make an object of himself, he left the box abruptly. The corridors and the foyer were empty. In his agitation he went down the stairs of the theatre and went out without knowing it. He had to breathe the cold night air, and to go striding through the dark, half-empty streets. He came to himself by the edge of a canal, and leaned on the parapet of the bank, and watched the silent water, whereon the reflections of the street lamps danced in the darkness. His soul was like that. It was dark and heaving. He could see nothing in it but great joy dancing on the surface. The clocks rang the hour. It was impossible for him to go back to the theatre and hear the end of the play. To see the triumph of Fortinbras? No, that did not tempt him. A fine triumph, that, Who thinks of envying the conqueror? Who would be he after being gorged with all the wild and absurd savagery of life? The whole play is a formidable indictment of life, but there is such a power of life in it that sadness becomes joy, and bitterness intoxicates. Christophe went home without a thought for the unknown girl, whose name even he had not ascertained. End of section 45. Section 46 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Cannon. Revolt II, Part 2. Next morning he went to see the actress at the little third-rate hotel in which the impresario had quartered her with her comrades, while the great actress had put up at the best hotel in the town. He was conducted to a very untidy room, where the remains of breakfast were left on an open piano, together with hairpins and torn and dirty sheets of music. In the next room Ophelia was singing at the top of her voice, like a child, for the pleasure of making a noise. She stopped for a moment when her visitor was announced, to ask merrily in a loud voice, without ever caring whether she were heard through the wall, "What does he want? What is his name? Christophe? Christophe what? Christophe Kraft? What a name!" She repeated it 2 or 3 times, rolling her R's terribly. "It is like a swear," she swore. "Is he young or old? Pleasant? Very well, I'll come." She began to sing again, "Nothing is sweeter than my love," while she rushed about her room, cursing a tortoise-shell pin which had got lost in all the rubbish. She lost patience, began to grumble, and roared. Although he could not see her, Christophe followed all her movements on the other side of the wall in imagination, and laughed to himself. At last he heard steps approaching. The door was flung open, and Ophelia appeared. She was half-dressed, in a loose gown which she was holding about her waist. Her bare arms showed in her wide sleeves. Her hair was carelessly done, and locks of it fell down into her eyes and over her cheeks. Her fine brown eyes smiled, her lips smiled, her cheeks smiled, and a charming dimple in her chin smiled. In her beautiful, grave, melodious voice, she asked him to excuse her appearance. She knew that there was nothing to excuse, and that he could only be very grateful to her for it. She thought he was a journalist, come to interview her. Instead of being annoyed when he told her that he had come to her entirely of his own accord, and because he admired her, she was delighted. She was a good girl, affectionate, delighted to please, and making no effort to conceal her delight. Christophe's visit and his enthusiasm made her very happy. She was not yet spoiled by flattery. She was so natural in all her movements and ways, even in her little vanities and her naive delight in giving pleasure, that he was not embarrassed for a single moment. They became old friends at once. He could jabber a few words of French, and she could jabber a few words of German. After an hour they told each other all their secrets. She never thought of sending him away. The splendid, gay southern creature, intelligent and warm-hearted, who would have been bored to tears with her stupid companions, and in a country whose language she did not know, a country without the natural joy that was in herself, was glad to find someone to talk to. As for Christophe, it was an untold blessing for him to meet the free-hearted girl of the Midi, filled with the life of the people, in the midst of his narrow and insincere fellow-citizens. He did not yet know the workings of such natures which, unlike the Germans, have no more in their minds and hearts than they show, and often not even as much. But at the least she was young, she was alive, she said frankly, rawly what she thought, she judged everything freely from a new and fresh point of view. In her it was possible to breathe a little of the northwest wind that sweeps away mists. She was gifted.
uneducated and unthinking, she could at once feel with her whole heart and be sincerely moved by things which were beautiful and good. And then, a moment later, she would burst out laughing. She was a coquette and made eyes. She did not mind showing her bare arms and neck under her half-open gown. She would have liked to turn Christophe's head, but it was all purely instinctive. There was no thought of gaining her own ends in her, and she much preferred to laugh and talk blithely, to be a good fellow, a good chum, without ceremony or awkwardness. She told him about the underworld of the theatre, her little sorrows, the silly susceptibilities of her comrades, the bickerings of Jezebel, so she called the great actress, who took good care not to let her shine. He confided his sufferings at the hands of the Germans. She clapped her hands and played chords to him. She was kind and would not speak ill of anybody. But that did not keep her from doing so, and while she blamed herself for her malice, when she laughed at anybody, she had a fund of mocking humor and that realistic and witty gift of observation which belongs to the people of the South. She could not resist it and drew cuttingly satirical portraits. With her pale lips she laughed merrily to show her teeth, like those of a puppy, and dark eyes shone in her pale face, which was a little discolored by grease paint. They noticed suddenly that they had been talking for more than an hour. Christophe proposed to come for Corinne, that was her stage name, in the afternoon and show her over the town. She was delighted with the idea, and they arranged to meet immediately after dinner. At the appointed hour he turned up. Corinne was sitting in the little drawing-room of the hotel with a book in her hand, which she was reading aloud. She greeted him with smiling eyes, but did not stop reading until she had finished her sentence. Then she signed to him to sit down on the sofa by her side. "Sit there," she said, "and don't talk. I am going over my part. I shall have finished in a quarter of an hour." She followed the script with her fingernail and read quickly and carelessly like a little girl in a hurry. He offered to hear her words. She passed him the book and got up to repeat what she had learned. She floundered and would repeat the end of one sentence 4 times before going on to the next. She shook her head as she recited her part. Her hairpins fell down and all over the room. When she could not recollect sometimes some word, she was as impatient as a naughty child. Sometimes she swore comically, or she would use big words. One word with which she apostrophized herself was very big and very short. Christophe was astonished by the mixture of talent and childishness in her. She would produce moving tones of voice quite aptly, but in the middle of a speech into which she seemed to be throwing her whole heart, she would say a whole string of words that had absolutely no meaning. She recited her lesson like a parrot, without troubling about its meaning, and then she produced burlesque nonsense. She did not worry about it. When she saw it, she would shout with laughter. At last she said, "Zut!" snatched the book from him, flung it into a corner of the room, and said, "Holidays! The hour has struck. Now let us go out." He was a little anxious about her part and asked, "You think you will know it?" She replied confidently, "Certainly. What is the prompter for?" She went into her room to put on her hat. Christophe sat at the piano while he was waiting for her and struck a few chords. From the next room she called, "Oh, what is that? Play some more. How pretty it is." She ran in, pinning on her hat. He went on. When he had finished, she wanted him to play more. She went into ecstasies with all the little arch exclamations habitual to French women, which they make about Tristan and a cup of chocolate equally. It made Christophe laugh. It was a change from the tremendous, affected, clumsy exclamations of the Germans. They were both exaggerated in different directions. One made a mountain out of a molehill, the other made a molehill out of a mountain. The French was not less ridiculous than the German, but for the moment it seemed more pleasant because he loved the lips from which it came. Corinne wanted to know what he was playing, and when she learned that he had composed it, she gave a shout. He had told her during their conversation in the morning that he was a composer, but she had hardly listened to him. She sat by him and insisted on his playing everything that he had composed. Their walk was forgotten. It was not mere politeness on her part. She adored music and had an admirable instinct for it, which supplied the deficiencies of her education. At first he did not take her seriously and played his easiest melodies. But when he had played a passage by which he set more store, and saw that she preferred it too, although he had not said anything about it, he was joyfully surprised. With the naive astonishment of the Germans when they meet a Frenchman who is a good musician, he said, "Odd, how good your taste is! I should never have thought it." Corinne laughed in his face. He amused himself then by selecting compositions more and more difficult to understand, to see how far she would go with him. But she did not seem to be put out by his boldness, and after a particularly new melody, which Christophe himself had almost come to doubt because he had never succeeded in having it accepted in Germany, he was greatly astonished when Corinne begged him to play it again, and she got up and began to sing the notes from memory, almost without a mistake. He turned towards her and took her hands warmly. "But you are a musician!" he cried. She began to laugh, and explained that she had made her debut as a singer in provincial opera houses, but that an impresario of touring companies had recognized her disposition towards the poetic theatre and had enrolled her in its services. He exclaimed, "What a pity!" "Why?" said she. "Poetry also is a sort of music." She made him explain to her the meaning of his lieder. He told her the German words, and she repeated them with easy mimicry, copying even the movements of his lips and eyes as he pronounced the words. When she had these to sing from memory, then she made grotesque mistakes, and when she forgot, she invented words, guttural and barbarously sonorous, which made them both laugh. She did not tire of making him play, nor he of playing for her and hearing her pretty voice. She did not know the tricks of the trade, and sang a little from the throat like little girls, and there was a curious fragile quality in her voice that was very touching. She told him frankly what she thought. Although she could not explain why she liked or disliked anything, there was always some grain of sense hidden in her judgment. The odd thing was that she found least pleasure in the most classical passages which were most appreciated in Germany. She paid him a few compliments out of politeness, but they obviously meant nothing. As she had no musical culture, she had not the pleasure which amateurs and even artists find in what is already heard, a pleasure which often makes them unconsciously reproduce, or, in a new composition, like forms or formulae which they have already used in old compositions. Nor did she have the German taste for melodious sentimentality, or at least her sentimentality was different. Christophe did not yet know its failings. She did not go into ecstasies over the soft, insipid music preferred in Germany. She did not single out the most melodious of his lieder. A melody which he would have liked to destroy because his friends, only too glad to be able to compliment him on something, were always talking about it. Corinne's dramatic instinct made her prefer the melodies which frankly reproduced a certain passion. He also set most store by them. And yet she did not hesitate to show her lack of sympathy with certain rude harmonies which seemed quite natural to Christophe. They gave her a sort of shock when she came upon them. She would stop then and ask if it was really so. When he said yes, then she would rush at the difficulty, but she would make a little grimace which did not escape Christophe. Sometimes, even, she would prefer to skip the bar. Then he would play it again on the piano. "You don't like that?" he would ask. She would screw up her nose. "It is wrong," she would say. "Not at all," he would reply with a laugh. "It is quite right. Think of its meaning. It is rhythmic, isn't it?" He pointed to her heart. But she would shake her head. "Maybe. But it is wrong here." She pulled her ear. And she would be a little shocked by the sudden outbursts of German declamation. "Why should he talk so loud?" she would ask. "He is all alone. Aren't you afraid of his neighbors overhearing him? It is as though, forgive me, you won't be angry? He were helling a boat." He was not angry. He laughed heartily. He recognized that there was some truth in what she said. Her remarks amused him. Nobody had ever said such things before.
They agreed that declamation in singing generally deforms the natural word like a magnifying glass. Corinne asked Christophe to write music for a piece in which she would speak to the accompaniment of the orchestra, singing a few sentences every now and then. He was fired by the idea in spite of the difficulties of the stage setting which, he thought, Corinne's musical voice would easily overcome, and they made plans for the future. It was not far short of 5 o'clock when they thought of going out. Night fell early. They could not think of going for a walk. Corinne had a rehearsal at the theatre in the evening. Nobody was allowed to be present. She made him promise to come and fetch her during the next afternoon to take the walk they had planned. End of section 46.
Section 47 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Cannon. Revolt II, Part 3. Next day they did almost the same again. He found Corinne in front of her mirror, perched on a high stool, swinging her legs. She was trying on a wig. Her dresser was there, and a hairdresser of the town, to whom she was giving instructions about a curl which she wished to have higher up. As she looked in the glass, she saw Christophe smiling behind her back. She put out her tongue at him. The hairdresser went away with the wig, and she turned gaily to Christophe. "Good day, my friend," she said. She held up her cheek to be kissed. He had not expected such intimacy, but he took advantage of it all the same. She did not attach so much importance to the favor. It was to her a greeting like any other. "Oh, I am happy," said she. "It will do very well tonight." She was talking of her wig. "I was so wretched. If you had come this morning, you would have found me absolutely miserable." He asked why. It was because the Parisian hairdresser had made a mistake in packing and had sent a wig which was not suitable to the part. "Quite flat," she said, "and falling straight down. When I saw it, I wept like a Magdalene. Didn't I, Désirée?" "When I came in," said Désirée, "I was afraid for Madame. Madame was quite white. Madame looked like death." Christophe laughed. Corinne saw him in her mirror. "Heartless wretch, it makes you laugh," she said indignantly. She began to laugh too. He asked her how the rehearsal had gone. Everything had gone off well. She would have liked the other parts to be cut more and her own less. They talked so much that they wasted part of the afternoon. She dressed slowly. She amused herself by asking Christophe's opinion about her dresses. Christophe praised her elegance and told her naively, in his Franco-German jargon, that he had never seen anybody so luxurious. She looked at him for a moment and then burst out laughing. "What have I said?" he asked. "Have I said anything wrong?" "Yes, yes," she cried, rocking with laughter. "You have indeed." At last they went out. Her striking costume and her exuberant chatter attracted attention. She looked at everything with her mocking eyes and made no effort to conceal her impressions. She chuckled at the dressmakers' shops and at the picture postcard shops in which sentimental scenes, comic and obscene drawings, the town prostitutes, the imperial family, the emperor as a sea-dog holding the wheel of the Germania and defying the heavens, were all thrown together higgledy-piggledy. She giggled at a dinner service decoration with Wagner's cross-grained face, or at a hairdresser's shop window in which there was the wax head of a man. She made no attempt to modify her hilarity over the patriotic monument representing the old emperor in a traveling coat and a peaked cap, together with Prussia, the German states, and a nude genius of war. She made remarks about anything in the faces of the people or their way of speaking that struck her as funny. Her victims were left in no doubt about it as she maliciously picked out their absurdities. Her instinctive mimicry made her sometimes imitate with her mouth and nose their broad grimaces and frowns, without thinking, and she would blow out her cheeks as she repeated fragments of sentences and words that struck her as grotesque in sound as she caught them. He laughed heartily, and was not at all embarrassed by her impertinence,
for he was no longer easily embarrassed. Fortunately, he had no great reputation to lose, or his walk would have ruined it forever. They visited the cathedral. Corinne wanted to go to the top of the spire, in spite of her high heels and long dress, which swept the stairs or was caught in a corner of the staircase. She did not worry about it, but pulled the stuff which split and went on climbing, holding it up. She wanted very much to ring the bells. From the top of the tower she declaimed Victor Hugo, he did not understand it, and sang a popular French song. After that she played the muezzin. Dusk was falling. They went down into the cathedral, where the dark shadows were creeping along the gigantic walls in which the magic eyes of the windows were shining. Kneeling in one of the side chapels, Christophe saw the girl who had shared his box at Hamlet. She was so absorbed in her prayers that she did not see him. He saw that she was looking sad and strained. He would have liked to speak to her, just to say, "How do you do?" But Corinne dragged him off like a whirlwind. They parted soon afterwards. She had to get ready for the performance, which began early, as usual, in Germany. He had hardly reached home when there was a ring at the door and a letter from Corinne was handed in. "Look! Jezebel ill. No performance. No school. Come, let us dine together. Your friend, Corinette. P.S. Bring plenty of music." It was some time before he understood. When he did understand, he was as happy as Corinne, and went to the hotel at once. He was afraid of finding the whole company assembled at dinner, but he saw nobody. Corinne herself was not there. At last he heard her laughing voice at the back of the house. He went to look for her and found her in the kitchen. She had taken it into her head to cook a dish in her own way, one of those southern dishes which fills the whole neighborhood with its aroma and would awaken a stone. She was on excellent terms with the large proprietress of the hotel, and they were jabbering in a horrible jargon that was a mixture of German, French, and Negro, though there is no word to describe it in any language. They were laughing loudly and making each other taste their cooking. Christophe's appearance made them noisier than ever. They tried to push him out, but he struggled and succeeded in tasting the famous dish. He made a face. She said he was a barbarous Teuton, and that it was no use putting herself out for him. They went up to the little sitting room when the table was laid. There were only 2 places, for himself and Corinne. He could not help asking her where her companions were. Corinne waved her hands carelessly. "I don't know." "Don't you sup together?" "Never. We see enough of each other at the theater, and it would be awful if we had to meet at meals." It was so different from German custom that he was surprised and charmed by it. "I thought," he said, "you were a sociable people." "Well," said she, "am I not sociable?" "Sociable means living in society. We have to see each other. Men, women, children, we all belong to societies from birth to death. We are always making societies. We eat, sing, think in societies. When the societies sneeze, we sneeze too. We don't have a drink except with our societies." "That must be amusing," said she. "Why not out of the same glass?" "Brotherly, isn't it?" "That for fraternity. I like being brotherly with people I like, not with the others. Pooh! That's not society. That is an ant-heap." "Well, you can imagine how happy I am here, for I think as you do." "Come to us, then." He asked nothing better. He questioned her about Paris and the French. She told him much that was not perfectly accurate. Her southern propensity for boasting was mixed with an instinctive desire to shine before him. According to her, everybody in Paris was free, and as everybody in Paris was intelligent, everybody made good use of their liberty, and no one abused it. Everybody did what they liked, thought, believed, loved, or did not love, as they liked. Nobody had anything to say about it. There nobody meddled with other people's beliefs, or spied on their consciences, or tried to regulate their thoughts. There politicians never dabbled in literature or the arts, and never gave orders, jobs, and money to their friends or clients. There little cliques never disposed of reputation or success. Journalists were never bought. There men of letters never entered into controversies with the church that could lead to nothing. There criticism never stifled unknown talent, or exhausted its praises upon recognized talent.
Their success at all costs, did not justify the means and command the adoration of the public. There were only gentle manners, kindly and sweet. There was never any bitterness, never any scandal. Everybody helped everybody else. Every worthy newcomer was certain to find hands held out to him and the way made smooth for him. Pure love of beauty filled the chivalrous and disinterested souls of the French, and they were only absurd in their idealism, which, in spite of their acknowledged wit, made them the dupes of other nations. Christophe listened, open-mouthed. It was certainly marvelous. Corinne marveled herself as she heard her words. She had forgotten what she had told Christophe the day before about the difficulties of her past life. He gave no more thought to it than she. And yet Corinne was not only concerned with making the Germans love her country. She wanted to make herself loved, too. A whole evening without flirtation would have seemed austere and rather absurd to her. She made eyes at Christophe, but it was trouble wasted. He did not notice it. Christophe did not know what it was to flirt. He loved or did not love. When he did not love, he was miles from any thought of love. He liked Corinne enormously. He felt the attraction of her southern nature. It was so new to him. And her sweetness and good humor, her quick and lively intelligence, many more reasons than he needed for loving. But the spirit blows where it listeth. It did not blow in that direction, and as for playing at love, in love's absence, the idea had never occurred to him. Corinne was amused by his coldness. She sat by his side at the piano while he played the music he had brought with him, and put her arm around his neck, and to follow the music she leaned towards the keyboard, almost pressing her cheek against his. He felt her hair touch his face, and quite close to him saw the corner of her mocking eye, her pretty little mouth, and the light down on her tip-tilted nose. She waited, smiling. She waited. Christophe did not understand the invitation. Corinne was in his way. That was all he thought of. Mechanically he broke free from her and moved his chair. And when, a moment later, he turned to speak to Corinne, he saw that she was choking with laughter. Her cheeks were dimpled, her lips were pressed together, and she seemed to be holding herself in. "What is the matter?" he said in his astonishment. She looked at him and laughed aloud. He did not understand. "Why are you laughing?" he asked. "Did I say anything funny?" The more he insisted, the more she laughed. When she had almost finished, she had only to look at his crestfallen appearance to break out again. She got up, ran to the sofa at the other end of the room, and buried her face in the cushions to laugh her fill. Her whole body shook with it. He began to laugh too, came towards her, and slapped her on the back. When she had done laughing, she raised her head, dried the tears in her eyes, and held out her hands to him. "What a good boy you are," she said. "No worse than another." She went on, shaking occasionally with laughter, still holding his hands. "French women are not serious?" she asked. She pronounced it Françoise. "You are making fun of me," he said good-humoredly. She looked at him kindly, shook his hands vigorously, and said, "Friends?" "Friends," said he, shaking her hand. "You will think of Corinette when she is gone? You won't be angry with the Frenchwoman for not being serious?" "And Corinette won't be angry with the barbarous Teuton for being so stupid?" "That is why she loves him. You will come and see her in Paris?" "It is a promise. And she will write to him?" "I swear it. You say, 'I swear.'" "I swear." "No, not like that. You must hold up your hand." She recited the oath of the Hurrati. She made him promise to write a play for her, a melodrama, which could be translated into French and played in Paris by her. She was going away next day with her company. He promised to go and see her again the day after at Frankfurt, where they were giving a performance. They stayed talking for some time. She presented Christophe with a photograph in which she was much décolletée, draped only in a garment fastening below her shoulders. They parted gaily and kissed like brother and sister. And indeed, once Corinne had seen that Christophe was fond of her, but not at all in love. She began to be fond of him too, without love, as a good friend. Their sleep was not troubled by it. He could not see her off next day because he was occupied by a rehearsal, but on the day following he managed to go to Frankfurt as he had promised. It was a few hours' journey by rail. Corinne hardly believed Christophe's promise, but he had taken it seriously, and when the performance began he was there. When he knocked at her dressing-room door during the interval, she gave a cry of glad surprise and threw her arms round his neck with her usual exuberance. She was sincerely grateful to him for having come. Unfortunately for Christophe, she was much more sought after in the city of rich, intelligent Jews who could appreciate her actual beauty and her future success. Almost every minute there was a knock at the door, and it opened to reveal men with heavy faces and quick eyes who said the conventional things with a thick accent. Corinne naturally made eyes, and then she would go on talking to Christophe in the same affected, provoking voice, and that irritated him. And he found no pleasure in the calm lack of modesty with which she went on dressing in his presence, and the paint and grease with which she larded her arms, throat, and face filled him with profound disgust. He was on the point of going away without seeing her again after the performance, but when he said goodbye and begged to be excused from going to the supper that was to be given to her after the play, she was so hurt by it, and so affectionate too, that he could not hold out against her. She had a timetable brought, so as to prove that he could and must stay an hour with her. He only needed to be convinced, and he was at the supper. He was even able to control his annoyance with the follies that were indulged in, and his irritation at Corinne's coquetries with all and sundry. It was impossible to be angry with her. She was an honest girl, without any moral principles, lazy, sensual, pleasure-loving, childishly coquettish, but at the same time so loyal, so kind, and all her faults were so spontaneous and so healthy that it was only possible to smile at them and even to love them. Christophe, who was sitting opposite her, watched her animation, her radiant eyes, her sticky lips with their Italian smile, that smile in which there is kindness, subtlety, and a sort of heavy greediness. He saw her more clearly than he had yet done. Some of her features reminded him of Ada. Certain gestures, certain looks, certain sensual and rather coarse tricks, the eternal feminine. But what he loved in her was her southern nature, that generous nature which is not niggardly with its gifts, which never troubles to fashion drawing-room beauties and literary cleverness, but harmonious creatures who are made body and mind to grow in the air and the sun. When he left, she got up from the table to say goodbye to him away from the others. They kissed and renewed their promises to write and meet again. He took the last train home. At a station the train coming from the opposite direction was waiting. In the carriage opposite his, a third-class compartment, Christophe saw the young Frenchwoman who had been with him to the performance of Hamlet. She saw Christophe and recognized him. They were both astonished. They bowed and did not move, and dared not look again. And yet he had seen at once that she was wearing a little traveling toque and had an old valise by her side. It did not occur to him that she was leaving the country. He thought she must be going away for a few days. He did not know whether he ought to speak to her. He stopped, turned over in his mind what to say, and was just about to lower the window of the carriage to address a few words to her, when the signal was given. He gave up the idea. A few seconds passed before the train moved. They looked straight at each other. Each was alone, and their faces were pressed against the windows, and they looked into each other's eyes through the night. They were separated by 2 windows. If they had reached out their hands, they could have touched each other. So near, so far. The carriages shook heavily. She was still looking at him, shy no longer, now that they were parting. They were so absorbed in looking at each other that they never even thought of bowing for the last time. She was slowly borne away. He saw her disappear, and the train which bore her plunged into the night. Like 2 circling worlds, they had passed close to each other in infinite space, and now they sped apart, perhaps for eternity. When she had disappeared, he felt the emptiness that her strange eyes had left in him, and he did not understand why, but the emptiness was there. Sleepy, with eyes half closed, lying in a corner of the carriage, he felt her eyes looking into his,
and all other thoughts ceased, to let him feel them more keenly. The image of Corinne fluttered outside his heart like an insect breaking its wings against a window, but he did not let it in. He found it again when he got out of the train on his arrival, when the keen night air and his walk through the streets of the sleeping town had shaken off his drowsiness. He scowled at the thought of the pretty actress, with a mixture of pleasure and irritation, according as he recalled her affectionate ways or her vulgar coquetries. "Oh, these French people!" he growled, laughing softly, while he was undressing quietly so as not to waken his mother, who was asleep in the next room. A remark that he had heard the other evening in the box occurred to him. There are others also. At his first encounter with France, she laid before him the enigma of her double nature. But like all Germans, he did not trouble to solve it, and as he thought of the girl in the train, he said quietly, "She does not look like a Frenchwoman," as if a German could say what is French and what is not. End of section 47. Section 48 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland. Translated by Gilbert Cannon. Revolt II, Part 4. French or not, she filled his thoughts, for he woke in the middle of the night with a pang. He had just remembered the valise on the seat by the girl's side, and suddenly the idea that she had gone forever crossed his mind. The idea must have come to him at the time, but he had not thought of it. It filled him with a strange sadness. He shrugged his shoulders. "What does it matter to me?" he said. "It is not my affair." He went to sleep. But next day the first person he met when he went out was Mannheim, who called him Blücher, and asked him if he had made up his mind to conquer all France. From the garrulous newsmonger he learned that the story of the box had had a success exceeding all Mannheim's expectations. "Thanks to you! Thanks to you!" cried Mannheim. "You are a great man. I am nothing compared with you." "What have I done?" said Christophe. "You are wonderful," Mannheim replied. "I am jealous of you. To shut the box in the Grunebaum's faces, and then to ask the French governess instead of them. No, that takes the cake. I should never have thought of that." "She was the Grunebaum's governess?" said Christophe in amazement. "Yes. Pretend you don't know. Pretend to be innocent. You'd better. My father is beside himself. The Grunebaums are in a rage. It was not for long. They have sacked the girl." "What?" cried Christophe. "They have dismissed her? Dismissed her because of me?" "Didn't you know?" said Mannheim. "Didn't she tell you?" Christophe was in despair. "You mustn't be angry, old man," said Mannheim. "It does not matter. Besides, one had only to expect that the Grunebaums would find out." "What?" cried Christophe. "Find out what?" "That she was your mistress, of course." "But I do not even know her. I don't know who she is." Mannheim smiled as if to say, "You take me for a fool." Christophe lost his temper and bade Mannheim do him the honor of believing what he said. Mannheim said, "Then it is even more humorous." Christophe worried about it, and talked of going to the Grunebaums, and telling them the facts, and justifying the girl. Mannheim dissuaded him. "My dear fellow," he said, "anything you may say will only convince them of the contrary. Besides, it is too late. The girl has gone away." Christophe was utterly sick at heart, and tried to trace the young Frenchwoman. He wanted to write to her to beg her pardon, but nothing was known of her. He applied to the Grunebaums, but they snubbed him. They did not know themselves where she had gone, and they did not care. The idea of the harm he had done in trying to do good tortured Christophe. He was remorseful. But added to his remorse was a mysterious attraction which shone upon him from the eyes of the woman who was gone. Attraction and remorse both seemed to be blotted out, engulfed in the flood of the day's new thoughts. But they endured in the depths of his heart. Christophe did not forget the woman whom he called his victim.
he had sworn to meet her again. He knew how small were the chances of his ever seeing her again, and he was sure that he would see her again. As for Corinne, she never answered his letters, but 3 months later, when he had given up expecting to hear from her, he received a telegram of 40 words of utter nonsense in which she addressed him in little familiar terms and asked if they were still fond of each other. Then, after nearly a year's silence, there came a scrappy letter scrawled in her enormous, childish, zigzag writing, in which she tried to play the lady. A few affectionate, droll words, and there she left it. She did not forget him, but she had no time to think of him. Still under the spell of Corinne, and full of the ideas they had exchanged about art, Christophe dreamed of writing the music for a play in which Corinne should act and sing a few airs. A sort of poetic melodrama. That form of art, once so much in favor in Germany, passionately admired by Mozart, and practiced by Beethoven, Weber, Mendelssohn, and Schumann, and all the great classics, had fallen into discredit since the triumph of Wagnerism, which claimed to have realized the definite formula of the theater and music. The Wagnerian pedants, not content with proscribing every new melodrama, busied themselves with dressing up the old melodramas and operas. They carefully effaced every trace of spoken dialogue and wrote for Mozart, Beethoven, or Weber recitations in their own manner. They were convinced that they were doing a service to the fame of the masters and filling out their thoughts by the pious deposit of their dung upon masterpieces. Christophe, who had been made more sensible of the heaviness, and often the ugliness, of Wagnerian declamation by Corinne, had for some time been debating whether it was not nonsense and an offense against nature to harness and yoke together the spoken word and the word sung in the theater. It was like harnessing a horse and a bird to a cart. Speech and singing each had its rhythm. It was comprehensible that an artist should sacrifice one of the two arts to the triumph of that which he preferred. But to try to find a compromise between them was to sacrifice both. It was to want speech no longer to be speech, and singing no longer to be singing, to want singing to let its vast flood be confined between the banks of monotonous canals, to want speech to cloak its lovely naked limbs with rich heavy stuffs which must paralyze its gestures and movements. Why not leave both with their spontaneity and freedom of movement? Like a beautiful girl walking tranquilly, lithely along a stream, dreaming as she goes, the gay murmur of the water lulls her dreams, and unconsciously she brings her steps and her thoughts in tune with the song of the stream. So being both free, music and poesy would go side by side, dreaming, their dreams mingling. Assuredly all music was not good for such a union, nor all poetry. The opponents of melodrama had good ground for attack in the coarseness of the attempts which had been made in that form, and of the interpreters. Christophe had for long shared their dislike. The stupidity of the actors who delivered these recitations, spoken to an instrumental accompaniment, without bothering about the accompaniment, without trying to merge their voices in it. Rather, on the contrary, trying to prevent anything being heard but themselves, was calculated to revolt any musical ear. But since he had tasted the beauty of Corinne's harmonious voice, that liquid and pure voice which played upon music like a ray of light on water, which wedded every turn of a melody, which was like the most fluid and most free singing, he had caught a glimpse of the beauty of a new art. Perhaps he was right, but he was still too inexperienced to venture without peril upon a form which, if it is meant to be beautiful and really artistic, is the most difficult of all. That art especially demands one essential condition, the perfect harmony of the combined efforts of the poet, the musicians, and the actors. Christophe had no tremors about it. He hurled himself blindly at an unknown art of which the laws were only known to himself. His first idea had been to clothe in music a fairy fantasy of Shakespeare, or an act of the second part of Faust, but the theaters showed little disposition to make the experiment.
It would be too costly and appeared absurd. They were quite willing to admit Christophe's efficiency in music, but that he should take upon himself to have ideas about poetry and the theater made them smile. They did not take him seriously. The world of music and the world of poesy were like two foreign and secretly hostile states. Christophe had to accept the collaboration of a poet to be able to set foot upon poetic territory, and he was not allowed to choose his own poet. He would not have dared to choose himself. He did not trust his taste in poetry. He had been told that he knew nothing about it, and indeed he could not understand the poetry which was admired by those about him. With his usual honesty and stubbornness, he had tried hard sometimes to feel the beauty of some of these works, but he had always been bewildered and a little ashamed of himself. No, decidedly he was not a poet. In truth, he loved passionately certain old poets, and that consoled him a little, but no doubt he did not love them as they should be loved. Had he not once expressed the ridiculous idea that those poets only are great who remain great even when they are translated into prose, and even into the prose of a foreign language, and that words have no value apart from the soul which they express? His friends had laughed at him. Mannheim had called him a goose. He did not try to defend himself. As every day he saw, through the example of writers who talk of music, the absurdity of artists who attempt to image any art other than their own, he resigned himself, though a little incredulous at heart, to his incompetence in poetry, and he shut his eyes and accepted the judgments of those whom he thought were better informed than himself. So he let his friends of the review impose one of their number on him, a great man of a decadent coterie, Stephan von Helmut, who brought him an Iphigenia. It was at the time when German poets, like their colleagues in France, were recasting all the Greek tragedies. Stephan von Helmut's work was one of those astounding Greco-German plays in which Ibsen, Homer, and Oscar Wilde are compounded, and of course a few manuals of archaeology. Agamemnon was neurasthenic and Achilles impotent. They lamented their condition at length, and naturally their outcries produced no change. The energy of the drama was concentrated in the role of Iphigenia, a nervous, hysterical, and pedantic Iphigenia who lectured the hero, declaimed furiously, laid bare for the audience her Nietzschean pessimism, and glutted with death, cut her throat, shrieking with laughter. Nothing could be more contrary to Christophe's mind than such pretentious, degenerate, Ostrogothic stuff in Greek dress. It was hailed as a masterpiece by everybody about him. He was cowardly and was over-persuaded. In truth, he was bursting with music and thinking much more of his music than of the text. The text was a new bed into which to let loose the flood of his passions. He was, as far as possible, from the state of abnegation and intelligent impersonality proper to musical translation of a poetic work. He was thinking only of himself, and not at all of the work. He never thought of adapting himself to it. He was under an illusion. He saw in the poem something absolutely different from what was actually in it, just as when he was a child he used to compose in his mind a play entirely different from that which was upon the stage. It was not until it came to rehearsal that he saw the real play. One day he was listening to a scene, and he thought it so stupid that he fancied the actors must be spoiling it, and went so far as to explain it to them in the poet's presence, but also to explain it to the poet himself, who was defending his interpretation. The author refused bluntly to hear him, and said with some asperity that he thought he knew what he had meant to write. Christophe would not give in, and maintained that Helmut knew nothing about it. The general merriment told him that he was making himself ridiculous. He said no more, agreeing that after all it was not he who had written the poem. Then he saw the appalling emptiness of the play and was overwhelmed by it. He wondered how he could ever have been persuaded to try it. He called himself an idiot and tore his hair. He tried in vain to reassure himself by saying, "You know nothing about it. It is not your business. Keep to your music." He was so much ashamed of certain idiotic things in it, of the pretentious pathos, the crying falsity of the words, the gestures and attitudes, that sometimes, when he was conducting the orchestra, he hardly had the strength to raise his baton. He wanted to go and hide in the prompter's box. He was too frank and too little politic to conceal what he thought. Everyone noticed it, his friends, the actors, and the author. Helmut said to him with a frigid smile, "Is it not fortunate enough to please you?" Christophe replied honestly, "Truth to tell, no. I don't understand it." "Then you did not read it when you set it to music?" "Yes," said Christophe naively, "but I made a mistake. I understood it differently." "It is a pity you did not write what you understood yourself." "Oh, if only I could have done so," said Christophe. The poet was vexed, and in his turn criticized the music. He complained that it was in the way and prevented his words being heard. If the poet did not understand the musician, or the musician the poet, the actors understood neither the one nor the other, and did not care. They were only asking for sentences in their parts on which to bring in their usual effects. They had no idea of adapting their declamation to the formality of the piece and the musical rhythm. They went one way, the music another. It was as though they were constantly singing out of tune. Christophe ground his teeth and shouted the note at them until he was hoarse. They let him shout and went on, imperturbably, not even understanding what he wanted them to do. Christophe would have flung the whole thing up if the rehearsals had not been so far advanced, and he had not been bound to go on by fear of legal proceedings. Mannheim, to whom he confided his discouragement, laughed at him. "What is it?" he asked. "It is all going well. You don't understand each other? What does that matter? Who has ever understood his work but the author? It is a toss-up whether he understands it himself." Christophe was worried about the stupidity of the poem, which, he said, would ruin the music. Mannheim made no difficulty about admitting that there was no common sense in the poem, and that Helmut was a muff. But he would not worry about him. Helmut gave good dinners and had a pretty wife. What more did criticism want? Christophe shrugged his shoulders and said that he had no time to listen to nonsense. "It is not nonsense," said Mannheim, laughing. "How serious people are! They have no idea of what matters in life." And he advised Christophe not to bother so much about Helmut's business, but to attend to his own. He wanted him to advertise a little. Christophe refused indignantly. To a reporter who came and asked for a history of his life, he replied furiously, "It is not your affair." And when they asked for his photograph, for a review, he stamped with rage and shouted that he was not, thank God, an emperor, to have his face passed from hand to hand. It was impossible to bring him into touch with influential people. He never replied to invitations, and when he had been forced by any chance to accept, he would forget to go, or would go with such a bad grace that he seemed to have set himself to be disagreeable to everybody. But the climax came when he quarreled with his review, 2 days before the performance. End of section 48. Section 49 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Canaan. Revolt II, Part 5. The thing was bound to happen. Mannheim had gone on revising Christophe's articles, and he no longer scrupled about deleting whole lines of criticism and replacing them with compliments. One day, out visiting, Christophe met a certain virtuoso, a foppish pianist whom he had slaughtered. The man came and thanked him with a smile that showed all his white teeth. He replied brutally that there was no reason for it. The other insisted and poured forth expressions of gratitude. Christophe cut him short by saying that if he was satisfied with the article, that was his affair, but that the article had certainly not been written with a view to pleasing him, and he turned his back on him. The virtuoso thought him a kindly bore and went away laughing, but Christophe remembered having received a card of thanks from another of his victims,
and a suspicion flashed upon him. He went out, bought the last number of the Review at a newsstand, turned to his article, and read. At first he wondered if he were going mad. Then he understood, and mad with rage he ran to the office of the Dionysus. Waldhaus and Mannheim were there, talking to an actress whom they knew. They had no need to ask Christophe what brought him. Throwing a number of the Review on the table, Christophe let fly at them without stopping to take breath, with extraordinary violence, shouting, calling them rogues, rascals, forgers, thumping on the floor with a chair. Mannheim began to laugh. Christophe tried to kick him. Mannheim took refuge behind the table and rolled with laughter, but Waldhaus took it very loftily. With dignity, formally, he tried to make himself heard through the row, and said that he would not allow anyone to talk to him in such a tone, that Christophe should hear from him, and he held out his card. Christophe flung it in his face. "Mischief-maker! I don't need your card to know what you are. You are a rascal and a forger, and you think I would fight with you? A thrashing is all you deserve." His voice could be heard in the street. People stopped to listen. Mannheim closed the windows. The actress tried to escape, but Christophe was blocking the way. Waldhaus was pale and choking. Mannheim was stuttering and stammering and trying to reply. Christophe did not let them speak. He let loose upon them every expression he could think of, and never stopped until he was out of breath and had come to an end of his insults. Waldhaus and Mannheim only found their tongues after he had gone. Mannheim quickly recovered himself. Insults slipped from him like water from a duck's back, but Waldhaus was still sore. His dignity had been outraged, and what made the affront more mortifying was that there had been witnesses. He would never forgive it. His colleagues joined chorus with him. Mannheim only of the staff of the Review was not angry with Christophe. He had had his fill of entertainment out of him. It did not seem to him a heavy price to pay for his pound of flesh to suffer a few violent words. It had been a good joke. If he had been the butt of it, he would have been the first to laugh. And so he was quite ready to shake hands with Christophe as though nothing had happened. But Christophe was more rancorous and rejected all advances. Mannheim did not care. Christophe was a toy from which he had extracted all the amusement possible. He was beginning to want a new puppet. From that very day all was over between them. But that did not prevent Mannheim still saying, whenever Christophe was mentioned in his presence, that they were intimate friends. And perhaps he thought they were. 2 days after the quarrel, the first performance of Iphigenia took place. It was an utter failure. Waldhaus's Review praised the poem and made no mention of the music. The other papers and reviews made merry over it. They laughed and hissed. The piece was withdrawn after the third performance, but the jokes at its expense did not disappear so quickly. People were only too glad of the opportunity of having a fling at Christophe, and for several weeks the Iphigenia remained an unfailing subject for joking. They knew that Christophe had no weapon of defense, and they took advantage of it. The only thing which held them back a little was his position at the court. Although his relation with the Grand Duke had become quite cold, for the prince had several times made remarks to which he had paid no attention whatever, he still went to the palace at intervals, and still enjoyed, in the eye of the public, a sort of official protection, though it was more visionary than real. He took upon himself to destroy even that last support. He suffered from the criticisms. They were concerned not only with his music, but also with his idea of a new form of art, which the writers did not take the trouble to understand. It was very easy to travesty it and make fun of it. Christophe was not yet wise enough to know that the best reply to dishonest critics is to make none and to go on working. For some months past, he had fallen into the bad habit of not letting any unjust attack go unanswered. He wrote an article in which he did not spare certain of his adversaries. The 2 papers to which he took it returned it with ironically polite excuses for being unable to publish it. Christophe stuck to his guns. He remembered that the socialist paper in the town had made advances to him. He knew one of the editors.
They used to meet and talk occasionally. Christophe was glad to find someone who would talk freely about power, the army, and oppression, and archaic prejudices. But they could not go far with each other, for the socialist always came back to Karl Marx, about whom Christophe cared not a rap. Moreover, Christophe used to find in his speeches about the free man, besides a materialism which was not much to his taste, a pedantic severity and a despotism of thought, a secret cult of force, an inverse militarism, all of which did not sound very different from what he heard every day in German. However, he thought of this man and his paper when he saw all other doors in journalism closed to him. He knew that his doing so would cause a scandal. The paper was violent, malignant, and always being condemned. But as Christophe never read it, he only thought of the boldness of its ideas, of which he was not afraid, and not of the baseness of its tone, which would have repelled him. Besides, he was so angry at seeing the other papers in alliance to suppress him that perhaps he would have gone on even if he had been warned. He wanted to show people that he was not so easily got rid of. So he took his article to the socialist paper, which received it with open arms. The next day the article appeared, and the paper announced in large letters that it had engaged the support of the young and talented maestro, Jean-Christophe Kraft, whose keen sympathy with the demands of the working classes was well known. Christophe read neither the note nor the article, for he had gone out before dawn for a walk in the country, it being Sunday. He was in fine fettle. As he saw the sunrise, he shouted, laughed, yodeled, leaped, and danced. No more review, no more criticisms to do. It was spring, and there was once more the music of the heavens and the earth, the most beautiful of all. No more dark concert rooms, stuffy and smelly, unpleasant people, dull performers. Now the marvelous song of the murmuring forests was to be heard, and over the fields like waves there passed the intoxicating sense of life, breaking through the crust of the earth and issuing from the grave. He went home with his head buzzing with light and music, and his mother gave him a letter which had been brought from the palace while he was away. The letter was in an impersonal form, and told Herr Kraft that he was to go to the palace that morning. The morning was past. It was nearly 1 o'clock. Christophe was not put about. "It is too late now," he said. "It will do tomorrow." But his mother said anxiously, "No, no, you cannot put off an appointment with His Highness like that. You must go at once. Perhaps it is a matter of importance." Christophe shrugged his shoulders. "Important, as if those people could have anything important to say. He wants to tell me his ideas about music. That will be funny. If only he has not taken it into his head to rival Siegfried Meyer, Footnote, a nickname given by German pamphleteers to H.M., His Majesty, the Emperor, and wants to show me a hymn to Aegis. I vow that I will not spare him. I shall say, 'Stick to politics. You are master there. You will always be right. But beware of art. In art you are seen without your plumes, your helmet, your uniform, your money, your titles, your ancestors, your policemen. And just think for a moment what would be left of you then.'" Poor Louisa took him quite seriously and raised her hands in horror. "You won't say that! You are mad! Mad!" It amused him to make her uneasy by playing upon her credulity until he became so extravagant that Louisa began to see that he was making fun of her. "You are stupid, my boy." He laughed and kissed her. He was in a wonderfully good humor. On his walk he had found a beautiful musical theme, and he felt it frolicking in him like a fish in water. He refused to go to the palace until he had had something to eat. He was as hungry as an ape. Louisa then supervised his dressing, for he was beginning to tease her again, pretending that he was quite all right as he was with his old clothes and dusty boots. But he changed them all the same, and cleaned his boots, whistling like a blackbird and imitating all the instruments in an orchestra. When he had finished, his mother inspected him and gravely tied his tie for him again. For once in a way he was very patient, because he was pleased with himself, which was not very usual. He went off saying that he was going to elope with Princess Adelaide, the Grand Duke's daughter, quite a pretty woman, who was married to a German princeling and had come to stay with her parents for a few weeks. She had shown sympathy for Christophe when he was a child, and he had a soft side for her. Louisa used to declare that he was in love with her, and he would pretend to be so in fun. He did not hurry. He dawdled and looked into the shops, and stopped to pat some dog that he knew as it lay on its side and yawned in the sun. He jumped over the harmless railings which enclosed the palace square, a great empty square, surrounded with houses, with 2 little fountains, 2 symmetrical bare flower beds, divided, as by a parting, by a gravel path, carefully raked and bordered by orange trees in tubs. In the middle was the bronze statue of some unknown Grand Duke in the costume of Louis Philippe, on a pediment adorned at the 4 corners by allegorical figures representing the virtues. On a seat 1 solitary man was dozing over his paper. Behind the silly moat of the earthworks of the palace, 2 sleepy cannon yawned upon the sleepy town. Christophe laughed at the whole thing. He entered the palace without troubling to take on a more official manner. At most he stopped humming, but his thoughts went dancing on inside him. He threw his hat on the table in the hall and familiarly greeted the old usher, whom he had known since he was a child. The old man had been there on the day when Christophe had first entered the palace, on the evening when he had seen Hassler. But today the old man, who always used to reply good-humoredly to Christophe's disrespectful sallies, now seemed a little haughty. Christophe paid no heed to it. A little farther on, in the antechamber, he met a clerk of the Chancery, who was usually full of conversation and very friendly. He was surprised to see him hurry past him to avoid having to talk. However, he did not attach any significance to it, and went on and asked to be shown in. He went in. They had just finished dinner. His Highness was in one of the drawing-rooms. He was leaning against the mantelpiece, smoking and talking to his guests, among whom Christophe saw his princess, who was also smoking. She was lying back in an armchair and talking in a loud voice to some officers who made a circle about her. The gathering was lively. They were all very merry, and when Christophe entered, he heard the Grand Duke's thick laugh. But he stopped dead when he saw Christophe. He growled and pounced on him. "Ah, there you are," he said. "You have condescended to come at last? Do you think you can go on making fun of me any longer? You're a blackguard, sir." Christophe was so staggered by this brutal attack that it was some time before he could utter a word. He was thinking that he was only late, and that could not have provoked such violence. He murmured, "What have I done, your Highness?" His Highness did not listen and went on angrily. "Be silent! I will not be insulted by a blackguard." Christophe turned pale and gulped so as to try to speak, for he was choking. He made an effort and said, "Your Highness, you have no right. You have no right to insult me without telling me what I have done." The Grand Duke turned to his secretary, who produced a paper from his pocket and held it out to him. He was in such a state of exasperation as could not be explained only by his anger. The fumes of good wine had their share in it, too. He came and stood in front of Christophe, and like a toreador with his cape, furiously waved the crumpled newspaper in his face and shouted, "You're muck, sir. You deserve to have your nose rubbed in it." Christophe recognized the socialist paper. "I don't see what harm there is in it," he said. "What? What?" screamed the Grand Duke. "You are impudent. This rascally paper, which insults me from day to day and spews out filthy insults upon me." "Sire," said Christophe, "I have not read it." "You lie," shouted the Grand Duke. "You shall not call me a liar," said Christophe. "I have not read it. I am only concerned with reviews, and besides, I have the right to write in whatever paper I like." "You have no right but to hold your tongue. I have been too kind to you. I have heaped kindness upon you, you and yours, in spite of your misconduct and your father's, which would have justified me in cutting you off. I forbid you to go on writing in a paper which is hostile to me. And further, I forbid you altogether to write anything in future without my authority. I have had enough of your musical polemics. I will not allow anyone who enjoys my patronage to spend his time in attacking everything which is dear to people of taste and feeling, to all true Germans. You would do better to write better music, or, if that is impossible, to practice your scales and exercises. I don't want to have anything to do with a musical bebel who amuses himself by decrying all our national glories and upsetting the minds of the people. We know what is good, thank God. We do not need to wait for you to tell us. Go to your piano, sir, or leave us in peace." Standing face to face with Christophe, the fat man glared at him insultingly. Christophe was livid and tried to speak. His lips moved. He stammered, I am not your slave. I shall say what I like and write what I like." He choked. He was almost weeping with shame and rage. His legs were trembling. He jerked his elbow and upset an ornament on a table by his side. He felt that he was in a ridiculous position. He heard people laughing. He looked down the room and, as through a mist, saw the princess watching the scene and exchanging ironically commiserating remarks with her neighbors. He lost count of what exactly happened. The Grand Duke shouted. Christophe shouted louder than he, without knowing what he said. The prince's secretary and another official came towards him and tried to stop him. He pushed them away, and while he talked, he waved an ashtray which he had mechanically picked up from the table against which he was leaning. He heard the secretary say, put it down, and he heard himself shouting inarticulately and knocking on the edge of the table with the ashtray. "Go!" roared the Grand Duke, beside himself with rage. "Go! Go! I'll have you thrown out!" The officers had come up to the prince and were trying to calm him. The Grand Duke looked apoplectic. His eyes were starting from his head. He shouted to them to throw the rascal out. Christophe saw red. He longed to thrust his fist in the Grand Duke's face, but he was crushed under a weight of conflicting feelings. Shame, fury, a remnant of shyness, of German loyalty, traditional respect, habits of humility in the prince's presence. He tried to speak. He could not. He tried to move. He could not. He could not see or hear. He suffered them to push him along and left the room. He passed through the impassive servants who had come up to the door and had missed nothing of the quarrel. He had to go 30 yards to cross the antechamber, and it seemed a lifetime. The corridor grew longer and longer as he walked up it. He would never get out. The light of day which he saw shining downstairs through the glass door was his haven. He went stumbling down the stairs. He forgot that he was bareheaded. The old usher reminded him to take his hat. He had to gather all his forces to leave the castle, cross the court, reach his home. His teeth were chattering when he opened the door. His mother was terrified by his face and his trembling. He avoided her and refused to answer her questions. He went up to his room, shut himself in, and lay down. He was shaking so that he could not undress. His breathing came in jerks, and his whole body seemed shattered. Oh, if only he could see no more, feel no more, no longer have to bear with his wretched body, no longer have to struggle against ignoble life, and fall, breathless, without thought, and no longer be anywhere. With frightful difficulty he tore off his clothes and left them on the ground, and then flung himself into his bed and drew the coverings over him. There was no sound in the room save that of the little iron bed rattling on the tiled floor. Louisa listened at the door. She knocked in vain. She called softly. There was no reply. She waited, anxiously listening through the silence. Then she went away. Once or twice during the day she came and listened, and again at night, before she went to bed. Day passed, and the night. The house was still. Christophe was shaking with fever. Every now and then he wept, and in the night he got up several times and shook his fist at the wall. About 2 o'clock, in an access of madness, he got up from his bed, sweating and half-naked. He wanted to go and kill the Grand Duke. He was devoured by hate and shame. His body and his heart writhed in the fire of it. Nothing of all the storm in him could be heard outside, not a word, not a sound. With clenched teeth he fought it down and forced it back into himself. End of section 49. Section 50 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Cannon. Revolt II, Part 6. Next morning he came down as usual. He was a wreck. He said nothing, and his mother dared not question him. She knew from the gossip of the neighborhood. All day he stayed sitting by the fire, silent, feverish, and with bent head, like a little old man. And when he was alone, he wept in silence. In the evening, the editor of the socialist paper came to see him. Naturally, he had heard, and wished to have details. Christophe was touched by his coming, and interpreted it naively as a mark of sympathy and a desire for forgiveness on the part of those who had compromised him. He made a point of seeming to regret nothing, and he let himself go and said everything that was rankling in him. It was some solace for him to talk freely to a man who shared his hatred of oppression. The other urged him on. He saw a good chance for his journal in the event, and an opportunity for a scandalous article, for which he expected Christophe to provide him with material if he did not write it himself. For he thought that after such an explosion the court musician would put his very considerable political talents and his no less considerable little titbits of secret information about the court at the service of the cause. As he did not plume himself on his subtlety, he presented the thing rawly, in the crudest light. Christophe started. He declared that he would write nothing, and said that any attack on the Grand Duke that he might make would be interpreted as an act of personal vengeance, and that he would be more reserved now that he was free than when, not being free, he ran some risk in saying what he thought. The journalist could not understand his scruples. He thought Christophe narrow and clerical at heart, but he also decided that Christophe was afraid. He said, "Oh, well, leave it to us. I will write it myself. You need not bother about it." Christophe begged him to say nothing, but he had no means of restraining him. Besides, the journalist declared that the affair was not his concern only. The insult touched the paper, which had the right to avenge itself. There was nothing to be said to that. All that Christophe could do was to ask him on his word of honor not to abuse certain of his confidences which had been made to his friend, and not to the journalist. The other made no difficulty about that. Christophe was not reassured by it. He knew too well how imprudent he had been. When he was left alone, he turned over everything that he had said, and shuddered. Without hesitating for a moment, he wrote to the journalist, imploring him once more not to repeat what he had confided to him. The poor wretch repeated it in part himself in the letter. Next day, as he opened the paper with feverish haste, the first thing he read was his story at great length on the front page. Everything that he had said on the evening before was immeasurably enlarged, having suffered that peculiar deformation which everything has to suffer in its passage through the mind of a journalist. The article attacked the Grand Duke and the court with low invective. Certain details which it gave were too personal to Christophe, too obviously known only to him for the article not to be attributed to him in its entirety. Christophe was crushed by this fresh blow. As he read, a cold sweat came out on his face. When he had finished, he was dumbfounded. He wanted to rush to the office of the paper, but his mother withheld him, not unreasonably being fearful of his violence. He was afraid of it himself. He felt that if he went there he would do something foolish. And he stayed, and did a very foolish thing. He wrote an indignant letter to the journalist in which he reproached him for his conduct in insulting terms, disclaimed the article, and broke with the party. The disclaimer did not appear.
Christophe wrote again to the paper, demanding that his letter should be published. They sent him a copy of his first letter, written on the night of the interview and confirming it. They asked if they were to publish that too. He felt that he was in their hands. Thereupon he unfortunately met the indiscreet interviewer in the street. He could not help telling him of his contempt for him. Next day the paper, without a spark of shame, published an insulting paragraph about the servants of the court, who even when they are dismissed remain servants and are incapable of being free. A few allusions to recent events left no room for doubt that Christophe was meant. When it became evident to everybody that Christophe had no single support, there suddenly cropped up a host of enemies whose existence he had never suspected. All those whom he had offended, directly or indirectly, either by personal criticism or by attacking their ideas and taste, now took the offensive and avenged themselves with interest. The general public whom Christophe had tried to shake out of their apathy were quite pleased to see the insolent young man who had presumed to reform opinion and disturb the rest of people of property taken down a peg. Christophe was in the water. Everybody did their best to duck him. They did not come down upon him all at once. One tried first to spy out the land. Christophe made no response, and he struck more lustily. Others followed, and then the whole gang of them. Some joined in the sport simply for fun, like puppies who think it funny to leave their mark in inappropriate places. They were the flying squadron of incompetent journalists who, knowing nothing, tried to hide their ignorance by belauding the victors and belaboring the vanquished. Others brought the weight of their principles, and they shouted like deaf people. Nothing was left of anything when they had passed. They were the critics, with the criticism which kills. Fortunately for Christophe, he did not read the papers. A few devoted friends took care to send him the most insulting, but he left them in a heap on his desk and never thought of opening them. It was only towards the end of it that his eyes were attracted by a great red mark round an article. He read that his leader were like the roaring of a wild beast, that his symphonies seemed to have come from a madhouse, that his art was hysterical, his harmony spasmodic, as a change from the dryness of his heart and the emptiness of his thought. The critic, who was well known, ended with these words: "Herr Kraft, as a journalist, has lately given astounding proof of his style and taste, which roused irresistible merriment in musical circles. He was then given the friendly advice rather to devote himself to composition, but the latest products of his muse have shown that this advice, though well meant, was bad. Herr Kraft should certainly devote himself to journalism." After reading the article, which prevented Christophe working the whole morning, naturally he began to look for the other hostile papers, and became utterly demoralized. But Louisa, who had a mania for moving everything lying about, by way of tidying up, had already burned them. He was irritated at first and then comforted, and he held out the last of the papers to her and said that she had better do the same with that. Other rebuffs hurt him more. A quartet which he had sent in manuscript to a well-known society at Frankfurt was rejected unanimously and returned without explanation. An overture which an orchestra at Cologne seemed disposed to perform was returned after a month as unplayable. But the worst of all was inflicted on him by an orchestral society in the town. The Kapellmeister, H. Euphrat, its conductor, was quite a good musician, but like many conductors, he had no curiosity of mind. He suffered, or rather he carried to extremes, the laziness peculiar to his class, which consists in going on and on investigating familiar works, while it shuns any really new work like the plague. He was never tired of organizing Beethoven, Mozart, or Schumann festivals. In conducting these works, he had only to let himself be carried along by the purring of the familiar rhythms. On the other hand, contemporary music was intolerable to him. He dared not admit it, and pretended to be friendly towards young talent. In fact, whenever he was brought a work built on the old lines, a sort of hodgepodge of works that had been new 50 years before,
He would receive it very well, and would even produce it ostentatiously and force it upon the public. It did not disturb either his effects or the way in which the public was accustomed to be moved. On the other hand, he was filled with a mixture of contempt and hatred for anything which threatened to disturb that arrangement and put him to extra trouble. Contempt would predominate if the innovator had no chance of emerging from obscurity. But if there was any danger of his succeeding, then hatred would predominate, of course until the moment when he had gained an established success. Christophe was not yet in that position, far from it, and so he was much surprised when he was informed, by indirect overtures, that Herr H. Euphrat would be very glad to produce one of his compositions. It was all the more unexpected as he knew that the Kapellmeister was an intimate friend of Brahms and others whom he had maltreated in his criticisms. Being honest himself, he credited his adversaries with the same generous feelings which he would have had himself. He supposed that now that he was down, they wished to show him that they were above petty spite. He was touched by it. He wrote effusively to Herr Euphrat and sent him a symphonic poem. The conductor replied through his secretary, coldly but politely, acknowledging the receipt of his work and adding that, in accordance with the rules of the society, the symphony would be given out to the orchestra immediately and put to the test of a general rehearsal before it could be accepted for public hearing. A rule is a rule. Christophe had to bow to it, though it was a pure formality which served to weed out the lucubrations of amateurs, which were sometimes a nuisance. A few weeks later, Christophe was told that his composition was to be rehearsed. On principle, everything was done privately, and even the author was not permitted to be present at the rehearsal. But by a generally agreed indulgence, the author was always admitted, only he did not show himself. Everybody knew it, and everybody pretended not to know it. On the appointed day, one of his friends brought Christophe to the hall, where he sat at the back of a box. He was surprised to see that at this private rehearsal the hall, at least the ground-floor seats, were almost all filled. A crowd of dilettante idlers and critics moved about and chattered to each other. The orchestra had to ignore their presence. They began with the Brahms Rhapsody for alto, chorus of male voices, and orchestra on a fragment of the Herzreise im Winter of Goethe. Christophe, who detested the majestic sentimentality of the work, thought that perhaps the Brahmins had introduced it politely to avenge themselves by forcing him to hear a composition of which he had written irreverently. The idea made him laugh, and his good humor increased when after the Rhapsody there came 2 other productions by known musicians whom he had taken to task. There seemed to be no doubt about their intentions, and while he could not help making a face at it, he thought that after all it was quite fair tactics, and failing the music, he appreciated the joke. It even amused him to applaud ironically with the audience, which made manifest its enthusiasm for Brahms and his like. At last it came to Christophe's symphony. He saw from the way the orchestra and the people in the hall were looking at his box that they were aware of his presence. He hid himself. He waited with the catch at his heart, which every musician feels at the moment when the conductor's wand is raised and the waters of the music gather in silence before bursting their dam. He had never yet heard his work played. How would the creatures of his dreams live? How would their voices sound? He felt their roaring within him, and he leaned over the abyss of sounds, waiting fearfully for what should come forth. What did come forth was a nameless thing, a shapeless hodgepodge. Instead of the bold columns, which were to support the front of the building, the chords came crumbling down like a building in ruins. There was nothing to be seen but the dust of mortar. For a moment, Christophe was not quite sure whether they were really playing his work. He cast back for the train, the rhythm of his thoughts. He could not recognize it. It went on babbling and hiccuping like a drunken man clinging close to the wall, and he was overcome with shame, as though he had himself been seen in that condition. It was of no avail to think that he had not written such stuff. When an idiotic interpreter destroys a man's thoughts, he has always a moment of doubt when he asks himself in consternation if he is himself responsible for it.
The audience never asks such a question. The audience believes in the interpreter, in the singers, in the orchestra, whom they are accustomed to hear, as they believe in their newspaper. They cannot make a mistake. If they say absurd things, it is the absurdity of the author. This audience was the less inclined to doubt, because it liked to believe. Christophe tried to persuade himself that the Kapellmeister was aware of the hash and would stop the orchestra and begin again. The instruments were not playing together. The horn had missed his beat and had come in a bar too late. He went on for a few minutes and then stopped quietly to clean his instrument. Certain passages for the oboe had absolutely disappeared. It was impossible for the most skilled ear to pick up the thread of the musical idea, or even to imagine that there was one. Fantastic instrumentations, humoristic sallies, became grotesque through the coarseness of the execution. It was lamentably stupid, the work of an idiot, of a joker who knew nothing of music. Christophe tore his hair. He tried to interrupt, but the friend who was with him held him back, assuring him that the Herr Kapellmeister must surely see the faults of the execution and would put everything right, that Christophe must not show himself, and that if he made any remark, it would have a very bad effect. He made Christophe sit at the very back of the box. Christophe obeyed, but he beat his head with his fists, and every fresh monstrosity drew from him a groan of indignation and misery. "The wretches! The wretches!" He groaned and squeezed his hands tight to keep himself from crying out. Now, mingled with the wrong notes, there came up to him the muttering of the audience, who were beginning to be restless. At first it was only a tremor, but soon Christophe was left without a doubt. They were laughing. The musicians of the orchestra had given the signal. Some of them did not conceal their hilarity. The audience, certain then that the music was laughable, rocked with laughter. This merriment became general. It increased at the return of a very rhythmical motif, which the double basses accentuated in a burlesque fashion. Only the Kapellmeister went on through the uproar, imperturbably beating time. At last they reached the end. The best things come to an end. It was the turn of the audience. They exploded with delight, an explosion which lasted for several minutes. Some hissed. Others applauded ironically. The wittiest of all shouted, "Encore!" A bass voice coming from a stage box began to imitate the grotesque motif. Other jokers followed suit and imitated it also. Someone shouted, "Author!" It was long since these witty folk had been so highly entertained. When the tumult was calmed down a little, the Kapellmeister, standing quite impassive with his face turned towards the audience, though he was pretending not to see it, the audience was still supposed to be non-existent, made a sign to the audience that he was about to speak. There was a cry of "Shh!" and silence. He waited a moment longer. Then his voice was curt, cold, and cutting. "Gentlemen," he said, "I should certainly not have let that be played through to the end if I had not wished to make an example of the gentleman who has dared to write offensively of the great Brahms." That was all, and jumping down from his stand, he went out amid cheers from the delighted audience. They tried to recall him. The applause went on for a few minutes longer, but he did not return. The orchestra went away. The audience decided to go too. The concert was over. It had been a good day. Christophe had gone already. Hardly had he seen the wretched conductor leave his desk when he had rushed from the box. He plunged down the stairs from the first floor to meet him and slap his face. His friend who had brought him followed and tried to hold him back, but Christophe brushed him aside and almost threw him downstairs. He had reason to believe that the fellow was concerned in the trick which had been played him. Fortunately for H. Euphrat and himself, the door leading to the stage was shut, and his furious knocking could not make them open it. However, the audience was beginning to leave the hall. Christophe could not stay there. He fled. He was in an indescribable condition. He walked blindly, waving his arms, rolling his eyes, talking aloud like a madman. He suppressed his cries of indignation and rage. The street was almost empty. The concert hall had been built the year before in a new neighborhood, a little way out of the town, and Christophe instinctively fled towards the country across the empty fields in which were a few lonely shanties and scaffoldings surrounded by fences. His thoughts were murderous. He could have killed the man who had put such an affront upon him. Alas! And when he had killed him, would there be any change in the animosity of those people whose insulting laughter was still ringing in his ears? They were too many. He could do nothing against them. They were all agreed, they who were divided about so many things, to insult and crush him. It was past understanding. There was hatred in them. What had he done to them all? There were beautiful things in him, things to do good and make the heart big. He had tried to say them, to make others enjoy them. He thought they would be happy like himself. Even if they did not like them, they should be grateful to him for his intentions. They could, if need be, show him kindly where he had been wrong. But that they should take such a malignant joy in insulting and odiously travestying his ideas, in trampling them under foot, and killing him by ridicule, how was it possible? In his excitement, he exaggerated their hatred. He thought it much more serious than such mediocre people could ever be. He sobbed. "What have I done to them?" He choked. He thought that all was lost, just as he did when he was a child coming into contact for the first time with human wickedness. And when he looked about him, he suddenly saw that he had reached the edge of the mill race, at the very spot where a few years before his father had been drowned, and at once he thought of drowning himself too. He was just at the point of making the plunge. But as he leaned over the steep bank, fascinated by the calm, clean aspect of the water, a tiny bird in a tree by his side began to sing madly. He held his breath to listen. The water murmured. The ripening corn moaned as it waved under the soft, caressing wind. The poplars shivered. Behind the hedge on the road, out of sight, bees in hives in a garden filled the air with their scented music. From the other side of the stream a cow was chewing the cud and gazing with soft eyes. A little fair-haired girl was sitting on a wall, with a light basket on her shoulders, like a little angel with wings, and she was dreaming and swinging her bare legs and humming aimlessly. Far away in a meadow a white dog was leaping and running in wide circles. Christophe leaned against a tree and listened and watched the earth in spring. He was caught up by the peace and joy of these creatures. He could forget. Suddenly he clasped the tree with his arms and leaned his cheek against it. He threw himself on the ground. He buried his face in the grass. He laughed nervously, happily. All the beauty, the grace, the charm of life wrapped him round, imbued his soul, and he sucked them up like a sponge. He thought, "Why are you so beautiful, and they, men, so ugly?" No matter. He loved it. He felt that he would always love it, and that nothing could ever take it from him. He held the earth to his breast. He held life to his breast. "I love you. You are mine. They cannot take you from me. Let them do what they will. Let them make me suffer. Suffering also is life." Christophe began bravely to work again. He refused to have anything more to do with men of letters, well-named, makers of phrases, the sterile babblers, journalists, critics, the exploiters and traffickers of art. As for musicians, he would waste no more time in battling with their prejudices and jealousy. They did not want him? Very well. He did not want them. He had his work to do. He would do it. The court had given him back his liberty. He was grateful for it. He was grateful to the people for their hostility. He could work in peace. Louisa approved with all her heart. She had no ambition. She was not a Kraft. She was like neither his father nor his grandfather. She did not want honors or reputation for her son. She would have liked him to be rich and famous, but if those advantages could only be bought at the price of so much unpleasantness, she much preferred not to bother about them. She had been more upset by Christophe's grief over his rupture with the palace than by the event itself,
and she was heartily glad that he had quarreled with the review and newspaper people. She had a peasant's distrust of blackened paper. It was only a waste of time and made enemies. She had sometimes heard his young friends of the review talking to Christophe. She had been horrified by their malevolence. They tore everything to pieces and said horrible things about everybody, and the worse things they said, the better pleased they were. She did not like them. No doubt they were very clever and very learned, but they were not kind, and she was very glad that Christophe saw no more of them. She was full of common sense. What good were they to him? "They may say, write, and think what they like of me," said Christophe. "They cannot prevent my being myself. What do their ideas or their art matter to me? I deny them." End of section 50. Section 51 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Cannon. Revolt II, Part 7. It is all very fine to deny the world, but the world is not so easily denied by a young man's boasting. Christophe was sincere, but he was under illusion. He did not know himself. He was not a monk. He had not the temperament for renouncing the world, and besides, he was not old enough to do so. At first he did not suffer much. He was plunged in composition, and while his work lasted, he did not feel the want of anything. But when he came to the period of depression which follows the completion of a work, and lasts until a new work takes possession of the mind, he looked about him and was horrified by his loneliness. He asked himself why he wrote. While a man is writing, he never asks himself that question. He must write. There is no arguing about it. And then he finds himself with the work that he has begotten. The great instinct which caused it to spring forth is silent. He does not understand why it was born. He hardly recognizes it. It is almost a stranger to him. He longs to forget it. And that is impossible as long as it is not published or played or living its own life in the world. Till then it is like a newborn child attached to its mother, a living thing bound fast to his living flesh. It must be amputated at all costs, or it will not live. The more Christophe composed, the more he suffered under the weight of these creatures who had sprung forth from himself and could neither live nor die. He was haunted by them. Who could deliver him from them? Some obscure impulse would stir in these children of his thoughts. They longed desperately to break away from him, to expand into other souls, like the quick and fruitful seed which the wind scatters over the universe. Must he remain imprisoned in his sterility? He raged against it. Since every outlet, theaters, concerts, was closed to him, and nothing would induce him to approach those managers who had once failed him, there was nothing left but for him to publish his writings. But he could not flatter himself that it would be easier to find a publisher to produce his work than an orchestra to play it. The 2 or 3 clumsy attempts that he had made were enough. Rather than expose himself to another rebuff, or to bargain with one of these music merchants and put up with his patronizing airs, he preferred to publish it at his own expense. It was an act of madness. He had some small savings out of his court salary and the proceeds of a few concerts, but the source from which the money had come was dried up, and it would be a long time before he could find another. And he should have been prudent enough to be careful with his scanty funds, which had to help him over the difficult period upon which he was entering. Not only did he not do so, but as his savings were not enough to cover the expenses of publication, he did not shrink from getting into debt. Louisa dared not say anything. She found him absolutely unreasonable, and did not understand how anybody could spend money for the sake of seeing his name on a book. But since it was a way of making him be patient and of keeping him with her, she was only too happy for him to have that satisfaction. Instead of offering the public compositions of a familiar and undisturbing kind, in which it could feel at home,
Christophe chose from among his manuscripts a suite very individual in character, which he valued highly. They were piano pieces mixed with lieder, some very short and popular in style, others very elaborate and almost dramatic. The whole formed a series of impressions, joyous or mild, linked together naturally and written alternately for the piano and the voice, alone or accompanied. "For," said Christophe, "when I dream, I do not always formulate what I feel. I suffer, I am happy, and have no words to say. But then comes a moment when I must say what I am feeling, and I sing without thinking of what I am doing. Sometimes I sing only vague words, a few disconnected phrases, sometimes whole poems. Then I begin to dream again. And so the day goes by, and I have tried to give the impression of a day. Why these gathered impressions composed only of songs or preludes? There is nothing more false or less harmonious. One must try to give the free play of the soul." He had called his suite "A Day." The different parts of the composition bore subtitles, shortly indicating the succession of his inward dreams. Christophe had written mysterious dedications, initials, dates, which only he could understand, as they reminded him of poetic moments or beloved faces, the gay Corinne, the languishing Sabine, and the little unknown Frenchwoman. Besides this work, he selected 30 of his lieder, those which pleased him most, and consequently pleased the public least. He avoided choosing the most melodious of his melodies, but he did choose the most characteristic. The public always has a horror of anything characteristic. Characterless things are more likely to please them. These lieder were written to poems of old Silesian poets of the 17th century that Christophe had read by chance in a popular collection, and whose loyalty he had loved. 2 especially were dear to him, dear as brothers, 2 creatures full of genius, and both had died at 30, the charming Paul Fleming, the traveler to the Caucasus and to Esfahan, who preserved his soul pure, loving, and serene in the midst of the savagery of war, the sorrows of life, and the corruption of his time, and Johann Christian Gunther, the unbalanced genius who wore himself out in debauchery and despair, casting his life to the 4 winds. He had translated Gunther's cries of provocation and vengeful irony against the hostile God who overwhelms his creatures, his furious curses like those of a Titan overthrown, hurling the thunder back against the heavens. He had selected Fleming's love songs to Anemone and Basilena, soft and sweet as flowers, and the Rondo of the Stars, the Tanzlied, dancing song of hearts glad and limpid, and the calm heroic sonnet to himself, An sich, which Christophe used to recite as a prayer every morning. The smiling optimism of the pious Paul Gerhardt also had its charm for Christophe. It was a rest for him on recovering from his own sorrows. He loved that innocent vision of nature as God, the fresh meadows where the storks walk gravely among the tulips and white narcissus, by little brooks singing on the sands, the transparent air wherein there pass the wide-winged swallows and flying doves, the gaiety of a sunbeam piercing the rain, and the luminous sky smiling through the clouds, and the serene majesty of the evening, the sweet peace of the forests, the cattle, the bowers, and the fields. He had had the impertinence to set to music several of those mystic canticles which are still sung in Protestant communities, and he had avoided preserving the choral character. Far from it, he had a horror of it. He had given them a free and vivacious character. Old Gerhardt would have shuddered at the devilish pride which was breathed forth now in certain lines of his Song of the Christian Traveller, or the pagan delight which made this peaceful stream of his Song of Summer bubble over like a torrent. The collection was published without any regard for common sense, of course. The publisher whom Christophe paid for printing and storing his lieder had no other claim to his choice than that of being his neighbor. He was not equipped for such important work. The printing went on for months. There were mistakes and expensive corrections. Christophe knew nothing about it,
and the whole thing cost more by 1/3 than it need have done. The expenses far exceeded anything he had anticipated. Then, when it was done, Christophe found an enormous edition on his hands, and did not know what to do with it. The publisher had no customers. He took no steps to circulate the work, and his apathy was quite in accord with Christophe's attitude. When he asked him, to satisfy his conscience, to write him a short advertisement of it, Christophe replied that he did not want any advertisement. If his music was good, it would speak for itself. The publisher religiously respected his wishes. He put the edition away in his warehouse. It was well kept, for in 6 months not a copy was sold. While he was waiting for the public to make up its mind, Christophe had to find some way of repairing the hole he had made in his means, and he could not be nice about it, for he had to live and pay his debts. Not only were his debts larger than he had imagined, but he saw that the moneys on which he had counted were less than he had thought. Had he lost money without knowing it, or, what was infinitely more probable, had he reckoned up wrongly? He had never been able to add correctly. It did not matter much why the money was missing. It was missing without a doubt. Louisa had to give her all to help her son. He was bitterly remorseful and tried to pay her back as soon as possible and at all costs. He tried to get lessons, though it was painful to him to ask and to put up with refusals. He was out of favor altogether. He found it very difficult to obtain pupils again, and so when it was suggested that he should teach at a school, he was only too glad. It was a semi-religious institution. The director, an astute gentleman, had seen, though he was no musician, how useful Christophe might be, and how cheaply in his present position. He was pleasant and paid very little. When Christophe ventured to make a timid remark, the director told him with a kindly smile that as he no longer held an official position, he could not very well expect more. It was a sad task. It was not so much a matter of teaching the pupils music as of making their parents and themselves believe that they had learned it. The chief thing was to make them able to sing at the ceremonies to which the public were admitted. It did not matter how it was done. Christophe was in despair. He had not even the consolation of telling himself as he fulfilled his task that he was doing useful work. His conscience reproached him with it as hypocrisy. He tried to give the children more solid instruction and to make them acquainted with and love serious music, but they did not care for it a bit. Christophe could not succeed in making them listen to it. He had no authority over them. In truth, he was not made for teaching children. He took no interest in their floundering. He tried to explain to them all at once the theory of music. When he had to give a piano lesson, he would set his pupil a symphony of Beethoven, which he would play as a duet with her. Naturally, that could not succeed. He would explode angrily, drive the pupil from the piano, and go on playing alone for a long time. He was just the same with his private pupils outside the school. He had not an ounce of patience. For instance, he would tell a young lady who prided herself on her aristocratic appearance and position that she played like a kitchen maid, or he would even write to her mother and say that he gave it up, that it would kill him if he went on long bothering about a girl so devoid of talent, all of which did not improve his position. His few pupils left him. He could not keep any of them more than a few months. His mother argued with him. He would argue with himself. Louisa made him promise that at least he would not break with the school he had joined, for if he lost that position, he did not know what he should do for a living. And so he restrained himself in spite of his disgust. He was most exemplarily punctual. But how could he conceal his thoughts when a donkey of a pupil blundered for the 10th time in some passages, or when he had to coach his class for the next concert in some foolish chorus? For he was not even allowed to choose his program. His taste was not trusted. He was not exactly zealous about it all. And yet he went stubbornly on, silent, frowning, only betraying his secret wrath by occasionally thumping on his desk and making his pupils jump in their seats. But sometimes the pill was too bitter. He could not bear it any longer. In the middle of the chorus he would interrupt the singers. "Oh," stop, stop. I'll play you some Wagner instead." They asked nothing better. They played cards behind his back. There was always someone who reported the matter to the director, and Christophe would be reminded that he was not there to make his pupils like music, but to make them sing. He received his scoldings with a shudder, but he accepted them. He did not want to lose his work. Who would have thought a few years before, when his career looked so assured and brilliant, when he had done nothing, that he would be reduced to such humiliation, just as he was beginning to be worth something? Among the hurts to his vanity that he came by in his work at the school, one of the most painful was having to call on his colleagues. He paid 2 calls at random, and they bored him so that he had not the heart to go on. The 2 privileged persons were not at all pleased about it, but the others were personally affronted. They all regarded Christophe as their inferior in position and intelligence, and they assumed a patronizing manner towards him. Sometimes he was overwhelmed by it, for they seemed to be so sure of themselves and the opinion they had of him that he began to share it. He felt stupid with them. What could he have found to say to them? They were full of their profession and saw nothing beyond it. They were not men. If only they had been books. But they were only notes to books, philological commentaries. Christophe avoided meeting them, but sometimes he was forced to do so. The director was at home once a month in the afternoon, and he insisted on all his people being there. Christophe, who had cut the first afternoon without excuse, in the vain hope that his absence would not be noticed, was ever afterwards the object of sour attention. Next time he was lectured by his mother and decided to go. He was as solemn about it as though he were going to a funeral. He found himself at a gathering of the teachers of the school and other institutions of the town, and their wives and daughters. They were all huddled together in a room too small for them, and grouped hierarchically. They paid no attention to him. The group nearest him was talking of pedagogy and cooking. All the wives of the teachers had culinary recipes which they set out with pedantic exuberance and insistence. The men were no less interested in these matters, and hardly less competent. They were as proud of the domestic talents of their wives as they of their husbands' learning. Christophe stood by a window, leaning against the wall, not knowing how to look, now trying to smile stupidly, now gloomy with a fixed stare and unmoved features, and he was bored to death. A little away from him, sitting in the recess of the window, was a young woman to whom nobody was talking, and she was as bored as he. They both looked at the room and nodded at each other. It was only after some time that they noticed each other, just as they both turned away to yawn, both being at the limit of endurance. Just at that moment their eyes met. They exchanged a look of friendly understanding. He moved towards her. She said in a low voice, "Are you amused?" He turned his back on the room, and looking out of the window, put out his tongue. She burst out laughing, and suddenly waking up, she signed to him to sit down by her side. They introduced themselves. She was the wife of Professor Reinhardt, who lectured on natural history at the school, and was newly come to the town, where they knew nobody. She was not beautiful. She had a large nose, ugly teeth, and she lacked freshness. But she had keen, clever eyes and a kindly smile. She chattered like a magpie. He answered her solemnly. She had an amusing frankness and a droll wit. They laughingly exchanged impressions out loud without bothering about the people round them. Their neighbors, who had not deigned to notice their existence when it would have been charitable to help them out of their loneliness, now threw angry looks at them. It was in bad taste to be so much amused. But they did not care what the others might think of them. They were taking their revenge in their chatter. In the end, Frau Reinhardt introduced her husband to Christophe. He was extremely ugly. He had a pale, greasy, pockmarked, rather sinister face. But he looked very kind. He spoke low down in his throat and pronounced his words sententiously, stammeringly, pausing between each syllable. They had been married a few months only, and these two plain people were in love with each other. They had an affectionate way of looking at each other, talking to each other, taking each other's hands in the presence of everybody, which was comic and touching. If one wanted anything, the other would want it too. And so they invited Christophe to go and sup with them after the reception. Christophe began jokingly to beg to be excused. He said that the best thing to do that evening would be to go to bed. He was quite worn out with boredom, as tired as though he had walked 10 miles. But Frau Reinhardt said that he could not be left in that condition. It would be dangerous to spend the night with such gloomy thoughts. Christophe let them drag him off. In his loneliness, he was glad to have met these good people, who were not very distinguished in their manners, but were simple and gemütlich. End of section 51. Section 52 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Cannon. Revolt II, Part 8. The Reinhardts' little house was gemütlich, like themselves. It was a rather chattering gemüt, a gemüt with inscriptions. The furniture, the utensils, the china, all talked, and went on repeating their joy in seeing their charming guest, asked after his health, and gave him pleasant and virtuous advice. On the sofa, which was very hard, was a little cushion which murmured amiably, "Only a quarter of an hour, nur ein Viertelstündchen." The cup of coffee which was handed to Christophe insisted on his taking more. "Just a drop, noch ein Schluckchen." The plates seasoned the cooking with morality, and otherwise the cooking was quite excellent. One plate said, "Think of everything, otherwise no good will come to you." Another, "Affection and gratitude please everybody. Ingratitude pleases nobody." Although Christophe did not smoke, the ashtray on the mantelpiece insisted on introducing itself to him. "A little resting place for burning cigars. Ruheplätzchen für brennende Zigarren." He wanted to wash his hands. The soap on the washstand said, "For our charming guest, für unseren lieben Gast." And the sententious towel, like a person who has nothing to say, but thinks he must say something all the same, gave him this reflection, full of good sense, but not very apposite, that to enjoy the morning you must rise early. Morgenstund hat Gold im Mund. At length Christophe dared not even turn in his chair, for fear of hearing himself addressed by other voices coming from every part of the room. He wanted to say, "Be silent, you little monsters, we don't understand each other." And he burst out laughing crazily, and then tried to explain to his host and hostess that he was thinking of the gathering at the school. He would not have hurt them for the world, and he was not very sensible of the ridiculous. Very soon he grew accustomed to the loquacious cordiality of these people and their belongings. He could have tolerated anything in them. They were so kind. They were not tiresome either. If they had no taste, they were not lacking in intelligence. They were a little lost in the place to which they had come. The intolerable susceptibilities of the little provincial town did not allow people to enter it as though it were a mill, without having properly asked for the honor of becoming part of it. The Reinhardts had not sufficiently attended to the provincial code which regulated the duties of new arrivals in the town towards those who had settled in it before them. Reinhardt would have submitted to it mechanically, but his wife, to whom such drudgery was oppressive, she disliked being put out, postponed her duties from day to day. She had selected those calls which bored her least, to be paid first, or she had put the others off indefinitely. The distinguished persons who were comprised in the last category choked with indignation at such a want of respect. Angelica Reinhardt, her husband called her Lily, was a little free in her manners. She could not take on the official tone. She would address her superiors in the hierarchy familiarly and make them go red in the face with indignation, and, if need be, she was not afraid of contradicting them. She had a quick tongue, and always had to say whatever was in her head. Sometimes she made extraordinarily foolish remarks, at which people laughed behind her back, and also she could be malicious wholeheartedly, and that made her mortal enemies.
She would bite her tongue as she was saying rash things, and wish she had not said them. But it was too late. Her husband, the gentlest and most respectful of men, would chide her timidly about it. She would kiss him and say that she was a fool and that he was right. But the next moment she would break out again, and she would always say things at the least suitable moment. She would have burst if she had not said them. She was exactly the sort of woman to get on with Christophe. Among the many ridiculous things which she ought not to have said, and consequently was always saying, was her trick of perpetually comparing the way things were done in Germany and the way they were done in France. She was a German, nobody more so, but she had been brought up in Alsace among French Alsatians, and she had felt the attraction of Latin civilization which so many Germans in the annexed countries, even those who seem the least likely to feel it, cannot resist. Perhaps, to tell the truth, the attraction had become stronger out of a spirit of contradiction since Angelica had married a North German and lived with him in purely German society. She opened up her usual subject of discussion on her first evening with Christophe. She loved the pleasant freedom of conversation in France. Christophe echoed her. France to him was Corinne, bright blue eyes, smiling lips, frank, free manners, a musical voice. He loved to know more about it. Lili Reinhardt clapped her hands on finding herself so thoroughly agreeing with Christophe. "It is a pity," she said, "that my little French friend has gone. But she could not stand it. She has gone." The image of Corinne was at once blotted out, as a match going out suddenly makes the gentle glimmer of the stars shine out from the dark sky. Another image and other eyes appeared. "Who?" asked Christophe with a start. "The little governess?" "What?" said Frau Reinhardt. "You knew her too?" He described her. The two portraits were identical. "You knew her?" repeated Christophe. "Oh, tell me everything you know about her." Frau Reinhardt began by declaring that they were bosom friends and had no secrets from each other, but when she had to go into detail her knowledge was reduced to very little. They had met out calling. Frau Reinhardt had made advances to the girl, and with her usual cordiality had invited her to come and see her. The girl had come 2 or 3 times, and they had talked. But the curious Lili had not so easily succeeded in finding out anything about the life of the little French woman. The girl was very reserved. She had had to worm her story out of her bit by bit. Frau Reinhardt knew that she was called Antoinette Janine. She had no fortune and no friends, except a younger brother who lived in Paris and to whom she was devoted. She used always to talk of him. He was the only subject about which she could talk freely, and Lili Reinhardt had gained her confidence by showing sympathy and pity for the boy living alone in Paris without relations, without friends, at a boarding school. It was partly to pay for his education that Antoinette had accepted a post abroad. But the two children could not live without each other. They wanted to be with each other every day, and the least delay in the delivery of their letters used to make them quite ill with anxiety. Antoinette was always worrying about her brother. The poor child could not always manage to hide his sadness and loneliness from her. Every one of his complaints used to sound through Antoinette's heart and seemed like to break it. The thought that he was suffering used to torture her, and she used often to imagine that he was ill and would not say so. Frau Reinhardt, in her kindness, had often had to rebuke her for her groundless fears, and she used to succeed in restoring her confidence for a moment. She had not been able to find out anything about Antoinette's family or position or her inner self. The girl was wildly shy and used to draw into herself at the first question. The little she said showed that she was cultured and intelligent. She seemed to have a precocious knowledge of life. She seemed to be at once naive and undeceived, pious and disillusioned. She had not been happy in the town in a tactless and unkind family. She used not to complain, but it was easy to see that she used to suffer. Frau Reinhardt did not exactly know why she had gone. It had been said that she had behaved badly. Angelica did not believe it.
She was ready to swear that it was all a disgusting calumny, worthy of the foolish, rotten town. But there had been stories. It did not matter what, did it? "No," said Christophe, bowing his head. "And so she has gone." "And what did she say? Anything to you when she went?" "Ah," said Lili Reinhardt, "I had no chance. I had gone to Cologne for a few days just then. When I came back, zu spät, too late." She stopped to scold her maid, who had brought her lemon too late for her tea. And she added sententiously, with the solemnity which the true German brings naturally to the performance of the familiar duties of daily life, "Too late, as one so often is in life." It was not clear whether she meant the lemon or her interrupted story. She went on. "When I returned, I found a line from her thanking me for all I had done, and telling me that she was going. She was returning to Paris. She gave no address." "And she did not write again?" "Not again." Once more Christophe saw her sad face disappear into the night. Once more he saw her eyes for a moment, just as he had seen them for the last time looking at him through the carriage window. The enigma of France was once more set before him more insistently than ever. Christophe never tired of asking Frau Reinhardt about the country which she pretended to know so well, and Frau Reinhardt, who had never been there, was not reluctant to tell him about it. Reinhardt, a good patriot, full of prejudices against France, which he knew better than his wife, sometimes used to qualify her remarks when her enthusiasm went too far, but she would repeat her assertions only the more vigorously, and Christophe, knowing nothing at all about it, backed her up confidently. What was more precious even than Lili Reinhardt's memories were her books. She had a small library of French books, school books, a few novels, a few volumes bought at random. Christophe, greedy of knowledge and ignorant of France, thought them a treasure when Reinhardt went and got them for him and put them at his disposal. He began with volumes of select passages, old school books, which had been used by Lili Reinhardt or her husband in their school days. Reinhardt had assured him that he must begin with them if he wished to find his way about French literature, which was absolutely unknown to him. Christophe was full of respect for those who knew more than himself, and obeyed religiously, and that very evening he began to read. He tried first of all to take stock of the riches in his possession. He made the acquaintance of certain French writers, namely Théodore Henri Barrot, François Petit de Larcois, Frédéric Baudry, Émile Delarue, Charles-Auguste Désiré Filon, Samuel de Combats, and Prosper Bauer. He read the poetry of Abbé Joseph Grère, Pierre La Chambaudie, the Duc de Nivernois, André van Asselt, Andrieux, Madame Collet, Constance Marie Princesse de Samdic, Henrietta Hollard, Gabriel Jean-Baptiste Ernest Wilfrid Legouvet, Hippolyte Violot, Jean Reboul, Jean Racine, Jean de Béranger, Frédéric Béchard, Gustave Nadeau, Édouard Plouvier, Eugène Manuel, Hugo Millevoye, Chenedolet, James Lacour Delattre, Félix Chavannes, Francis-Édouard Joachim, known as François Coppée, and Louis Belmonte. Christophe was lost, drowned, submerged under such a deluge of poetry, and turned to prose. He found Gustave de Molinari, Fléchier, Ferdinand-Édouard Buisson, Mérimée, Maltbrun, Voltaire, Lamé Fleury, Dumas père, G.G. Bousseau, Mézières, Mirabeau, de Mazade, Claretie, Cortambert, Frédéric II, and Monsieur de Vogue. The most often quoted of French historians was Maximilien Samson Frédéric Scholl. In the French anthology, Christophe found the proclamation of the new German Empire, and he read a description of the Germans by Frédéric Constant de Rougemont, in which he learned that
The German was born to live in the region of the soul. He has not the light, noisy gaiety of the Frenchman. His is a great soul. His affections are tender and profound. He is indefatigable in toil and persevering in enterprise. There is no more moral or long-lived people. Germany has an extraordinary number of writers. She has the genius of art, while the inhabitants of other countries pride themselves on being French, English, Spanish. The German, on the other hand, embraces all humanity in his love, and though its position is the very center of Europe, the German nation seems to be at once the heart and the higher reason of humanity. Christophe closed the book. He was astonished and tired. He thought, "The French are good fellows, but they are not strong." He took another volume. It was on a higher plane. It was meant for high schools. Musset occupied 3 pages, and Victor Duret 30. Lamartine 7 pages, and Thiers almost 40. The whole of the Cid was included, or almost the whole. 10 monologues of Don Diego and Rodrigo had been suppressed because they were too long. Lanfray exalted Prussia against Napoleon I, and so he had not been cut down. He alone occupied more space than all the great classics of the 18th century. Copious narrations of the French defeats of 1870 had been extracted from La Débâcle of Zola. Neither Montaigne, nor La Rochefoucauld, nor La Bruyère, nor Diderot, nor Stendhal, nor Balzac, nor Flaubert appeared. On the other hand, Pascal, who did not appear in the other book, found a place in this as a curiosity, and Christophe learned by the way that the Convulsionary was one of the fathers of Port Royal, a girls' school near Paris. Footnote: the anthologies of French literature which Jean-Christophe borrowed from his friends the Reinhardts were: 1. Selected French passages for the use of secondary schools, by Hubert H. Wingerath, Ph.D., director of the Real School of St. John at Strasbourg. Part 2, Middle Forms, 7th edition, 1902, Dumont Schauberg. 2. L. Herrig and G. F. Bourgy, Literary France, arranged by F. Tendering, director of the Real Gymnasium of the Johanneum, Hamburg, 1904, Brunswick. Christophe was on the point of throwing the book away. His head was swimming. He could not see. He said to himself, "I shall never get through with it." He could not formulate any opinion. He turned over the leaves idly for hours without knowing what he was reading. He did not read French easily, and when he had labored to make out a passage, it was almost always something meaningless and highfalutin. And yet from the chaos there darted flashes of light, like rapier thrusts, words that looked and stabbed, heroic laughter. Gradually an impression emerged from his first reading, perhaps through the biased scheme of the selections. Voluntarily or involuntarily, the German editors had selected those pieces of French which could seem to establish by the testimony of the French themselves the failings of the French and the superiority of the Germans. But they had no notion that what they most exposed to the eyes of an independent mind like Christophe's was the surprising liberty of these Frenchmen who criticized everything in their own country and praised their adversaries. Michelet praised Frederick II, Lanfray the English of Trafalgar, Charras the Prussia of 1813. No enemy of Napoleon had ever dared to speak of him so harshly. Nothing was too greatly respected to escape their disparagement. Even under the great king the previous poets had had their freedom of speech. Molière spared nothing. La Fontaine laughed at everything. Even Boileau jibed at the nobles. Voltaire derided war, flogged religion, scoffed at his country. Moralists, satirists, pamphleteers, comic writers, they all vied one with another in gay or somber audacity. Want of respect was universal. The honest German editors were sometimes scared by it. They had to throw a rope to their consciences by trying to excuse Pascal, who lumped together cooks, porters, soldiers, and camp followers. They protested in a note that Pascal would not have written thus if he had been acquainted with the noble armies of modern times. They did not fail to remind the reader how happily Lessing had corrected the fables of La Fontaine by following, for instance, the advice of the Genevese Rousseau, and changing the piece of cheese of Master Crow to a piece of poisoned meat of which the vile fox dies. May you never gain anything but poison, you cursed flatterers. They blinked at naked truth, but Christophe was pleased with it. He loved this light. Here and there he was even a little shocked. He was not used to such unbridled independence, which looks like anarchy to the eyes even of the freest of Germans, who in spite of everything is accustomed to order and discipline. And he was led astray by the way of the French. He took certain things too seriously, and other things which were implacable denials seemed to him to be amusing paradoxes. No matter. Surprised or shocked, he was drawn on little by little. He gave up trying to classify his impressions. He passed from one feeling to another. He lived. The gaiety of the French stories, Chamfort, Seeger, Dumas père, Merimée, all lumped together, delighted him, and every now and then in gusts there would creep forth from the printed page the wild, intoxicating scent of the revolutions. It was nearly dawn when Louisa, who slept in the next room, woke up and saw the light through the chinks of Christophe's door. She knocked on the wall and asked if he were ill. A chair creaked on the floor, the door opened, and Christophe appeared, pale, in his nightgown, with a candle and a book in his hand, making strange, solemn, and grotesque gestures. Louisa was in terror and got up in her bed, thinking that he was mad. He began to laugh, and waving his candle, he declaimed a scene from Molière. In the middle of a sentence he gurgled with laughter. He sat at the foot of his mother's bed to take breath. The candle shook in his hand. Louisa was reassured and scolded him forcibly. "What is the matter with you? What is it? Go to bed. My poor boy, are you going out of your senses?" But he began again. "You must listen to this." And he sat by her bedside and read the play, going back to the beginning again. He seemed to see Corinne. He heard her mocking tones, cutting and sonorous. Louisa protested. "Go away! Go away! You will catch cold! How tiresome you are! Let me go to sleep!" He went on relentlessly. He raised his voice, waved his arms, choked with laughter, and he asked his mother if she did not think it wonderful. Louisa turned her back on him, buried herself in the bedclothes, stopped her ears, and said, "Do leave me alone." But she laughed inwardly at hearing his laugh. At last she gave up protesting, and when Christophe had finished the act and asked her, without eliciting any reply, if she did not think what he had read interesting, he bent over her and saw that she was asleep. Then he smiled, gently kissed her hair, and stole back to his own room. End of section 52. Section 53 of Jean-Christophe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jean-Christophe, Volume 1, by Romain Rolland, translated by Gilbert Kanan, Revolt II, Part 9. He borrowed more and more books from the Reinhardt's library. There were all sorts of books in it. Christophe devoured them all. He wanted so much to love the country of Corinne and the unknown young woman. He had so much enthusiasm to get rid of that he found a use for it in his reading. Even in second-rate works there were sentences and pages which had the effect on him of a gust of fresh air. He exaggerated the effect, especially when he was talking to Frau Reinhardt, who always went a little better than he. Although she was as ignorant as a fish, she delighted to contrast French and German culture, and to decry the German to the advantage of the French, just to annoy her husband and to avenge herself for the boredom she had to suffer in the little town. Reinhardt was really amused. Notwithstanding his learning, He had stopped short at the ideas he had learned at school. To him, the French were a clever people, skilled in practical things, amiable, talkative, but frivolous, susceptible, and boastful, incapable of being serious or sincere, or of feeling strongly. A people without music, without philosophy, without poetry, except for l'art poétique, Béranger and François Copie. A people of pathos, much gesticulation, exaggerated speech, and pornography. There were not words strong enough for the denunciation of Latin immorality, and for want of a better he always came back to frivolity, which for him, as for the majority of his compatriots, had a particularly unpleasant meaning, and he would end with the usual couplet in praise of the noble German people, the moral people. By that, Herder has said, it is distinguished from all other nations. The faithful people, treues Volk, treu meaning everything, sincere, faithful, loyal, and upright. The people par excellence, as Fichte says, German force, the symbol of justice and truth, German thought, the German Gemüt, the German language, the only original language, the only language that, like the race itself, has preserved its purity, German women, German wine, German song, Germany, Germany, above everything in the world. Christophe would protest. Frau Reinhardt would cry out. They would all shout. They did not get on the less for it. They knew quite well that they were all three good Germans. Christophe used often to go and talk, dine, and walk with his new friends. Lily Reinhardt made much of him and used to cook dainty suppers for him. She was delighted to have the excuse for satisfying her own greediness. She paid him all sorts of sentimental and culinary attentions. For Christophe's birthday she made a cake, on which were 20 candles, and in the middle a little wax figure in Greek costume, which was supposed to represent Iphigenia holding a bouquet. Christophe, who was profoundly German in spite of himself, was touched by these rather blunt and not very refined marks of true affection. The excellent Reinhardts found other more subtle ways of showing their real friendship. On his wife's instigation, Reinhardt, who could hardly read a note of music, had bought 20 copies of Christophe's Lieder, the first to leave the publisher's shop. He had sent them to different parts of Germany to university acquaintances. He had also sent a certain number to the libraries of Leipzig and Berlin, with which he had dealings through his class books. For the moment, at least, their touching enterprise, of which Christophe knew nothing, bore no fruit. The Lieder which had been scattered broadcast seemed to miss fire. Nobody talked of them, and the Reinhardts, who were hurt by this indifference, were glad they had not told Christophe about what they had done, for it would have given him more pain than consolation. But in truth nothing is lost, as so often appears in life. No effort is in vain. For years nothing happens. Then one day it appears that your idea has made its way. It was impossible to be sure that Christophe's Lieder had not reached the hearts of a few good people buried in the country, who were too timid or too tired to tell him so. One person wrote to him. 2 or 3 months after the Reinhardts had sent them, a letter came for Christophe. It was warm, ceremonious, enthusiastic, old-fashioned in form, and came from a little town in Thuringia, and was signed Universitätsmusikdirektor Professor Dr. Peter Schultz. It was a great joy for Christophe, and even greater for the Reinhardts, when at their house he opened the letter, which he had left lying in his pocket for 2 days. They read it together. Reinhardt made signs to his wife which Christophe did not notice. He looked radiant, until suddenly Reinhardt saw his face grow gloomy, and he stopped dead in the middle of his reading. "Well, why do you stop?" he asked. They used the familiar "do." Christophe flung the letter on the table angrily. "No, it is too much," he said. "What is?" "Read." He turned away and went and sulked in a corner. Reinhardt and his wife read the letter, and could find in it only fervent admiration. "I don't see," he said in astonishment. "You don't see? You don't see?"
cried Christophe, taking the letter and thrusting it in his face. "Can't you read? Don't you see that he is a Brahmin?" And then Reinhardt noticed that in one sentence the Universitätsmusikdirektor compared Christophe's lieder with those of Brahms. Christophe moaned. "A friend! I have found a friend at last, and I have hardly found him when I have lost him." The comparison revolted him. If they had let him, he would have replied with a stupid letter, or perhaps, upon reflection, he would have thought himself very prudent and generous in not replying at all. Fortunately, the Reinhardts were amused by his ill humor, and kept him from committing any further absurdity. They succeeded in making him write a letter of thanks, but the letter, written reluctantly, was cold and constrained. The enthusiasm of Peter Schultz was not shaken by it. He sent 2 or 3 more letters, brimming over with affection. Christophe was not a good correspondent, and although he was a little reconciled to his unknown friend by the sincerity and real sympathy which he could feel behind his words, he let the correspondence drop. Schultz wrote no more. Christophe never thought about him. He now saw the Reinhardts every day, and frequently several times a day. They spent almost all the evenings together. After spending the day alone in concentration, he had a physical need of talking, of saying everything that was in his mind, even if he were not understood, and of laughing with or without reason, of expanding and stretching himself. He played for them. Having no other means of showing his gratitude, he would sit at the piano and play for hours together. Frau Reinhardt was no musician, and she had difficulty in keeping herself from yawning, but she sympathized with Christophe, and pretended to be interested in everything he played. Reinhardt was not much more of a musician than his wife, but was sometimes touched, quite materially, by certain pieces of music, certain passages, certain bars, and then he would be violently moved, sometimes even to tears, and that seemed silly to him. The rest of the time he felt nothing. It was just music to him. That was the general rule. He was never moved except by the least good passages of a composition, absolutely insignificant passages. Both of them persuaded themselves that they understood Christophe, and Christophe tried to pretend that it was so. Every now and then he would be seized by a wicked desire to make fun of them. He would lay traps for them and play things without any meaning, inapt potpourri, and he would let them think that he had composed them. Then, when they had admired it, he would tell them what it was. Then they would grow wary, and when Christophe played them a piece with an air of mystery, they would imagine that he was trying to catch them again, and they would criticize it. Christophe would let them go on and back them up, and argue that such music was worthless, and then he would break out, "Rascals, you are right, it is my own." He would be as happy as a boy at having taken them in. Frau Reinhardt would be cross and come and give him a little slap, but he would laugh so good-humoredly that they would laugh with him. They did not pretend to be infallible, and as they had no leg to stand on, Lili Reinhardt would criticize everything, and her husband would praise everything, and so they were certain that one or other of them would always be in agreement with Christophe. For the rest, it was not so much the musician that attracted them in Christophe, as the crack-brained boy, with his affectionate ways and true reality of life. The ill that they had heard spoken of him had rather disposed them in his favor. Like him, they were rather oppressed by the atmosphere of the little town. Like him, they were frank, they judged for themselves, and they regarded him as a great baby, not very clever in the ways of life, and the victim of his own frankness. Christophe was not under many illusions concerning his new friends, and it made him sad to think that they did not understand the depths of his character, and that they would never understand it. But he was so much deprived of friendship, and he stood in such sore need of it, that he was infinitely grateful to them for wanting to like him a little. He had learned wisdom in his experiences of the last year. He no longer thought he had the right to be overwise. 2 years earlier he would not have been so patient. He remembered with amusement and remorse his severe judgment of the honest and tiresome Oilers. Alas, how wisdom had grown in him! He sighed a little. A secret voice whispered, "Yes, but for how long?" That made him smile and consoled him a little. What would he not have given to have a friend, one friend who would understand him and share his soul? But although he was still young, he had enough experience of the world to know that his desire was one of those which are most difficult to realize in life, and that he could not hope to be happier than the majority of the true artists who had gone before him. He had learned the histories of some of them. Certain books, borrowed from the Reinhardts, had told him about the terrible trials through which the German musicians of the 17th century had passed, and the calmness and resolution with which one of these great souls, the greatest of all, the heroic Schütz, had striven, as unshakably he went on his way in the midst of wars and burning towns, and provinces ravaged by the plague, with his country invaded, trampled underfoot by the hordes of all Europe, and, worst of all, broken, worn out, degraded by misfortune, making no fight, indifferent to everything, longing only for rest. He thought, with such an example, what right has any man to complain? They had no audience. They had no future. They wrote for themselves and God. What they wrote one day would perhaps be destroyed by the next. And yet they went on writing, and they were not sad. Nothing made them lose their intrepidity, their joviality. They were satisfied with their song. They asked nothing of life but to live, to earn their daily bread, to express their ideas, and to find a few honest men, simple, true, not artists, who no doubt did not understand them, but had confidence in them and won their confidence in return. How dared he have demanded more than they? There is a minimum of happiness which it is permitted to demand, but no man has the right to more. It rests with a man's self to gain the surplus of happiness, not with others. Such thoughts brought him new serenity, and he loved his good friends the Reinhardts the more for them. He had no idea that even this affection was to be denied him. He reckoned without the malevolence of small towns. They are tenacious in their spite, all the more tenacious because their spite is aimless. A healthy hatred which knows what it wants is appeased when it has achieved its end. But men who are mischievous from boredom never lay down their arms, for they are always bored. Christophe was a natural prey for their want of occupation. He was beaten without a doubt, but he was bold enough not to seem crushed. He did not bother anybody, but then he did not bother about anybody. He asked nothing. They were impotent against him. He was happy with his new friends and indifferent to anything that was said or thought of him. That was intolerable. Frau Reinhardt roused even more irritation. Her open friendship with Christophe in the face of the whole town seemed, like his attitude, to be a defiance of public opinion. But the good Lili Reinhardt defied nothing and nobody. She had no thought to provoke others. She did what she thought fit, without asking anybody else's advice. That was the worst provocation. All their doings were watched. They had no idea of it. He was extravagant, she scatterbrained, and both even wanting in prudence when they went out together, or even at home in the evening, when they leaned over the balcony talking and laughing. They drifted innocently into a familiarity of speech and manner which could easily supply food for calumny. One morning Christophe received an anonymous letter. He was accused in basely insulting terms of being Frau Reinhardt's lover. His arms fell by his sides. He had never had the least thought of love or even of flirtation with her. He was too honest. He had a puritanical horror of adultery. The very idea of such a dirty sharing gave him a physical and moral feeling of nausea. To take the wife of a friend would have been a crime in his eyes, and Lili Reinhardt would have been the last person in the world with whom he could have been tempted to commit such an offense. The poor woman was not beautiful, and he would not have had even the excuse of passion. He went to his friends ashamed and embarrassed. They also were embarrassed. Each of them had received a similar letter, but they had not dared to tell each other, and all three of them were on their guard and watched each other and dared not move or speak, and they just talked nonsense. If Lili Reinhardt's natural carelessness took the ascendant for a moment, or if she began to laugh and talk wildly, suddenly a look from her husband or Christophe would stop her dead. The letter would cross her mind. She would stop in the middle of a familiar gesture and grow uneasy. Christophe and Reinhardt were in the same plight, and each of them was thinking, "Do the others know?" However, they said nothing to each other and tried to go on as though nothing had happened. But the anonymous letters went on, growing more and more insulting and dirty. They were plunged into a condition of depression and intolerable shame. They hid themselves when they received the letters, and had not the strength to burn them unopened. They opened them with trembling hands, and as they unfolded the letters their hearts would sink, and when they read what they feared to read, with some new variation on the same theme, the injurious and ignoble inventions of a mind bent on causing a hurt, they wept in silence. They racked their brains to discover who the wretch might be who so persistently persecuted them. One day Frau Reinhardt, at the end of her letter, confessed the persecution of which she was the victim to her husband, and with tears in his eyes he confessed that he was suffering in the same way. Should they mention it to Christophe? They dared not, but they had to warn him to make him be cautious. At the first words that Frau Reinhardt said to him, with a blush, she saw to her horror that Christophe had also received letters. Such utter malignance appalled them. Frau Reinhardt had no doubt that the whole town was in the secret. Instead of helping each other, they only undermined each other's fortitude. They did not know what to do. Christophe talked of breaking somebody's head, but whose? And besides, that would be to justify the calumny. Inform the police of the letters? That would make their insinuations public. Pretend to ignore them? It was no longer possible. Their friendly relations were now disturbed. It was useless for Reinhardt to have absolute faith in the honesty of his wife and Christophe. He suspected them in spite of himself. He felt that his suspicions were shameful and absurd, and tried hard not to pay any heed to them, and to leave Christophe and his wife alone together. But he suffered, and his wife saw that he was suffering. It was even worse for her. She had never thought of flirting with Christophe, any more than he had thought of it with her. The calumnious letters brought her imperceptibly to the ridiculous idea that after all Christophe was perhaps in love with her, and although he was never anywhere near showing any such feeling for her, she thought she must defend herself, not by referring directly to it, but by clumsy precautions, which Christophe did not understand at first, though, when he did understand, he was beside himself. It was so stupid that it made him laugh and cry at the same time. He in love with the honest little woman, kind enough as she was, but plain and common, and to think that she should believe it, and that he could not deny it, and tell her and her husband, "Come, there is no danger, be calm." But no, he could not offend these good people, and besides, he was beginning to think that if she held out against being loved by him, it was because she was secretly on the point of loving him. The anonymous letters had had the fine result of having given him so foolish and fantastic an idea. The situation had become at once so painful and so silly that it was impossible for this to go on. Besides, Lili Reinhardt, who, in spite of her brave words, had no strength of character, lost her head in the face of the dumb hostility of the little town. They made shamefaced excuses for not meeting. Frau Reinhardt was unwell. Reinhardt was busy. They were going away for a few days. Clumsy lies which were always unmasked by chance, which seemed to take a malicious pleasure in doing so. Christophe was more frank and said, "Let us part, my friends. We are not strong enough." The Reinhardts wept, but they were happier when the breach was made. The town had its triumph. This time Christophe was quite alone. It had robbed him of his last breath of air, the affection, however humble, without which no heart can live. End of section 53.